I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the afternoon session of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors meeting for October 2nd, 2018. We'll begin the meeting with an invocation. We're very pleased to have with us today Pastor Todd Brooking of Goochland Christian Fellowship. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Alvarez. So if you please rise as you're able. Thank you.
Thank you, Board, for just having me pray, and just in Goochland County that we actually get to pray over our stuff. That's awesome. And I'm very thankful for, I know you guys have a big job, so I want to pray for you guys specifically. Lord God, we love you and thank you so much, Lord, and for this group of men and women, Lord, that have responsibility, that is a position of authority, Lord God, who has a great accountability. I pray for them to have wisdom that comes from above. As your word says, that we should ask and not doubt, but Lord God, believe that you're going to give it to us. So I pray, Father, as they manage the affairs of the folks in Goochland County, Lord God, I pray that you give them that wisdom. Help them to receive that wisdom. I pray, Father, that they would operate in a manner that has that gives themselves to show themselves with dignity, and Father, that they would please you in everything they do, that we would glorify you as a county, Lord God, and may the way we operate be something that spreads to our whole country. So we just pray for that, Lord God. Blessed citizens, Lord God, and folks that are here with issues and things to talk about today, Lord God, we pray that you bless them as well. But Father, may your name be glorified by what's done here today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Okay, the first item on our agenda this evening is the citizen comment period. During the citizen comment period, anyone who would like to come forward and address this board may speak on any item that pertains to Goochland County business. I'll go ahead and open the citizen comment period. Anybody would like to come forward? Now would be the good time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. I've spent about, more than 30 years in the marketing and communications arena. And one of the lessons I've learned from being in the services arena is that people are quick to complain and slow to compliment. So on that basis, you guys must be doing something right, because I can tell you from personal presence, very few citizens are here to compliment you guys, but they do show up when there's something that's not going the way they might like it. So I don't want to turn this into an October Valentine, but I do want to take a moment and say thank you. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Manny. Thank you, John. You guys are doing work that the rest of us don't have to. We live in a representative republic, and so we elect you guys to make decisions. Now, like I said, it's not a Valentine, because there's some decisions you make I don't agree with. But that notwithstanding, I do appreciate the work that you guys have put in. And so I just want to be not so quick to criticize, though I will, but I also want to take a moment just to say thank you, because I'm somewhat aware of the 2-on-2s you have and some of the backroom work that you all do. So keep it up. Give me my 3 minutes so I can come up here and let you know when I think perhaps, not too quick on the light there, Lisa, what I think about what you guys are doing. But I do, just with all that's going on the electronic media, a lot of negativity out there. So for 3 minutes at least, I want to just say thank you guys. Now I'm going to switch gears, and now as a director for the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation Board. Last month you gave opportunity for us to make a presentation, and we appreciated that. But Dr. Raley and the school district kind of snuck a march on us, because they came in with all kinds of hats and tchotchke and things that we weren't prepared for. So I want to make sure you guys are safe out there. So we've got some safety farm chore gloves for you guys. So, you know, you can be seen. Now, they're not blaze orange, but I think that, Lisa, you will make sure everybody gets a pair.
Yes, sir, I will.
One size fits all. So that's efficient purchasing, I might say. But be safe, guys, because we need you. And chores, you know, or when you're out running or biking, you know, they're kind of, you can see them. So, school board 1, Monica and Soil 1, you know, we're giving up. But thank you, guys. I really do appreciate what you guys do, because if you don't do it, someone else has to. And thanks. I'm going to stand here till light goes off.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Would anyone else like to approach during the citizen comment period? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the citizen comment period. Next item on the agenda is chairman's comments. I don't have too many comments this evening. I will just let folks know that recently we had a kind of a close scare with some tornadoes that came through the area, and Goochland did mobilize and was prepared for any eventuality and declared a state of emergency. And thankfully, we were not as affected as we could have been by either the hurricane or the tornadoes. But it was also a great learning experience where our emergency responders got a chance to mobilize and coordinate across the county. And we did a lot of things right, and we learned a few things, but we are better prepared than ever now for an emergency in Goochland County. And I want to thank everybody that was involved with mobilizing those resources. The other thing I'll mention is that we have the town hall meetings coming up. We do these twice a year, once in the fall, once in the spring. The fall town hall meetings have been scheduled, and all are welcome to attend. The District 4 and 5 town hall meeting is tomorrow evening, October 3rd at 7 p.m. at the Hermitage. The District 1 town hall will be Tuesday, October 23rd at 7 p.m. at Fire Station 6. And the Districts 2 and 3 town halls will be Monday, October 29th at 7 p.m. at the Central High School. That's all I had for this evening. The next item on the agenda is the County Administrator's comments. Mr. Badesky, do you have any comments to share?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a few announcements. Just want to remind all of our residents that the Fall Festival will be on October 27th from 12 to 4. This is going to be held at the elementary school fields. We're moving from the fields at the sports complex. Just want to remind our residents of the change in venue. Also, we could use some more volunteers. That's a great community event, and encourage folks to work with us. I will tell you just from experience, being out there with your family, it is a great day, and get to hang out with some nice county employees as well in the process. But that's a big event for our community. Just remind everybody, the election day is Tuesday, November 6th. Please take your opportunity there, and certainly work with our folks at the electoral board to assist you in that process. Mr. Chairman, this is one of those weeks where we have an event in the community every night of this week. Last night, staff was out at a community meeting for rezoning. We were also at a community meeting to work on some road issues of concern to some of our residents, and we got some really great feedback to continue to try to assist through that resolution for them. Today we are here. We have public hearings this evening. Tomorrow night's the town hall meetings. Thursday night is the Planning Commission. They will hear the major thoroughfare plan update on Thursday evening. That's another public opportunity to come give input to the major thoroughfare plan. Pet Lovers is hosting their fundraiser for the animal shelter Friday evening. Saturday, there's an event at Rosenwald School, also public safety at Deep Run in partnership out there. Sunday, another event at Rosenwald. So it is a busy week. You'll see a lot of us at those events, but encourage our residents to participate in as many of those opportunities as well. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have today.
Oh, great. Thank you for that. We may need to add a second shift to the county staff if we're going to be conducting evening events every night. But thank you for those comments. The next item is a presentation of a proclamation recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We have a proclamation?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, would you like to read it first and do the vote, then I'll go and present?
Yep. We'll read it into the record and then take a vote, and then ask the representatives to come up for the photo op.
So, yes.
Whereas domestic violence is a pattern of abusive and coercive behaviors used by one individual intended to exert power and control over another individual in the context of an intimate or family relationship, and whereas abusive behaviors may include but are not limited to physical assaults, verbal assaults, threats, intimidation, emotional abuse, use of weapons, destruction of property, violence towards other people or pets, sexual violence, and control over economic resources. And whereas domestic violence is an intolerable violent crime with public health implications for every person in Goochland County, whether a victim, survivor, a family member, significant other, neighbor, employer, or co-worker of a victim survivor, and whereas no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate domestic violence on their own, we must work together to educate our entire population about what can be done to prevent such violence, support victims, survivors, and their families, and increase support for agencies providing services to those community members. And whereas Goochland Cares, a comprehensive domestic violence program, addresses domestic violence by providing 24-hour hotline services, responding to emergency calls, offering support and information, providing case management and counseling, advocating for victims, survivors, seeking protective orders, empowering survivors to chart their own course for healing, and facilitating educational trainings and prevention programs. And whereas ending domestic violence in Goochland County involves active collaboration between Goochland Cares, Goochland Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, Goochland County Sheriff's Office, Goochland Victim Witness Program, the 16th District Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court Services Unit, Goochland Department of Social Services, and other regional partners. Now therefore, we, the Goochland County Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim the month of October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Goochland County.
Okay, you heard the proclamation. Do we have a motion to accept?
Mr. Chairman. I move that, there we go. Okay. I move that this board proclaim October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Goochland County.
Okay, it's been moved. Do we have a second?
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? Okay, ayes have it, unanimous. We have just proclaimed October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We do have a proclamation to present, and I believe we have folks here to receive it. So if you, now would be a time to come forward. We have a proclamation here that we're going to present, but you heard the proclamation say that this is an intolerable violent act. And I can't thank you and your team enough for trying to address this. It is something that affects virtually everybody, either directly, indirectly, or somebody you know, and I can't thank you enough for you to address this and bring awareness to it.
Thank you, and thank everyone for your support.
Would you like to say anything?
I just want to thank everyone for past support and future support. We've all need to work together, so appreciate that.
And thank you, Heather. You wouldn't mind stepping up for a wedding? We're going to photograph it. Yes, sir.
Just before.
Thank you so much.
Exactly.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is requests to postpone agenda items, any additions, deletions, or changes to the order of presentation. Board, are there any suggested changes, additions, or deletions? Okay, seeing none, we'll keep moving. The next item on the agenda is the minutes approval. This is the minutes for the August 29th and September 4th, 2018 meetings. Are there any additions, changes, or deletions to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes for August 29th and September 4th as presented.
Okay, it's been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? Okay, the ayes have it. It's unanimous. The minutes are approved. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is a report. The first report up today is VDOT, and I believe Danny is with us today to bring the good news about our roads.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky. I'm Danny Baden, Assistant Residency Engineer of the Ashland Residency, representing VDOT today. I apologize for our unusually light contingent. There are unforeseen personnel issues that Marshall and Mark are dealing with, but they will be available for tomorrow night's town hall meeting. Just wanted to reassure you of that.
Good, thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to go over last month's, VDOT's efforts of last month. Before you, you have the maintenance achievements of the last month between the two area headquarters, Sandy Hook and Oilville. Before you, you see our typical pothole repair, shoulder repair, tree trimming, animal pickup, the like. Rather than discuss the particulars, I would like to just ask if you have any questions. We can continue onward with traffic studies. Any questions regarding our usual maintenance between the area headquarters?
Any questions? No? Okay.
So I would like to take a couple of minutes just to give you some updates on some hot projects in your county. We have the Broad and 288 project that's still on track for our accelerated advertisement January of 2020. Right now it's going through the design milestone process and various approvals throughout project management. As always, we're going to try to accelerate that if we can, but right now we're tracking for January 2020. Fairground Roundabout, it's on track for scoping, which sets our baseline schedule and our costs and all that. Still hoping to achieve our accelerated advertisement of November 2021. West Creek and Patterson, that's under construction as you see. The poles are up, the signal mast arm should be up this Thursday. We're still tracking for a final inspection of October 19th, so everything's going as planned on that project. And the Maidens Road deck repair, so far we are awaiting design approval, still tracking for a summer of 2019 advertisement, but we will most likely get that advertised in April. So I'm sorry that was not in our report. That should have been. So on page 2, there are a couple of studies that have been ongoing. I'd like to present the following. We had a guardrail issue on Route 623 at the Valero gas station. 2 options were recommended by traffic. As you know, we went with the cheaper option, which was just to revise the striping to avoid the guardrail. We'd like to monitor that for a little while. If that is not acceptable, if we see any issues, then we're going to have to proceed with the more expensive option, which is to remove some sections of the guardrail and then remove the end treatment as well. Secondly, we had a traffic study that was requested on Route 621 at Mellick Ridge Road. The improvements that were suggested were tree trimming and an additional intersection ahead sign. We will get working on that as soon as possible. And lastly, we had a request for Route 6 between Mannequin Road and Hermitage. We sent that to traffic engineering, and that should be underway relatively shortly. So that is all I have for you all today. If there are any questions.
Any questions for Danny?
Just one.
Ms.
if you don't
Osborne?
mind. What was the safety study is that speed limits?
So we presented, I guess, the gamut to you all, and I presume you mean Route 6, correct?
Yes.
This was in regards to Luckstone. I believe they're doing some corporate-wide safety analysis of their intersections. That
Gotcha.
was presented to us, and the issue that they were concerned about was with all the slow-moving vehicles moving in and out of the intersection, and I believe there are a couple of other industrial businesses in the area. They were worried about crashes and the like. We did observe a couple of crashes that could have been attributed to slow-moving vehicles coming in and out of that intersection. But upon discussion with you all and our internal management, we realized that a safety study is more what they were looking for as opposed to just a speed study.
Gotcha, gotcha, okay.
So that's where we're going to go. And once again, once we get the results of that, we'll forward it to you all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you
And,
all.
We'll look forward to seeing a representative tomorrow night from VDOT. Good, thank you. Okay, our next report is the Fire Rescue Activity Report. Chief, would you like to come forward?
Good afternoon, board members, county administrator, Ms. McGee, Ms. Piskewicz, Bill McKay, Fire Rescue Chief. I almost sound like a broken record when I get up here sometimes, I think, but I think it's important to share with you as well as the citizens the work that is being done by the folks within fire rescue. From January 1st to September 24th, we've responded to 2,396 calls for service. That is an almost 15% increase in calls for service based upon the same time period last year. That's almost unheard of in our line of business, and it's very difficult to sustain that type of response. Wanted to highlight a couple of the incidents that we responded to during this last 2 months since I've been in front of you. We had a period there of 5 days where we responded to several significant car accidents in the center part of the county. One was a automobile accident on River Road West that involved an extensive extrication operation right in front of the CD facilities there just east of 1900 River Road. Coming down that large hill, that big hill, a vehicle coming west, a woman lost control of her vehicle. And if you're familiar with that area, there's two big rocks and there's a large tree there. She had the misfortune of hitting that tree and becoming entrapped within her vehicle for an extended period of time. And we wound up medevacing her. The other was about 3 or 4 days later, just during a rain thunderstorm event on Maidens Road, we had someone lose control of their vehicle between Route 6 and Fairground Road, and they took down power lines, and we were fortunate that we got a quick response from Dominion Power because they had a large transformer came down right on top of the vehicle, and the individual was very apprehensive about getting out of the vehicle, and had they gotten out of the vehicle, they probably would have been killed because they would have been the path from electricity to the ground. So we want to reinforce to folks, if you find yourself involved in an accident where power lines are down in close proximity to your vehicle or a transformer, stay inside that vehicle. Don't get out. We had a misfortune several years ago in the east end of the county where an individual did get out of the vehicle, survived the car crash, and they were subsequently electrocuted after they came in contact with the electrical line. So please stay inside the vehicle. In addition to that, we had a large house fire on Mannequin Farms that required the assistance of some of our mutual aid partners, and an extensive landfill fire that occurred at the 623 landfill that tied up resources for a number of hours. The county has been funding an EMT class for a number of years. We had 28 registrants sign up for it. The first night, we only had 14 people show up. 4 are existing fire rescue members, but the overwhelming majority of the other registrants and attendees come from outside of Goochland County. We're the best bang in town. You guys fund the EMT class. If those people had to go to the community college to get that, it would be several $100s. We do deliver it free of charge. So we need to reevaluate and relook at that EMT course because 8 of those people are Powhatan residents, and I'm sure you don't want to be paying to train Powhatan residents. We use it as a marketing tool, as a recruitment tool. So hopefully that some of them will come on board as volunteer members, but we're not getting that return that we've seen in the past in that respect. Like many other county departments, we're having a problem recruiting people to come to work. We have been fortunate enough that you've budgeted positions, and we're grateful of that. But we've been open for 8 weeks now, soliciting applications. We've had 43 applicants so far. And of those 43, 10 do not meet the prerequisites for coming to work, so they're automatically excluded. We do have 3 conditional offers of employment out there for people to come to work effective November 1st, and we're continuing to recruit, continuing to test, and continuing to process people. We're not alone in this. Our partners, we've surveyed some of the partners in Chesterfield, Henrico, where they used to get thousands and thousands of people sign up for the test. They're not seeing their numbers either anymore. So this is, I know talking to Sheriff Agnew, he's having the same problem within the sheriff's office. This is a problem right now in public safety across the country, not just within Goochland County. So as Mr. Peterson or the administrator alluded to, the barn safety class is this Saturday. It's in partnership with Goochland Animal Protection as well as Deep Run Hunt Club and some others. Years ago we did this, and it actually was such a success that the governor singled out Goochland County and presented an award to Goochland County for that. This year, the classes and presentations that will be held Saturday are in memory of Sherry Sackett. Sherry was a longtime member of Fire Rescue who passed away earlier this year, or actually late 2017, and we hope we get a good attendance there. We hope the weather will cooperate in that. I want to echo what Mr. Peterson said and reassure the board as well as the county residents regarding the hurricane preparation stuff. I also want to give a shout out to Goochland Sheriff's Office. As you know, this was our first opportunity to really prepare and really potentially utilize our new Emergency Operations Center. The sheriff's staff did an excellent job of coordinating that and making sure that the infrastructure was in place for that. Fortunately, we didn't have to utilize it, but just to reinforce to you as well as to the county residents, county staff did mobilize, county staff did a lot of preparation. We were consumed with that for several days because it looked like it was going to be a direct hit into the Virginia Beach area, Hampton Roads area. A lot of people are under the misconception that because we are not a coastal community, we will not be affected by hurricanes. That's a misconception. As we saw in this event, Raleigh, Charlotte, Fayetteville, Lumberton, all of those communities are nowhere near the coast. We are about equidistant from the coast that Fayetteville was. And if you remember some of the pictures coming out of Fayetteville and Lumberton, they were literally underwater. That very easily could have been Goochland County if we had gotten 30 inches of rain. So people need to be prepared. While we're not a coastal community and we may not experience the storm surge, but flooding and wind-related damage is certainly a possibility here within Goochland County. Field Days of the Past was held recently. It took over 1,000 staff hours from Fire Rescue to do that. That's not 1,000 county staff members, so please don't think that that's going to bust the budget. But it did require 134 and a half county staff hours to help our volunteer partners manage that event. And as you know, this was the first event where the county is now going to start charging, or the promoter will incur a fee for that. So those funds will be recouped in that respect. Fire Prevention Week is next week. The United States still has a terrible track record regarding people dying in their own home. Virginia is on track to set a new modern record this year for people dying in their own home. And part of the reason for that is what we're furnishing our homes with. Years ago, if the smoke alarm went off in your house, you had about 17 minutes to safely get out of your home. That was when your home was affixed with natural products, wood-based, products. Now that number is down to 3 minutes, So if you don't respond and react appropriately to that smoke alarm when it goes off, the chances are very high that you're not going to survive the fire that occurs in your house. So we encourage everybody to, number one, have a working smoke alarm. Number two, check their batteries. Number three, exercise fire drills at home. Our kids do it at school. Schools have an excellent track record. Millions of kids go to school every single day across this country. There was not one single fire-related death across this country in our schools in the last 5 years. It works. It works if we take that same philosophy and do it at home. So with that, when we change our clock, we want to make sure that everybody changes the battery and checks to make sure they're smoke alarm. And the last thing I want to share with you is something that we're extremely proud of. This year, 3 of our members have been chosen by the Retail Merchants Association to receive a Bronze Medal of Valor Award at the annual ceremony that will be held November 14th, I believe it is, down at the Convention Center. This is a regional event that's attended by over 1,000 people, and 3 of our members were evaluated and recognized for their service on a water rescue call, that being Captain Dean Dunn, firefighter paramedic Christopher Ferguson, and firefighter EMT Kevin Hatcher. So we are extremely proud of the work that they do on a daily basis, as we are of all of our people. But this is the first time any member of Goochland Fire Rescue is being recognized by that group. And just wanted to share that with you, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
That's great news. Questions for the chief? I guess the only thing is thank you for everything you do on a daily basis, chief, and congratulations to those 3 members. Next item on the agenda is the introduction of new county staff. Ms. Kelly Parrish, would you like to walk us through?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky. I'm Kelly Parrish, Director of Human Resources, and on behalf of County Administration, I'm pleased to present new staff in Human Resources, County Assessor's Office, Fire EMS, and General Services. Due to the creation of a new full-time position, Teresa Brever joined the Human Resources Department as an HR generalist on August 27th. Teresa, please stand for us. Teresa previously worked as an HR generalist at a nonprofit in Northern Virginia, as well as an HR coordinator locally with Bankers Insurance. Welcome. Thank you. Due to a resignation, Peter Edwards joined the assessor's office as a senior real estate appraiser on September 4th. Pete, would you stand for us, please? Pete comes to us with experience as a real estate appraiser from both Hanover County and Chesterfield County. Thanks, Pete. Welcome.
Welcome.
Due to a resignation, Eric London joined the Fire EMS as a firefighter on September 4th. He previously served as an EMT with American Medical Response and as a volunteer firefighter with Chesterfield County. Eric also serves as a combat medic specialist with the Virginia Army National Guard. Also, due to a resignation, Cameron Fortune joined the Convenience Center as an attendant on September 17th. Before coming to Goochland, Cameron worked as a driver for Cavalier Produce and Duke's Towing. So please join me in welcoming them all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Parrish. Board, the next 2 items on the agenda are information only. They're in your packet, the planning and development activity and the accounts payable. Are there any questions or comments on either of those 2 items? Okay, we'll keep going. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Mr. Badesky, would you like to just give us an overview of each of the 3 items on the agenda for this evening?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Just a few small items today, but did want to highlight a few of them in particular. The first item on your consent agenda today is a resolution of recognition for Ms. Robin Ellis. And she's not here with us today, but she is retired, but she's given 25 years to the county. We wanted to recognize and thank her for her service with that resolution. The next item you have, and this is just a point of cleanup, basically. We had, at the legislative meeting, we had to declare the emergency. This will just basically terminate the emergency that we had declared. That's just a formality. And the last item that we have today is also some level of cleanup. We're looking to amend the resolution approved on May 1, 2018 for the secondary 6-year plan. This in particular is the project that's tied to the roundabout improvement at Fairgrounds Road. This is just to make sure that that stub component gets added into the resolution. There's no additional local impact that we haven't already prepared for. Mr. Chairman, with that, that's the consent agenda for the
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Badesky on the consent agenda? Do we have a consensus to go ahead and take them as a group?
Yes.
Okay, now I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt or approve the consent agenda as presented by Mr. Badesky.
Okay, it's been moved to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Okay, it's unanimous that the consent agenda is approved. The next item on the agenda is new business. The first item of new business is our annual update from Central Virginia Waste Management Authority, and I believe Kim Hines is here with us today. Welcome, thank you for coming out today. Would you like to walk us through the update?
Gladly.
All right.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for having me out today. I'm pleased to be here to give you a little refresher on CVWMA and what we do for the county and the region, and also let you know what we've been up to and what's been going on, particularly in the recycling industry. Just a little background, we're a regional public service authority. We were formed under the Virginia Water and Waste Authorities Act back in 1990. We serve 13 localities in the Central Virginia and Tri-Cities region. And you can see our map there. I have a 20-member board of directors, all representatives appointed by governing bodies of their respective localities. Lee Dunn serves us from the county of Goochland, and Dwayne Jones is her alternate, and we work very closely with both of them on a regular basis, so we appreciate all the work that they do on behalf of the county. Just a little bit reminder of benefits of being a part of the Central Virginia Waste Management Authority. We have developed, we amend, we update, and we maintain the Central Virginia Solid Waste Management Plan, which all 13 jurisdictions participate in. We also work regionally to meet and exceed the state's recycling mandated goals and plan for recycling activities in the region. On a daily basis, we're procuring, negotiating, and administering cost-effective programs with the private sector. We offer a menu of programs. Obviously, our service area is very diverse, ranging from urban, suburban, to rural communities, and sometimes one size doesn't always fit all, so we try to work with everyone to provide what best fits. A little bit about the solid waste management plan. It is, we are required under state law to develop a 20-year plan. We are updating it every 5 years. It's on a rolling 20-year basis. The plan is to address the waste management hierarchy developed by the state: source reduction, reuse, recycling, resource recovery, incineration, and landfilling, in that order. We estimate solid waste generation in the region based on projected population from the Weldon Cooper Center, and the plans that we have to meet the recycling mandate established by the state. We are coming up on our 5-year update. Our next 5-year update is due in 2019. This is the third since the legislation went into place. So we are collaborating with our member jurisdictions and gaining their input. We have sent out to each of our localities back in the spring a survey of projected growth, projected what you might need in the way of solid waste to help us plan for the future. So we're in the process of compiling all of that. Our technical advisory committee, which Dwayne serves on, are analyzing all of those and putting that together in a plan. We will bring that to our board in June of next year, and it is due to the Department of Environmental Quality in August. Some of the major updates that I mentioned, some of them are what we'll be using, of course, updating the figures of population. We've had some of our localities in the past that maybe don't agree with the Weldon Cooper Center, so we've asked that question this time in the survey. If your projected growth isn't consistent with the state's projected growth, then certainly we want to know that. We'll be estimating waste generation based on those population estimates and your input, and we'll also be planning for some of the changes that you've probably heard in the news of changing the landscape of landfill capacity coming down the pike in the region. Oh, and I didn't mention, but if you, the solid waste management plan is available on our website if you have some downtime. Just a little bit about the annual regional recycling rate. We do report that for the, on behalf of the region. The 2017 rate, we reported at 59%, which far exceeds the state's mandated goal of 25%. The Central Virginia region does have the highest recycling rate of any other region in the Commonwealth, so we're very, very proud of that. Very much of a priority for us. A couple of years ago, our board went through the formal strategic planning process. It is a 4-year plan spanning over the 4 fiscal years, 2017 through 2020. We are at the halfway mark in implementing our plan, and this is kind of a snapshot of our initiatives that were developed during that time frame and kind of where we are in implementing the plan. The goal to be that all of that is green within the next 20 years, but we're pretty well on our way and have certainly added value to our member jurisdictions along the way as well. On a daily basis, we provide a menu of services for our localities to pick and choose from. You can see some of them there, some of our larger ones and which ones Goochland participates in. We do contract everything out to the private sector, so we're not actually buying trucks and doing things like that, or doing the operations ourselves, so it's a good public-private partnership. In the county, we provide curbside recycling and drop-off recycling, electronics recycling, proper disposal of paint, used oil, recycling, those types of things. And heard a lot of discussion this afternoon on disaster recovery and dodging a bullet with the hurricanes and tornadoes, but we're also prepared on the cleanup side for you, that we have disaster recovery and monitoring contracts in place in the event of a FEMA declared event, and that will help you with reimbursement on the back end, and as well as cleanup both in the emergency phase and after. So, so those are available to you as well. Just a little bit about trash trends over the last few years. As you know, collect trash at 2 convenience centers in Goochland. The volume of trash has declined over the last 7 or 8 years. Of course, there were some big dips when the economy, when we were during the recessionary period. It has ticked back up again with economic growth. We did a procurement for a 10-year contract with Waste Management that began July of 2013, and at that time that procurement saved the county about $140,000 annually, so that's been a good contract. A little bit about the recycling at the convenience centers and at the curb. Goochland provides curbside recycling to almost 1,500 homes. That is the services paid for through homeowners associations and individual groups in the county. We added about 159 homes to that total in fiscal year 2018. But you can see how the growth in recycling has happened over the years, both at the curb and at the drop-off at the convenience centers. This is a little statistical information about the programs that the county participates in, volumes, tons collected, gallons of oil, those types of things, just for informational purposes. Some of them, like CFC removal, for instance, those are the chlorofluorocarbons and the hydrochlorofluorocarbons in refrigerators, dehumidifiers, things like that. Goochland joined that program in fiscal year 2018, I think before you were doing it yourself. We help out from time to time on yard waste grinding, not all of the time. I think some of that material goes to the 623 landfill as well for their use. We also do a lot of education and outreach, and we operate a call center for information about recycling and recycling opportunities or properly disposing of certain items. We have a call center of about 3.5 staff. We take about over 50,000 calls a year, answer a lot of emails, and distribute a lot of public education materials too, as well as we have 2 public information staff that are out and about in schools delivering materials. I have our website, which has a recycling wizard on it, so any one of your residents could go in and put in Goochland County and where do I recycle used oil, and it should pop up with options for them to take it. We're all over social media, and we partner with the county a lot on sharing information, both us sharing your information and vice versa, so we appreciate that partnership. I wanted to talk a little bit about, and you might have heard in the news somewhat about what has happened in the recycling industry in the last year. China has been the, I guess, the #1 importer of particularly cardboard and mixed paper, also some plastics as well, and they announced last year a new quality standard for recyclable materials coming into the country. Before, where the standard was a 5% contamination, and when I say contamination, it's things that should not be mixed in with a mixed paper bale or a cardboard bale. The standard was about 5%, and they've reduced that to a 0.5%. So they've basically made that nearly impossible for recycling processors to meet that standard, particularly single-stream recycling processors, which means everything's commingled and then sorted out at the facility. So we've been challenged with that. As I mentioned, they were the single largest importer. Chinese mills are now not buying because of the risk of rejection and the cost of rejecting that material and diverting it either to another country or back here to the U.S. is exorbitant. Currently, we are able to sell some of the material to domestic mills in the U.S., as well as there are some other mills in other countries like India, Korea, Vietnam. They also have become somewhat picky because they can about the quality of the material. And essentially what's happened is oversupply has diminished the demand for the material and has significantly reduced the market price. And this is kind of what happened to the market price, and this goes all the way back almost 15 years, I guess, on the prices for paper, the fiber, in particular, with the orange line is cardboard and the blue line mixed paper. The black line is newspaper, if you can get really good quality of newsprint. But you can see what happened in, you can see it's mostly been economic driven. So you can tell that, like here was when the recession, this is the end of 2008, beginning of 2009, when the economy tanked, so did the demand for mixed paper, and it really dropped to, mixed paper dropped to $5 a ton, which, you know, it's been selling at its high points up over $100 a ton. So, and then here is October of last year when the price dropped significantly of both OCC or all of the fiber commodities. The difference in what happened here and what's happened here is that a couple months later we started to see the gradual increase in the markets. Here we're still seeing decline, and they have declined. Mixed paper and newsprint have stayed flat, at least in over the last 6 months. We're starting to see a little bit of an uptick in the cardboard, but you can see kind of the difference in the reason that it hasn't bounced back. So a little bit about the impact to us here locally. Our contractor that we use for processing the recyclables is TFC. They are a family-owned company. They have 2 material recovery facilities, one here in Chester and then the other is in the Tidewater area. And traditionally, the revenue from the sale of recyclable material has covered the cost of processing, sorting, baling, getting it to market, and has also kept the cost of collection at the curb low. Mixed paper makes up 36% of the volume, and cardboard makes up 31% in our region. So 67% of the volume is fiber. So when the market price drops that significantly for 67% of your volume, some of the material recovery facilities have found themselves upside down on costs. TFC did petition us for relief on the net processing costs, and we did work out some relief so that they could continue to provide the service. So this is the impact to Goochland. Before this, we were receiving a $20 per ton rebate, and now we are paying a $30 per ton processing charge. Now that number that is a worst case scenario number, and that number will go down as the market prices start to go back up, so that's not an eternal fixed number. So this is a worst case scenario to the county, about $16,000. So what have we been doing? We've been trying to educate all of our elected leaders, administrators, city managers, and citizens of all of our localities on the issue and what has happened, and are working towards making sure that we clean up the material so that we are providing a good, sellable product, commodity in the end, and to sustain our programs for the future. We have issued a press release, which I included in a packet of information for you. We have gotten some help from the local media. We had a story on Channel 6. Of course, we've been all over social media, and I thank Paul, for sharing a lot of that information. Again, we're answering the phones and talking to people every day, and public service announcements, emails, newsletters, things like that, and signage at convenience centers. Anyway, this is a copy of the press release, which you should have in your packet, and just to show you some of the issues, I guess, in pictures, and making sure that the cans have, our biggest culprit is plastic bags. Plastic bags can be recycled. Good, clean plastic bags can be recycled at local grocery stores. We can't take them in our system because they get commingled and everything, and they get wrapped around the equipment at the MRF. This is kind of a picture of what happens, and that just slows down production and slows down the process. So we're encouraging people not to even bag their materials. I know a lot of people want to put them in plastic bags to go to the convenience center to drop it off. If we can encourage them to empty them and just put their loose recycling in there, that will help us clean it up a little bit. And right now, those plastic bags, because they've had to slow down the sorting facility, they're pulling those out, and they're not getting, even the contents of them are not getting recycled. So that's just another message to residents who are taking the time to recycle, and probably recycling all of the right things, just not putting it in a plastic bag to recycle it. So again, we appreciate all of your help. On the ground, at least on the curbside recycling program, we've developed an OOPS tag to inform residents that what they might be putting in their bin or their cart is not recyclable, so that we can fix that on the curb as well. This is a picture of a sign that Goochland, at the bottom right here, is picture of a sign that you all have at your convenience centers to try to help at the drop-offs. Sometimes it's hard when somebody's not watching those all of the time, so we're kind of working on that. We're working on possibly different designs of those drop-off containers to reduce contamination and such. Finally, just a little bit of, just administratively, our operating budget is almost nearly 16 million. Most of that is passed through to our jurisdictions based on the programs that you all participate in. And so our administrative budget is a little over $1 million. We're operated by an operating assessment for each, 48 cents per capita for each locality. And I'm sorry that says Ashland up there. It should say Goochland. That is the correct number of your annual assessment. I apologize for that. We do have several of our programs are either no cost or even revenue generating based on the recycling markets. In various programs, we have given back over $9 million in the last 25 years back to our localities based on the recycling markets. I mean, 6 million of it in the last 5 years. So the recycling markets have been strong, and I think that they will. The mixed paper and the cardboard, it may take some time, but I think that they will come back. And in the last 5 years, we've given over $300,000 back to Goochland based on those programs. So you all are doing a great job at recycling these still lucrative commodities. I am happy to answer any questions. My card is in there. If anything comes up in the meantime, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Kim?
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
So thank you very much. Appreciate this information. It's got a couple quick things, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So under the chart, or that you showed us, annual regional recycling rate, where the region is at 59%, if I'm reading that right.
Mhm.
Do you have the numbers by locality? Do you know what Goochland's doing?
No, we're considered a solid waste planning unit as a region.
Okay.
So
You really don't track
we
it?
really don't.
Okay.
And sometimes we even have trouble. These are not just the programs that CVWMA provides. This is all of the recycling programs that are, we get information from all the recycling processors as best we can, and sometimes even getting that information by just
It's
our
not as
region.
easy, right?
So,
Okay, I'm just curious.
yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, you've got the call center and education outreach, and maybe it's on here, and I just don't see it. Do you have the phone number for that?
Yes, it's 340-0900.
804.
804,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's our recycling hotline.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
It's probably here somewhere, and I just missed it.
that's all right.
Made a note on one of these charts, and I don't remember what the question is. Okay, I'm through. Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Chairman.
Sure.
Ms. Hines, is there an issue with paper bags being thrown in with the plastic recyclables? Is that an issue as well?
Is there an issue with what being thrown in?
Paper bags?
Like the cardboard boxes?
No, like, I've seen in the plastic bottle recycling, you mentioned not to use plastic bags in there,
Uh-huh.
but is there an issue if it's paper bags? Because I see those as well.
No, the paper bags get recycled with the mixed paper.
Okay.
Yep, paper bags are fine.
You got
One
Kim
more
was last go ahead.
question.
Sure. Yep.
Is it possible for you to give us this presentation electronically?
Yes, I have already sent it to
Oh.
Lisa.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Murray?
Just one quick, on the operating assessment, it's 48 cents
Cents
per,
capita,
okay,
Yep.
per person.
correct. So, and we
Per
use
resident.
the Weldon Cooper Center for population, final estimates for that. So your annual assessment's a little over 10,000. And that rate hasn't changed in 22 years, the 48 cents.
I think Bob's doing some calculations there.
You can see the steam.
I'm just doing 22,000, 10,560. Was that supposed to be where the Ashland number is, the Goochland number should be? Sorry.
Yeah.
22,048 cents. Might have to get my calculator out.
I've got
I think that's,
10,560, but that's close to this Ashland number, so it might
well,
be
so
just.
50% would be about 11,000.
Right.
So a little less than 50. So it's not, that's not Ashland's number. I just had the word, or just the
Yeah, I know, that's why I was saying.
locality
Yeah,
incorrect.
I guess I got confused, so that's a Goochland number, sorry.
Okay. I'll fix that.
Sorry.
Then when we resend you the presentation, so you have
I
the
was actually
exact.
trying to get to the 561,000 number, but that's for the region.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, that is. 1.2 million, I think, in population, something around that.
That sounds right.
Correct.
Sorry.
That's okay.
John, do you have? Yeah.
Quickly, thank you, good presentation, very informative. I'm new to this, and
Okay.
they've covered some of my questions, but on the menu of services slide, you asterisk what Goochland participates in. Two questions on that slide. So I see batteries is not asterisk, but I know at the central convenience center, there is a place to drop off batteries. Does that just mean that we're doing that ourselves?
Correct.
Okay.
You might have somebody else coming to pick those up.
And I don't want to take a lot of time.
No, you're
But
fine.
just educating me a little bit, how does it work? Is there a time of the year that we look at what services we use? And what service, is that, do we do
Right.
like an annual contract, and is that,
Well, we have individual service agreements for instance, if you wanted to join any one of these programs, like the battery program that you're not, if you wanted to use our vendor instead of who you're using, you can join it at any time.
okay,
You just participate in the contract that we have already established with the vendor. So
Yeah.
there's, each of the contracts have different terms, and they end at different times. And so when those are coming up, either for renewal or we're doing a procurement, certainly is a time to, evaluate your participation in the program.
so you're just talking about when you all are doing a procurement, is that what's happening on those three that have RFP next to them?
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that. Yes, we're working on the drop-off recycling and the hauling portion of that, and then the front-end load, which I think Goochland participates in. We're in the middle of an RFP for that, for procurement, and household hazardous waste, the paint and used oil, same thing, and waste tires is coming up. All of those contracts end June 30th, 2019, so those will be, we're procuring for those services beyond that point.
So when we're evaluating what we do, we'll be, the people that are on the board, and they'll be aware of the status of this RFP, and when the numbers come in, there'll be time for us to evaluate, okay, does it make sense to continue the services?
Absolutely.
That's the way it works.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yep.
Thank you.
I had a quick question. On this slide, you mentioned that all the programs are contracted out with to the private sector.
Yes.
What about the solid waste landfills? Does your organization own any of those, or are those all privately owned as well?
They're all privately owned
Okay.
now, yes.
And you're the regional organization that makes sure there's enough capacity. Central Virginia and Goochland in particular are experiencing a fair amount of growth and generating more waste. Are you comfortable that the capacity is there to handle the future growth rate for the next decade or two? Or, I mean, how do you look at that?
Yes, we do. One, as part of the process of updating the solid waste plan, we're getting all of the information from all of the various landfills. And yes, for the next 10, 20 years, there is enough capacity. We are looking beyond that as well, knowing what we know about some of the landfills. And you've probably heard the Chesterfield decision on the Shoesmith landfill, which is a big one, that they'll be at capacity in the next 5 to 7 years. The Republic's landfill in the east end of Henrico is on their last expansion, 17, 18 more years. And then as of right now, everything else is owned, other than the Petersburg landfill, is owned by Waste Management. So so we'll see competition diminished, which could essentially drive up costs for landfill disposal in the future. Cumberland County just approved a landfill with county waste, so that may be another long-term opportunity for MSW disposal. So yes, we're looking at everything and
Okay.
anything and everything.
Good, good. And then
So we just need to recycle more.
Yes,
Keep it out
yes.
of landfill.
So since you don't own any of these landfills, there's no Superfund site exposure, since that's all
No,
held in private
not to our
hands?
knowledge,
Okay,
correct.
okay, super. Just looking at the boxcar risks, so thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Other questions or thoughts? Okay, well, thank you
Okay.
very much for coming in. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
You too. Bye-bye now. Okay. Paul, you're going to walk us through our 2019 legislative agenda.
Yes, sir.
See if you can find it.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Drumright, Administrative Services Manager. And this afternoon, we're going to talk about the proposed 2019 legislative agenda. Excuse me. As you'll recall, the board had a luncheon with the delegation back on September 11th. And so out of that discussion, we have this proposed 2019 legislative agenda, topics that we discussed, topics we also had from previous legislative agendas as well. So I'm going to cover our priority requests for the county. We have the priority requests for schools that I'll also go or just hit real quickly. And then we'll hit into the 2019 policy positions. At your desk, you should have a copy of the PowerPoint as well as a copy of the legislative agenda. Excuse me. And then at the back of the room as well as a copy of the proposed, right now, a draft proposed legislative agenda. So the priority requests right now for the county are 5 requests. One focuses on clarifying the capacity of public facilities as used to evaluate proffer submissions in residential rezoning requests. Thank you so much. As well as then expand broadband, transportation of sludge, and then the reimbursement for the compensation expense of the electoral board and general registrar, and then going on to reimbursement for political party primaries. On this first one, to clarify capacity of public facilities as used to evaluate proffer submissions in residential rezoning requests, this is a request. This has been a request that we had last year. This comes out of the 2016 proffer law change, and so as you can see here, we're asking to clarify the term capacity. This is something that we worked with Delegate Ware and Senator Peake at last year to carry bills on. Senator Peake's bill is still active in the Senate right now, and then we've been in discussion and are currently in discussions with the Home Builders Association of Virginia on making changes in our proposal. I believe we actually have a copy at your desk of the latest proposal right now, draft proposal that we're working on, and that we've shared with them and are reviewing. We have received interest, again, from Senator Peake to carry this again this year, as well as then Delegate Ware has reached out and informed the county that he is willing to carry this bill as well for us. So we would be asking to define the term capacity, and then we would be asking to make a couple other changes to it to kind of clarify the existing public facility capacity at the time of the rezoning, and a couple other tweaks to the law that we've identified that need to be changed. So that is our priority request number 1, and that we are actively working on. Moving on, expand broadband. This is one item that we had in the previous years. We've added onto this at the very front, you'll see support funding, additional funding to the Virginia Telecommunication Initiative for broadband expansion. In previous years, it was at $1 million per year. This past budget, when they approved it, they moved it to $4 million per year for the next 2 fiscal years, which is a great increase, but out of the need, it is just minuscule. So we support expanding that and more dedicated funding. As part of the discussion we had at the luncheon, one idea of coming up with a revenue source was dedicating revenue collected from remote sellers as a result of the United States Supreme Court's South Dakota versus Wayfair, Inc. ruling to the existing VADI program for broadband expansion. So this ruling just occurred this past summer related to allowing the taxing of remote sellers and kind of loosening some of the rules that were in place in previous decisions by the Supreme Court. And so the Commonwealth is right now looking at what funds may come out of that if they decide to go ahead and implement additional taxing of remote sellers. There is, if you've seen in the paper, Senator Stanley has suggested taking some of that money for schools. Previous back in 2013, they talked about taking that money to put towards transportation. So right now, one suggestion we have is it has a very good nexus of, you're purchasing things online, you're using the internet. Well, what better way to take some of that money back and reinvest it into improving internet in areas where it is kind of lacking. Then we continue to have on there support improvements to the existing state law to make it easier for wireless communication companies related to towers, as long as we can still keep the ability to regulate land use. And that's something that we had the past couple of years. We've been told that they shouldn't have any tower bills this year, that they've settled that issue, but you never say never. Moving on to transportation of sludge. This is a item that we had past couple years as well. We did not have anybody willing to carry it last year, but so we have included it again as a request. Basically regulating the safety of farm vehicles. We've had a couple accidents in the county, and so we want to kind of tighten that up, the safety-wise, for both our citizens and our community. And we also want to make sure we have some time limits on that, because I know we've had some issues in the past. And so we continue to push that request as well. Moving on to number 4 is related to the reimbursement for the compensation and expense of the Electoral Board and General Registrar. This has been a perennial request that we've gotten out of the Registrar's office, from the Electoral Board. And so we have included it again. We've had support in the past for it. And so we're putting it forward again to request the legislation funding the full compensation and expenses of both the Electoral Board and the General Registrar. Moving on to our 5th one. This is, again, a companion to the other one, and this has also been a perennial one for us. Request legislation to amend the code to require full compensation from political parties for primaries, because localities have to do it at the direction of the Commonwealth, and it is for except presidential primaries. Those we do get some funding back for. But so we're asking again to kind of put this forward as another request and see if we can go forward and try to recoup some money for the county. Moving on, so these are 4 of 8 of the priority requests for schools, as you see on your screen. As I mentioned, it's in the full packet you have in front of you, as well as back at the back table. And then these are the other 5, or other 4 we have from schools as well. And a number of them are, about half of them are the same, and a half are new items that they have put forward. Moving on to our policy positions. Our first policy position is one that we've had the past year, related to the proffer law change. We have added a 3rd bullet to it, or a 3rd piece, to remove or in part language related to decision making. And so this is something that we are including in the proposals that we have submitted and are discussing, but wanted to add it to this as a policy position. This would change how they can come back and when they look at why a decision was made on the proffers. The next item on your screen, support the presumption that county assessments, or as adjusted by the Board of Equalization, are correct in the preservation of the manifest error evidentiary requirement for assessment appeals. This is an item that came out of last year's General Assembly session. There were 2 bills that would change this presumption and really make it something that could be of a concern for the county. We did actively oppose it, and we're at the committee meetings to oppose it when they decided to pull it to try to work on it. They are working on addressing this legislation right now. Whit Marshall with the county attorney's office has been active in tracking that for us and following where that's going and what the compromise may look like. But so we want to throw that in there as a policy position because it is very important that if this standard were to change, it could mean a lot fiscally for the county that we want to try to prevent. Moving on to the other policy positions. The top one is related to the COPN process. This is one that we've had for the past couple years. This is asking to make a change to that COPN process to kind of make it less lengthy and less costly for businesses. We've had issues with businesses who were locating in the county who've had to go through that process and spend a lot of time and money to fight to get what they were trying to locate here. And so there has been some movement in the General Assembly on this, but it will still be interesting, something to track and keep an eye on as they work on a compromise to make sure that however they decide to change the rules, that it will benefit, or at least it does not harm Goochland County and any future businesses that may look to locate here and have to go through that process. Then the other relates to supporting the recommendations that have been done through the JLARC study on industrial residuals and biosolids. The budget that was approved did include funding to implement 2 of the recommendations. And so we want to make sure those go forward, and maybe we can keep pushing to get additional recommendations supported in there. But so we added that as we kind of changed this around, but it had been a policy position we've had for the past couple years. Moving on, these are 2 other policy positions that have been in the past couple years. The top one relates to change that was proposed about 2 legislative sessions ago related to GIS and land surveying. And so we keep that in there. We did not see any legislation last year related to that. That could have a potential fiscal consequence to the county if that legislation would have gone through. It could have really changed kind of how we were doing some things. As well as then this bottom one relates to some legislation about 2 years ago that they tried to push through or tried to carry related to closed door meetings or related to executive session meetings and recording those. And so we continue to have that there as a policy position. This one relates to our Children's Services Act and relates to the eliminating the sum sufficiency of the state's share of funding for private education day placements. This is something that has been understudied by the General Assembly. A number of things are understudy, obviously. But so we continue to watch this to make sure that any changes that they make, that the state continues to pay their share of whatever we have to pay. Moving on, we have our support regional county transportation priorities. These have remained the same. And then at the very bottom, we have the support granting counties equal taxing authority to that of cities and towns as something that we've included because we've been asked to support in the past individual localities as they go to try to change items. And so we want to see just equal playing field for counties, cities, and towns. Moving on, these all are policy positions that we've had the past year or 2. One relates to fiscal impacts, having them introduced on the first day of session so that we can be able to see those and to notify our delegation of items that could be of concern to us. Oppose any financial policies or regulations that harm localities. Support full funding of education in public schools. support prohibition of new unfunded mandates and implementation of sunset clauses on existing unfunded mandates, and then support any legislation that enhances or strengthens the Commonwealth's ranking for doing business in Virginia. We do have, these are two new policy positions that we have added. One relates to support funding and upgrades to critical state software that local government offices and agencies rely on and interact for day-to-day business. As you can see, one relates to social services and their system that they have to do related to Medicaid case review and applications. As you heard at a previous meeting, update from Kimberly Jefferson, Director of Social Services, about where that status is going. That's something that wasn't, I believe, not really been looked into, is making sure that that computer system that everybody's going to be have to tapping into is either upgraded or at least maintained at a level so that we can comply with all the rules and regulations we have to comply with. And then the other, it relates to also there's been some issues with the state electoral board. And then the bottom one goes back to the Supreme Court ruling, South Dakota versus Wayfair Inc., and suggesting a portion of any new revenues collected either come to benefit localities and citizens, particularly in the areas of education or broadband expansion. So that, in a nutshell, is the right now proposed 2019 legislative agenda. I'd be happy to take any questions. What we'd like is both now and over the next month, any feedback from the board of items that you want changed, order want changed, improvements to any of the items. I know we've already received some feedback, and we'll be reviewing that and looking to incorporate that. And so I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Questions for Paul?
Mr. Chairman, just if I could, just
Sure.
wanted to clarify a couple of the other documents you had. You had an overview of Paul's presentation. You have one that's, I believe was shared electronically, but it's also from Tara's office on the proffer piece. You have a new document that Paul had shared that sort of outlines the background of these issues and what we are requesting to be done. One member of the board has already given us some red line components that we would incorporate if the board was comfortable with that. And so those are the different documents that you have. And again, as Paul said, today we're just looking for guidance. We will ask at the November meeting, once we bring this back in a different form to you for your consideration of adoption.
Okay, so we're not adopting it this evening, we're just, okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
I certainly will defer to Mr. Drumright, who is much more familiar with the appropriate processes and so forth. I've just been providing assistance on the substance of the proffer bill stuff. But my understanding is Delegate Ware would like to know what bill we would like for him to put in for us. He's already asked that question. The lengthy document on the proffer law that I provided you contains 3 different proposals. And so it may be appropriate for staff to get some feedback from the board as to which of those proposals they're most interested in having Delegate Ware adopt. But again, I defer to Paul. The only other comment I will say is I've sent the draft white paper that you all received to VML, VACO, and about 8 other localities, similarly letting them know that we're interested in seeking their feedback on any of the particularized proposals. I mean, if 7 of them are in favor of one particular proposal, that might inform us on which one we might ask to. But Paul, let me go back to deferring to you if what type of input we might need or when.
I would agree. So we have been asked, basically, provide what we want related to the proffer capacity issue, and they will then work with with the legislative services to craft the language, the bill language, and move that through, and that would be in the House. We already are working again with Senator Peake. There may be a, depending on how it goes, at least 1 or 2 bills in the Senate as well related to it. And so either now or over the next couple days, if we can get some feedback from the board, if there is a particular one of those proposals that you have a preference to, or if you are fine with staff working with the other localities, working with the Virginia Association of Counties, Virginia Municipal League, to identify which ones may, as a group for localities, if there's a preference there, that we go with that.
Okay, Paul, you mentioned that last year Senator Peake dropped a bill, and we were working with him to drop a bill this year as well.
So, go ahead.
Question, would we ask Delegate Ware to drop a different bill, or would we, I mean, wouldn't we make the same ask of our,
Well, as I'm sure Paul was about to clarify, Senator Peake's bill from last year is still alive, but realistically, the language in it is not exactly what we want.
Okay, so
There was
that-
a typing error even when they submitted it, and it doesn't practically achieve what we wanted, so I don't know, though.
So his bill is still alive in the General Assembly. It has made it, hasn't made it out of committee. And if it doesn't, it will become a pumpkin at the end of 2018. And so he's going to have to reintroduce it anyway in 2019. So we would work to make sure that whatever language was in that one would mirror whatever language we have in
Good.
Delegate Ware's bill.
Good.
There is, the chairman of the Senate Local Government Committee is trying to get it down to that there is one bill related to proffers, one consensus bill. Senator Peake has committed to us that if the one consensus bill does not match what we are seeking for Goochland County in our needs, that he will carry a bill for us and make it two bills at least. So right now, again, so we're still trying to work on a consensus bill, but we'll pull that trigger if we have to on a separate bill. And so right now, we can give Delegate Ware some guidance of here's what we're looking at, get it started in the process with legislative services, and we can then give some feedback as that if we need to make some tweaks at the same time.
Okay, so as I understand it, HBEV has a bill, but it doesn't address capacity at all.
That's
And
right.
our three alternatives address capacity in some fashion, one way or the other.
And actually, I believe you were not provided with a copy of the HBAV proposal. You should have that. Originally, the document you were sent had an option 4, which literally laid out the HBAV proposal language. We chose to remove that, but you should all receive the HBAV proposal for review, and we can take care of that. Is that correct, Mr. Drummond?
So the idea, if that HBAV proposal were to incorporate our capacity change, that would go a long way to producing something that a lot of folks could embrace.
Yes, and there's nothing inconsistent, which is stated in Proposal 4 here. There's nothing inconsistent with merging one of ours with theirs. Theirs still has some issues, but nonetheless, they could be merged.
And if it doesn't pick up our capacity issue, then Senator Peake's prepared to drop a second bill.
We will
Okay.
take it into our own hands and put one in for them.
Okay. Obviously, any feedback we can glean as to what the likelihood of success or the ability to prevail on something is material, because if you don't prevail, it doesn't really get you much. So the art of the possible obviously is plays into the role. So if we're going to go it alone and it doesn't stand a chance, that's interesting. But we still probably need to do that.
It may stand a chance having other support from other localities.
That's where I was going, so it'd be nice to know that. But either way, I think we need to push for a solution here that addresses our issues. Board thoughts, comments, anything for Paul on this? Just to be specific, your ask is for feedback from the board members.
Feedback both right now as well as then over the coming days as you review it. As I mentioned, we already do have a red line version of some feedback we've received, and if you want to use that as one of the jumping off points, we'll be happy to do that. But just any feedback we can incorporate, so when we come back in November, we will have a document for you to consider for adoption.
So between now and our November meeting, and specifically, you need some input
Related
as to which
to
of
the
three.
proffer, we need some input as well.
Does
But the Lee Ware's need is sooner than November?
We can
No.
work to move that out. We can give him some interest of here's what we're looking at, but there is not a drop deadline.
One other comment, if I may, about the white paper. As I mentioned, when it was sent to you electronically, we are still awaiting schools' review of the document. While all the information contained in it is in the capital impacts model, we did want to make sure that Dr. Raley read through the document and became comfortable that it somehow didn't portray a different view of schools, since it uses real school numbers and real proposals, that would worry his, the parents of school children and the like. Unfortunately, I sent it to his incorrect email address twice, but he's now received it, and I have no doubt he'll review it and get back to us. But I did want to let you know that was another review that we were seeking before we tried to make this final.
One other question.
Sure, Ms. Lascalette.
So we have the Home Builders of Virginia proposal, and you will share that with us.
We do have a copy of their proposal at the time. I can't speak to if they've changed it since we saw it and received a copy.
When was that?
That was back in early September.
Oh, okay.
About a month ago.
Yeah.
I'd like
Okay,
to
you
see
could
it.
share
I'd
that
like
with
to
us.
see it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions or feedback for Paul?
Real quickly, and the comments that I've made, a lot of it is just stylistic, not a big deal, but a couple of things
Are you in the white paper or the legislative?
I'm in the priority request legislative agenda. I noticed one of our policies was talking about things that, it said the legislation that's going to have a fiscal impact on localities was, to introduce it the first day of the session. I think in that same vein, if we're talking about something that has fiscal impact, it'd be good to quantify it. It seems to me it would be better received. So to the county conducting primaries in recent years, can we find the numbers? I was just guessing an estimate of the average cost, maybe over the last 5 years, of these primaries. It would be nice to.
I believe we can come up with that information.
I would love to I think it would be good to know, but I think it would also make it more receptive. And I think there was another number thing in here that I
think the biosolids accidents, I think you mentioned.
Yeah, I think if we say there have been accidents involving these vehicles, it might be nice to say there have been, X number of accidents in this period or something. And I think we heard that from one of the legislative aides at our session, that when you get into battling over these things, people want to see facts supporting your position. So,
For that number, yeah, I agree with your proposal, and for that number, I think, since we're not looking, this is not something that's just going to impact Goochland, but to look at the number of accidents throughout the state and I don't know how we get that. I believe they're reported to DEQ. So maybe if we could get the number of accidents related to transportation vehicles of biosolids.
We can investigate and see what other background data we can come up with.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, before Mr. Drummond
Sure.
steps away, just wanted to let you know, as you may recall from the September 11th meeting, we had shared a concern that a number of our residents brought to us regarding natural gas services. And since that meeting, Delegate McGuire had offered to facilitate a meeting amongst Goochland County, members of the SEC, City of Richmond, and Columbia Gas. That meeting will occur tomorrow at the General Assembly at 10 a.m. Myself, Mr. Drumright, County Attorney, will be representing the county throughout those discussions tomorrow to try to work through this issue that we've quite honestly hit a wall. And for those that are less familiar, there are service territories that Columbia Gas primarily has Goochland service. City of Richmond receives service and actually runs through Goochland. However, they cannot serve our residents because it's not their service territory. They can, in fact, offer service to some of our residents at a substantially lower cost than Columbia Gas is willing to do so. However, Columbia Gas has to secede that part of their service territory to allow that to happen, and so far has been unwilling to do so. So we've been advocating on behalf of our residents' needs, and tomorrow's meeting hopefully will be fruitful, but we've been trying, at least over a year, trying to address this with the individual parties. City of Richmond has been a willing participant in trying to help us solve this. They have limitations because of the coverage issue. Having representatives of the SEC there tomorrow should also be of help in walking through this issue. So more to come on that. Hopefully we'll have some progress to report after tomorrow's meeting.
Mr. Podesta, are you saying that we should add something to our legislative agenda or pending tomorrow's meeting?
We may, pending tomorrow's meeting, have better, from a language recommendation for you to come out of tomorrow. And so you may hear that in the weeks to come, depending on what comes out of tomorrow. Right now, there is an issue that the state, I believe the local government subcommittee is working on to actually help clarify the existing service territory language. And however, this is a separate issue. This is completely on the availability to come into someone else's service territory, so that issue is not being addressed. And so hopefully we'll have a little more to report to you after tomorrow. We did share with, we know Hermitage has expressed interest in receiving services as well. Hopefully the more user interest that we have, the more that we can push either Columbia Gas to deliver or find a resolution amongst the companies. So we'll let you know after tomorrow's meeting.
And I would be remiss if I didn't thank both the county attorney and assistant county attorney and a number of other staff that have been helpful in help behind the scenes throughout this time working on the legislative agenda. I may be up here, but it's really a group effort of coming up with language, working on proposals, and moving it forward and tracking stuff. So I'd just like to thank them.
And Paul, your life's about to get very busy when session goes into.
Yes, sir.
I thought I noticed on here, no unfunded mandates.
Yes, sir.
It's only on there once. Maybe that's why they overlook it and don't see it. Maybe we need to put it 3 or 4 times. No,
we put it right at the top.
Because they must not know it's there because, thank you very much. And your life, I said, is about to get interesting. And thank you for all you do in advance. So,
thank you.
All right, Paul. We've been at this between an hour and a half and almost 2 hours now, so I think we're going to take a few-minute break. For those that are here with us now, you're definitely going to want to come back after the break because we've got a movie to show you. So you don't want to miss that.
Oh, there you go. A teaser.
Joanne's
Bring your yes, bring your popcorn, your big gulp, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10 of. Thank you. Yep.
Good job. I guess you have the cold that I had last week. I had it in sinuses.
Yeah, that's what's kind of interesting. Well, exactly. So I'm just throwing it out there, just bourbon. They were just throwing it out there, just
You never know when we get that call.
well, you never know, you might get a phone call or something somehow.
If you eat a nice big piece of chocolate cake and ice cream, you'll be full blown on the next day. It just helps it.
Okay, I'll just see up there. Okay.
Make it work.
Which is crazy because the cough drops.
They all the cold test done.
Right.
I feel like crap.
For me, just innovative water.
Well, this is when I try to drink a lot of tea because the warmth makes you, and I think better than.
See, I put sugar in my tea.
And I just have mine straight up.
My voice goes,
That's right,
and
he's
the gavel
ready.
over, he's ready. He needs to wrap up, but yeah, we're both gonna help. Who's third? and
Meanwhile, you're sitting between the two of them. Neither one sounds great, so.
Well, I just had it, so,
Right.
so I'm pretty safe.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
It's probably spread throughout.
Eventually, the gavel will fall to
I
Lisa.
think John,
Pretty much.
John, Susan, and Bob.
Is that the order? Bing, 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 bing.
Hopefully Lisa won't get it because we won't be able to get it.
That's true. We have yet another love letter from New Hampshire, in which he copied,
Love letter.
different. I'm just, yeah. I'm sort of curious though. Every previous letter we actually responded to was just copied the corrects and so forth. I'm at the point where I would say either let's stop responding, or two, let's respond to saying, please presume that these letters are received, the county is taking no action, this will be in writing and send it to you know, because your initial concern was he sent it to KJ Stump and the Pruitts and all these people, and we want to make sure they know before we do anything. But we've done it 3 times.
I know, I actually went out and had one. Because they were concerned that their name was being used
Yeah.
in support of things that were not in favor. So I went out there and sat down and just said, we're not stupid. We get it.
You know how to call us. You know where to find us.
We had direct line communication now. You call me, I'll call you. Unless we hear it from you, we're not going to assume you're on board or else. Unless we hear it from you. I'm not going to go through something else like you do this.
You know, because these guys have been pretty pushy. They may be saying that to a lot of the citizens to kind of counter support. All this is, counter support.
Nice.
Thought you could slide that one
Nicely
faster.
done.
No pun intended
And
until
you
now.
cut it. It was that's just unintended.
No pun intended
Unintended.
until now.
No point. Oh, gosh. But yeah, so they may be using it just to garner support. I get that. But I want to reassure Kathleen that.
Yeah. So that's what I just wanted to understand how you feel about the response. I'll do whatever you'd like to respond to the next 16 letters. Doesn't take up a lot of my time to write. Go, thank you for writing us.
I was going to say, this is to acknowledge receiving that. Oh, pretty fun.
Can I do the, unless you hear otherwise from us, we're not, you know, we're not taking any action, we want to make sure everybody understands that if the board were to be considering something, it would send out something in response to all the citizens.
Sure, yeah. I don't know, to put in that response, just to confirm that no action can or would be taken on this issue without public hearings and everybody knowing, the whole world knowing, that really.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a little bit more worried about discussion, off-site discussions or whatever.
I'm a little concerned that they will come tonight and overwhelm the county commission.
Will definitely come Thursday.
They will.
I have no doubt that
With
they
their
will be.
easy one and 20-minute
And
presentation.
my concern is that they will overwhelm the planning commission.
They'll co-opt it.
I'm not sure what that means.
I don't know, I mean, I don't think they've been successful in overwhelming any of the other things. They've been at everything. I don't think they've overwhelmed. But maybe they could change the strategy.
Do we have a solution for the speeder?
That would be a substantive issue. This is your
No, I understand
process
that.
person.
I'm going to ask staff, I guess, but I mean, because we know a lot of people don't work, so Edison, you see that? 1,000 tries to get involved, and I didn't do 1,000 things wrong. I proved 1,000 things that don't work. And at least proved a couple of things don't work here, but I'm not sure arrived at something. Because one is just when you see a proposal on what to do with speed, I wouldn't figure out the road's end, because if it's King's Dominion, it's different than the golf course, it's different than every single family. There's solid problems with the division.
lot of things could change between now and then.
I want to switch all those out to Eskimos this way, but we don't have to worry about it.
All right.
That ends on the next Oxford Parkway.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly.
I get my gloves. It's getting cold in here.
Yes, it is. I'm gonna step outside. We're getting ready for tonight. For the crowd.
Well, the first couple won't be hard.
All right, I might have forgotten your,
It's my neighbors.
might have forgotten your cookies, but there's the rest of your kisses.
I just said that my sinuses don't like it.
Oh, sorry.
My
I'll leave
taste
it with
buds
you.
love it.
I like your glove.
Get my
Yeah, that's
check off
nice.
and my seal of approval.
I wonder if they glow in the dark for Halloween.
So I've got my, I don't know if I need this or this.
What's that? I need you out there with me working at it.
I needed them this morning. I need you to what do I have? What is the, I have the Disney wave or?
Oh my goodness, we'll take you down there next time. You know, you would be really great at Disney World with Ellie.
Is he on it?
Oh, I'm sure.
What happens on the ground?
Marketing guy, and I completely
Oh, I'm
blew
sure.
this. Dr. Bailey handed everybody their gloves.
I'm gonna give it all to him.
Oh, I want to ask him to put them on
Oh.
and wave.
Wow.
You get a pair, you know,
I know.
in case you go out and chop cotton or something.
Still offered just
What?
an email set.
There. We'll be able to get it. We'll be able to get it later.
We've been once and then I have to
It'll be on
speak to
YouTube.
the national accreditation.
Is there a story?
And so we'll,
Are these both you?
I got to use chicken.
I think it's supposed to be the.
With oregano.
Chicken.
Is that the loudest I've ever had?
Or the, they made new accommodations for me.
Right there on 250.
Mr. Minnick! How's it going?
Hanging in there. Gonna have fun tonight?
You know,
Hi, how are you?
And it doesn't pull over.
We were supposed to do 12 Sundays, I did 8.
So the beach house was good?
Yep. Everything was
Got
great.
all kids there, all the girls were there?
Kayla didn't come because she had already taken a week in Key West in July, and then she took a week in the Outer Banks
Key West.
in August. It was her first time going. We're going next year.
Key West?
The girls and I with my sister and her husband.
Oh, wow.
I've never been.
Oh, no?
So we're all gonna go in May of next
Now,
year.
how are you gonna do that? Are you flying into,
We're gonna fly into Miami and drive the Keys.
that's okay.
Is it? I don't know. My sister's planning the whole
Literally,
thing.
we did that, my sister and I did that one time.
stuff in all the places, it's kind of part of the whole.
It is, it's fun, it is fun.
Yeah.
It is fun. Yeah, because I had,
In May, we'll do that next week.
I had relatives, we had relatives in Miami at the time, so we said, we'll just fly into Miami, and we just drive down. I said, let's just do a couple hours. Shit.
Did y'all stop in a lot of places?
Oh, we did, we stopped everywhere.
Yeah.
That's probably why it took all day.
Well, you know, that's kind of part of the
It was
fun,
fun.
because I hear Key West isn't like you go out like at the Outer Banks and walk to the beach and lay out. You know, it's more this whole social aspect.
It is, it's
of it.
Yeah, then you got all these public beaches on the way, you know, where people are
There's a lot of
camping
places,
and
there's a
stuff.
lot of places to stop and just, because you're on these huge, you know, long bridges or whatever, it's just like,
I can't wait.
so cool. Nation. Nation.
Yeah.
I think I've been better off breaking it than where I am now. So much pain.
Okay.
There you have it.
You ready? You ready?
Doesn't look like they'd be bad golf clubs.
All right, I want everybody to put your gloves on away from you.
Please don't.
This will be very noticeable.
Don't want to forget my gloves now, these.
Go with your outfit, go with your outfit, it match your outfit.
When he gets up to speak this afternoon,
Yes.
this evening, we should all wave with
Yes.
You're assuming he's gonna get up during his comment period and speak?
Joanne, did you minimize your thing that I had on? Yeah.
Susan.
Because I know we're gonna get ready to start.
Oops, wrong one.
I had it open. It was at the bottom.
Yes.
Here it is, right here.
We shared it today, so I'll
Did I? Okay, no, I haven't, I haven't seen it today. but I
Trying to
haven't
find
seen
it. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. It helps.
Can you stay up there?
We stand up there and point to
several shares.
to the left.
So you
There you go.
There we go, all right.
Let me get the pointer and point it out.
Post on which one, Bob?
You know, you say 10 off and nobody listens. Ran, I guess you were the big draw to bring people back, right?
Say not political, but he's got others out there. He's got others about the debate. But anyway,
Yeah, they've got another one they're getting ready to come out. It wasn't with Dave, it was just with the candidates for the nominals. It was at the Unitarian Church, and they were on tape saying, there should be separation of church and state, that, any faith values you have shouldn't enter into any of your decisions, and all this kind of stuff. So we're trying to get that, which I don't know what the story is on the stand debate. I don't think they ever totally agreed to it, to one, but it doesn't matter now because, they said they didn't, I'm spending it for the word, so. And the office was just,
really.
Maybe triple. Triple.
You don't want to ask like dead mouse.
Somebody has shares on that. I really like her and stuff. She liked the video. So we might just take a little bit of that into show.
Yeah, I know where it is.
She's really she really is about it. So, always talked about allowing for distribution for county staff. Why don't we do it and identify it? It's in the blank copy. Look, this is very important. We need to know this is allowed. If you need a ride, let me know. Grace is already asked for rides. I'll even come get you and ride you.
Yeah.
But everybody needs to come out. Because I've got people,
Nobody listens to me. Just call me Rodney Bates. I'll use it, I will. I'll use it. I will. You think I'm kidding? I'll use it.
Let's go, let's go.
Order in the court. Test. Gentle reminder.
There you go.
Okay, if everybody please find their seats, we'll go ahead and resume. The next item on the agenda is a presentation on the zoning ordinance rewrite. Ms. Joanne Hunter, would you like to walk us through?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky. This is Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. I am not the movie portion, so I know I'm more boring presentations, but I'll try to go quickly. But this is a big topic that the Community Development Office is focusing on right now, so we did want to provide you a very high-level overview. There'll be plenty of opportunities to look at specific wording and different things like this. This is just sort of to remind you where we've been, where we're going, and what our timeline's going to be. So what you have on the slide right in front of you is the 2035 implementation priorities. The county adopted our 2035 comprehensive plan in late August. Through the second half of 2016 and early 2017, for about 8 or 9 months, staff had been working diligently on moving forward on the zoning rewrite, which is the top priority of the implementation of the comprehensive plan, to rewrite the zoning ordinance to make it more user-friendly. As you remember, mid-2017, we had several residential zoning applications filed. We had the change in the proffer legislation. And that required the county to initiate a contract with Tischler Bice. We worked on the capital impact model and updating the proffer model and the various studies. So while we were working on that, this got moved back to the back burner. Now that we have moved through those, the MTP is winding down. It's time to get back to the rewrite, and this is our top priority right now for the CD office. Why are we doing this rewrite? Why was it a recommendation of the zoning, the comprehensive plan? Our first ordinance was adopted in 1969, so we're approaching our 50th anniversary of our ordinance, so it's probably time for a little dust off of it. We do want to make sure that we are aligning our zoning ordinance with our comprehensive plan and other county documents. It's sort of, we don't want our plans to sit on the shelf, so if there's recommendations in those plans, the meat, the bones is in the zoning ordinance. That's where the implementation occurs. So whatever strategies are recommended in our plan, they need to be included in the zoning ordinance so that we can meet our goals and strategies that we've identified in our plans. We've also had multiple amendments to the code throughout the years. I think the 1969 ordinance was about 42 pages. Right now, the ordinance is about 900 pages. So it's been added through the years, and that's had some of its own issues involved with that. We also are seeing that a number of our ordinance amendments are increasing. The orange, which is 2017, the county approved 11 ordinance amendments related to the zoning ordinance, and about 2/3 through the year of 2018, which is the blue column, we've already have 9. We have 1 pending this evening, which would take it to 10. So we're seeing about 1 ordinance amendment a month. That's a clear indicator that there's something wrong with our code and it needs some updating. When we did the comprehensive plan, we had a mantra, we had these 5 guiding principles, and whenever we worked with the planning commission or the board, we started each meeting off that these are our principles, and any decision we make regarding the plan should follow these principles. We've done the same, sort of developed a mantra for the zoning ordinance, and every decision we make, we want to make sure that it's modernizing the code, simplifying and clarifying, making sure it's clear as possible. So I'm going to quickly run through several of our goals. These goals were developed in conjunction with the Planning Commission and the board back in 2016. So I hope you can remember some of them, or they sound a little bit familiar to you. But first, we want to make sure we correct all of our existing errors, inconsistencies, and redundancies that has occurred by adding new sections. You may reference a section that doesn't exist anymore, those sorts of issues. We want to create a more readable document, and this would help everybody. It would help staff, it would help the development community, it helps citizens. I work with the code every single day for the last 5.5 years. I am still finding sections that I didn't know existed. I shouldn't be able to find them because certainly we can't expect our development community or our citizens to find them. So we want to organize it better so that it's easier to find information. One way of doing this is we want to go to more of a charts and diagrams and graphics for better clarity and ease of use. We want to reformat the appropriate sections so that as things are added in the future, we're not having that issue that we have right now. Everything sort of gets shoved in the supplemental section because we don't really know where to put it. So we want to make sure we plan for future additions and add, future reserved sections so that we can make good decisions in the future and on where things should be located. Again, align the zoning ordinance with other county plans. And we want to make sure we add modern development uses. When this was adopted in 1969, things like vehicle charging stations and data centers and things like that weren't even a thought in the process. So we want to review some of the new current uses and make sure they're included in the code. Another thing is we also have some sections of the code that we have never used. We want to delete these unnecessary or unused portions of the code. We have a lot of existing policies and procedures and interpretations that we've done throughout time, but we've never codified them. So we would want to codify them through this zoning rewrite. That would be things like the pre-application process that we require everybody to go to, but it's not a code requirement, it's just a policy. And continue to ensure compliance with state and federal laws. And the key goal here is, which we got a clear direction from the board, is we do not want to create any non-conforming properties with this rewrite. This is not something to make things more restrictive or more difficult for people. We want to make it and improve it, make it easier to use. So we don't want to create non-conforming properties. So what have we done so far? We've spent quite a bit of time researching and benchmarking other localities' zoning and subdivision ordinances. We didn't want to create the wheel. We wanted to make it very Goochland-like, but we wanted to borrow things that we liked from other people's codes, and also found things we didn't like and didn't want to do. We've reviewed the entire comprehensive plan and other county plans and identified a list of action items that should be addressed through the zoning rewrite. We've created an issues analysis of our code. We've been keeping an ongoing list whenever we've seen an issue with our code or a reference to a wrong section, so that can be corrected. And then we did a detailed matrix for each use in our entire code. And what this looks like is this matrix has about 380 uses in it. Across the top, it lists all of our zoning districts, and then we listed every use as it occurred in the zoning ordinance. So you can see how there's little bits of tweaks and differences. This is just the office section. In one district, it's called professional office. Another district, it's office, medical, business, and professional services. Another one's office buildings. So you see that there's some disconnect between each section. So this matrix is very helpful as we redo the uses so that there's some uniformity throughout our code. And I can provide you the entire matrix if you're interested in that. So one of the things we've done, spent a lot of time on, is developing the format of the code. So, see the movie, but even the movie wants to come on. All right.
can smell it.
So I want to show you what we start with so that you can see, we hope, is a big improvement. So this is the way our existing code looks like. So this is the A1 district. Starts with a statement of intent. This one's about 5 paragraphs long. Doesn't really say anything specific. There's no tie to the comprehensive plan. It just sort of talks big picture. And then there's a section on uses and structures that are permitted by right. There's about 20 of those. They're not in any sort of order. You just have to kind of scroll through the list. And then you have your CUP uses, which is the next section. So again, there's about 40 CUP uses, again, no order. And then there's about 3 pages of this text that all tells you what the, the acres can be, what the setbacks are, what the lot width is, but you have to read through all this. And then we also have like these road requirements for public assembly uses. Probably not where you would look for something like this, but it was where we fit it in. So we've created some use standards of where this would go. So if somebody came in and they wanted to open a restaurant in the A1 district, they would have to scroll through all of the bright uses, no order, go through all 20 uses, then go through the whole CUP use, and then finally they find it here. We tried to make the new ordinance much more intuitive and easier to use. So I'm going to show you what the new format looks like. So this would be the statement of intent. It's very specific of what types of uses are in it. We talk about where in the county it's located. You can see the last paragraph. The A1 district is generally located in the western portion of the county. Again, and then we also tied it to where it would be on the comprehensive plan. It's generally designated on the comprehensive plan as rural enhancement areas. Again, finding ways to always connect all of our documents so that we're all moving forward in the same direction. So what we have done is we've taken the uses, the by right uses and the CUP uses, and put them into one graphic. So it lists each use, and the P means it's permitted by right. CUP means it requires a CUP. And then because that list is so extensive, and because the agricultural districts have so many types of uses, we then went and grouped them a little bit further. So first, all your residential uses are there in alphabetical order. Then you go to your agricultural and natural resources uses. They're there in alphabetical order. Commercial uses, so if you wanted to open that restaurant, that'd be a commercial use. You would go to the commercial category, then go to restaurant, which is in alphabetical order, and you would see that it requires a CUP. And then we also have public institutional uses and utilities. So we think that's a much easier way to find the types of uses. And then I showed you that 3 pages of text on the setbacks and widths and all. We have pared that down into one chart. That 3 pages of text is all covered in this chart. We think it's much easier to see, to review your lot areas, your lot widths, your frontage, your setbacks is all right there. So it's much easier to review and find the information. One thing you'll also see is something we've been moving towards is in accordance, home occupation in accordance with, short-term rental in accordance with. We've sort of been moving towards this with all of our ordinance amendments that we've done recently is, if something is not quite a CUP use, but it's a by right use, but it might want some additional standards. So there's going to be a use section that would have these additional standards, and they would all be in their own section. So, and the copies of the A1 and the R1, for an example, are on your podium for you to review that. So that's what the format looks like. We think it's going to be much easier for people to use. There has been a lot of attention placed on the agricultural districts. Both our Rural Economic Development Plan had an emphasis on agricultural uses. We added a whole rural strategy section of our comprehensive plan. So we wanted to put that same emphasis on our agricultural districts in our zoning ordinance. These are not land that's supposed to be vacant. We do see them as places for economic development, for people to use, for tourism, that sort of thing. So we have spent a lot of time looking at what uses needed to be added to these agricultural districts. I'm sorry, I need to make that bigger for you. So what we've done is looked at all other localities. We've worked with the RRPDC. They did a technical assistance project for us on agricultural uses. And we did a lot of benchmarking to see what uses should be added to the agricultural district. So some of the new uses that we'll be recommending, again, we will be talking to you these in more detail about the specific uses at a later date, but just to give you an idea of where we're going. Accessory apartment attached in accordance with development standards, group home, which is required by the state code, agricultural support uses, community gardens, farm and feed stores, farm operations, greenhouse, nursery, production, retail also, wetland mitigation banks, retail uses, taxidermy, family day homes, government buildings, park and rides, vehicle charging stations. So these would be some of the uses that we'll be bringing back to you to talk about what should be added as by right. We've also looked at some more intense uses that may be appropriate for a conditional use permit, such as an accessory apartment detached, an adult daycare, distillery, farm distribution hub, livestock market, car wash, convenience stores, solar energy farms, gunsmith shops, those types of uses. So again, just adding more opportunities for people to use their agricultural land. And then talking about the uses that would have the specific standards, we have a list of those. So what we've been doing as we add all these uses, we've been keeping a list. These would all need to be defined. And then the ones that would need the use standards, we'd also be preparing those standards for you. Just quickly to hit the residential districts, we have completed the A1, A2, and A3 districts, and those have all been reviewed by the Planning Commission. So the agricultural districts are done, other than doing the use standards. We've also reviewed and revised the RR, RP, R1, R3, and all of these residential districts. So we've gotten through revising all of our residential districts. They've also been reviewed by the Planning Commission. Some of the things that we're looking at in the residential districts is we're revising and shortening the statement of intent. Again, showing what I showed you earlier, tying to where those areas are located in the county and what they're designated on the comprehensive plan. We're putting the uses in the alphabetical order. We're putting the bulk regulation in the single chart. We're adding uses that are appropriate or are required by the state code. We're looking at recommendations on duplex and triplex type development. We're reviewing recommendations on lot width requirements and on lot sizes. We have a lot of residential districts. However, there's not a lot of difference between our residential districts. So we think by changing some of the lot width and lot sizes, it would create more of a distinction so that there's more of a clear direction on which residential district may be appropriate in different areas. So as I've said, we've completed so far 9 use districts. All these districts have been reviewed by the Planning Commission during public work sessions. We're continuing to work on right now on benchmarking other localities for commercial and industrial uses, and we'll be tying those up in the next 2 weeks. And then, as I said, we're working on all those standards that we have identified, those uses that would have additional development standards. As I said, as this part of this continuous review ongoing, we're continuing to identify issues, the definitions, and then an ongoing list of all recommendations by district. This is very important. What we anticipate giving to you, we tried striking through this, but because the format is so different, it was very difficult. What we will be giving to you is a notebook, and each district would be tabbed, and there will be a list in each tab that tells you every change we made in that district and why we made that change, so that you know what changes were made. And if someone has a question about it, you'll be able to go right to your tab. So as we move forward, we'll be preparing those notebooks for you. So our timeline is extremely aggressive, but that's how we work around here. So we are about 2 weeks behind schedule, I'll admit that. So by October 1, we were supposed to have all the zoning districts and use standards done. As I said, we've gotten all the agricultural and residential done. We just have our commercial and industrial, and hope to have that wrapped up in the next 2 weeks and review that with the Planning Commission next month. At the end of either October or early November, we want to have what we're going to be calling a developer roundtable. We'll be sending invitations to developers, engineers, architects who work in Goochland, and have them come in and just have a very informal conversation. What sections of the code give you trouble? What sections do you not understand? What sections can be approved? And then take some of their suggestions and work over the next 3 months after that on development standards. Those would be things like landscaping, lighting, the plan of development section, that sort of information. Then we're going to move on to the overlay districts. Again, meet with the design review committee and talk to them about changes, come back the following month with them and make their changes. We'll be working on administration and general provisions after that. This Article 10, which is due kind of a deadline for myself, in 4.1, we want to have this measurement section. This would be a new section to our code. We get a lot of questions like, how do you measure height? How do you measure width? We're going to have a whole graphic section on how these measurements are occurred, so there's not any outstanding questions. Again, trying to make it as clear as possible and using pictures instead of words. So our goal is to have the zoning ordinance complete by June of 2019, so that's not too far away. That was my face too. So, and then hopefully have the board refer to the Planning Commission in August. Through the summer, through July, we'll probably be doing similar public outreach. That's what we did with the comprehensive plan. I think with the comprehensive plan, I think we did about 17 meetings in 30 days. So we'll be taking it out to as many many groups who are willing to listen to us and present it to them, with a goal of having the Board of Supervisors adopt it in September with an ordinance going into effect January of 2020. So the old ordinance would go away and the new ordinance would supersede it. The last thing I want to talk to you about is the public outreach. We are constantly working with every department and will continue to do so. We're working with public utilities, fire, animal control, different things on each different section. For the Planning Commission, we are meeting with them every first Thursday of every month. Before our 7 o'clock meeting, we have a work session that has worked well. We're going to continue to be doing that. We're going to be adding anytime we bring sections to the Planning Commission, we're going to have a page on the website where people can click to it, see the changes that we're recommending. For the Board of Supervisors, there's several check-in times that we're going to come back and do an overview with you and get your feedback. We're also having outreach to the Design Review Committee to talk about the overlay districts. Again, this continued outreach with the development community, that first roundtable in October, and then a follow-up roundtable with them in January to talk about the changes, what we heard from them, and what changes we were able to make. And then, of course, we'll always reach out to the other groups, such as the Chamber of Commerce, the Deep Run Hunt community, business organizations, HOA. Again, this will probably be the entire month of July and August that we'll be doing the outreach. So that was a lot of information. I tried to rush through it as much as possible, but I'm happy to answer any questions. But it's a busy year coming up.
Questions for Joanne?
I have one,
sir.
Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hunter,
Yes.
are we going to be seeing, it sounds like there's going to be not just changes in the format, but there are going to be changes in the actual zoning standards for different districts. Are we going to be seeing those as they happen, or are we going to see them all and approve them all at the last minute?
And that would be up to the purview of the board of how you want to see it. it may be something that we may need to do a work session every 3 months to give you chunks at a time, because it is a lot of information. So if the board is interested in that, I think it would be something that would be an afternoon work session type of event.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it is my recommendation that that one date be used for the repeal of the entire zoning ordinance and the adoption of the entire new one. Though I do agree in terms of your being able to see it and know what it says and contain, work sessions along the way are a good idea and to provide feedback. But procedurally and enforceability-wise, if you change only a portion of it, but there's references to all the old sections and the other pieces, it's a real mess. And I'm prepared, ad-wise, I think what we would be doing is repealing the entire zoning ordinance and adopting it anew. And I believe we're going to try and move it to a different location in the code even. So process-wise, that would be what I would prefer.
We would review it, but not adopt anything till the very end.
Mr. Chairman, I echo what our attorney said. We're going to need to do this in chunks as we go through. It is a little hard, just as the current one is, when you're referencing other sections and those kinds of things. But this is a substantial work effort, not only for staff, but for the Planning Commission. I think it's implicit in what you said, but there's a lot of resident involvement that's going to be throughout this process, even as we go at all the Planning Commission meetings. We're taking all this feedback to bring something to you. This is a substantial effort. This board decided a couple years back that you wanted this to be a staff-driven effort in conjunction with County Attorney, Planning Commission. If we would have gone on the street for this kind of effort is probably, Joanne, you got quotes in the $500,000 range. This is something we've taken on internally to do. This is not to be taken lightly. These are major sections of how the community is developed in coordinates with the comp plan that will serve us for another 50 years. And so I think we will, especially come spring, summer, and into fall next year, additional work sessions will be required to give this process its due review.
Good. Other questions? Very impressive, and that final product is going to be so much more user-friendly. We talk about being customer-focused. This is really does shift the focus, and probably in some respects overdue. 50 years is probably time to take a look at it. So, but it'll be a huge leap forward. I know it's a lot of work, but it'll be worth it. It'll pay dividends for decades to come. So, thank you for that. Anything else? Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think I'll need that, though.
Paul, are you going to set the stage, or Mr. Badesky, do you want to make comments?
Why don't we tag team a little bit? First, Paul's up here because Paul was the project lead on this. Just as a little bit of a refresher, back in the 14-15 timeframe, the board and county staff with board support did a marketing video for the county that we use on our economic development site. We use when we work with our bond rating agencies as a representation. Those folks in New York don't necessarily know anything about Goochland County. Yeah, I know. But the one thing I want to preface what we're about to show you is it's a cross-section of our community. Certainly in 8 minutes and 14 seconds, we can't hit everything. The one thing I'm actually excited about, other than ultimately letting you actually see what you're going to see on the screen, is Friday, Paul and myself and our public school system are actually meeting with the students in the marketing program to actually, what you're seeing here, 8 minutes and 14 seconds, we probably have hours of additional footage that's not here. And we're actually going to be working with our public schools to create snippets of different sections, history sections, parks and rec sections, and we're doing that in conjunction with our school system. So we're actually proud about that partnership. But this project allows us to actually take it to that next phase. And so Mr. Drumwright is going to share a product with you. I have to tell you, anything that is art or something is subjective. Mr. Drumright got opinions from probably more people than he wanted to hear from, but we're actually pretty proud of the product. I thank Paul for his leadership on this project, and hope you agree.
And I will have to say, thanks again to all the staff. There's so many I don't want to name them all, but we did get a lot of opinions as we went through this whole process of topics to focus on, things to include, and because of those opinions, they've actually made this a better product from when we set out at the very beginning. This, as Mr. Podesky said, is a kind of overall marketing type video showing all sectors of Goochland County. And I think it will be a great kickoff to other initiatives that are coming on, marketing students that we're going to be meeting with, and some other plans that are going on. And all the footage that we shot that could not make it into this, we own. So we are able to go back to the well and to use those for different sources. So without further ado.
Okay, Mr. Drumroll, or Drumright. Lights.
Welcome to Goochland County, located in the heart of Central Virginia and key to the Mid-Atlantic region. With just over 289 square miles of rural countryside and planned growth areas, our county is home to approximately 23,000 residents and is ideally located within short drives to beaches and mountaintops. We have great proximity to Richmond, the capital of the Commonwealth, and the Richmond International Airport. Goochland's superior transportation networks, including State Route 288 and Interstate 64, connect the county with the region. 8 key interchanges provide opportunities for businesses of all sectors. Our quality of life is unsurpassed. Our active community welcomes one and all. Home to 4 outstanding golf clubs, Kinloch is ranked among the top 100 in the world, and Hermitage Country Club is where the king, Arnold Palmer, won his final championship. Diverse housing options in well-planned communities provide opportunities to live in our dynamic eastern growth area or out in the rural countryside with a mix of something for everyone. An award-winning school system with an engaged school community. Ranked as one of only 10 school divisions in the Commonwealth to have all schools fully accredited for the last 12 years. Home to 4 out of 5 public schools in Virginia recognized as Apple Distinguished Schools. Only 400 schools worldwide receive this designation. Unique higher education opportunities are available in the county and serve students from throughout the region. Goochland County provides a supportive and thriving business climate comprised of agriculture, industrial, office, restaurants, shopping centers, and event venues. Where agriculture meets modern day, toast to the beauty of our rural countryside at one of our 8 wineries, cideries, or breweries. We provide efficient and effective core public services built on foundations of transparency and sound fiscal management. Our employees are dedicated to serving and protecting the community. Our citizens are active and engaged. Our partnerships with area localities makes us a major player in the region. Consistently recognized for our achievements. Goochland County, a community that cares. A community of hope, a community of many faiths, where our pledge is ever enduring. The future is bright, with close to $1 billion of development underway at a steady, manageable pace. Sheltering Arms and Virginia Commonwealth University's partnership is becoming a leader throughout the nation in rehabilitative care. Development through commercial investments and in new residential communities continues to build on our past and maintains a sense of place for tomorrow and our future. Our people, our place, our Goochland.
Kind of makes you want to move there, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute, that's right, we already live there.
Makes you want to lend us some money, doesn't it? That's fair.
Paul, thank you again for all that. I really do appreciate it. Every once in a while, it is nice to step back and realize what a special place we all live, work, and play in. And Goochland is just one of those very special places, and this reminds us of that, so thank you. Next item on the agenda. We've got a couple of appointments.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Todd Kilduff to the CLEO and Capital Region Workforce Partnership effective today.
Okay, it's been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? None. There was a hard-fought campaign. You were successfully elected, so good job. And we've got one other.
Mr. Chairman, I move that
Yes,
we
sir.
appoint Harriet Sharp to the Goochland Powhatan CSB for a 3-year term effective today, ending September 30th, 2021.
Okay, it's been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? Okay, unanimous. Good job. Congratulations to both, and good luck. The next item is closed meetings and certification, which we do not have a closed meeting this evening. Is that correct? Okay, so no closed meeting. With that, we will break for dinner and come back at 7 p.m. for the evening session. So with that, we'll take a break. Thank you very much.
Of that rural character, specifically Shepherdtown Road and the residents and farms there. Transparency, which I think you're very good at, and so we want to be transparent and say we're very concerned. The integrity and meetings like this and certainly aid that integrity. I think the biggest one is respect for the rural lifestyle and the lifestyle of homeowners and farm owners along that road, as well as people who have children going to school and commuting up and down Shepherdtown Road. And last but not least, courage. And I think this is one of those cases where I think there's going to have to be some courage employed to not say no to development, but to say no to a specific change that's potentially coming our way. Your folders, if you have a moment, we've tried to make them very simple because it is a complicated issue. And in order in that folder is number 1, an original approved subdivision plan for 2007. As you can see, it involves Breeze Hill. And you'll see a yellow circle. We're not super sophisticated yet, but that yellow circle is the point at which the Breeze Hill development original plan intersects just by land, by open space with Shepherdtown Road. So it should pop up in your lower left corner. Next, you will see a developer's request that has all of a sudden come to be known. And I want to emphasize that it's now been more than 10 years and the development was approved. And now if you'll look at the yellow zone on the request option A, you'll see that now there's a road that will, for the lack of a better word, dump into and throw a good deal of traffic. And that's why we're colleaguing this into that road. It changes significantly what was in the original approval. It's significant. And then if you'll take a look, the last map, we just tried to keep it simple. They're all oriented the same way. On option B, Friends of Shepherdtown Road says, can we help? Can we see something that will avoid this really difficult situation for Shepherdtown? And the road has no marks left or right, has no center line, it has no shoulder. It's really rather difficult. So again, if you look at the yellow circle, there'd be no road entrance. And then where you see pink, sorry that it's pink, that's the way it came out on the copy, but you'll see a C hook down in the yellow, and that would be a way to connect those two roads. Then come up to the larger pink circle, and you'll see somewhat of a straight red line and some pink dots that go out onto Fairgrounds. So what that amounts to is an option that would avoid what is really a very difficult safety problem on Shepherdtown. My colleague, I'll step aside, we want to keep your time short and keep it simple, but she has just some light facts that I think will tell you why that safety is a problem, and thank you for listening.
And so Linda's given you sort of an overview of the county philosophy about our rural nature, and we're glad to, all of us appreciate that rural nature, and so we hope that you'll keep that in mind as, sure. And we hope that you'll appreciate as much as we do the rural character of Goochland County. And with the philosophy in your comprehensive plan, we know that you'll give this a fair shot. What has happened is that in 2007, and some of us were definitely here in 2007, a developer said that Breeze Hill, he wanted to develop Breeze Hill. And he came up with your first map, the original approved subdivision, which went through and was passed by the Planning Commission, passed by the Board of Supervisors, and passed by us on Shepherdtown Road and in that environment. And in that original plan, there were 2 exits on Fairground Road, which met all of the ordinances and qualifications for a subdivision. And if you'll look at it, in the middle, there was a connecting dam with a road over the dam. That would connect all of the sections on the front part of Fairground Road to the back side of, on the other side of the lake, the small lake that's on the Breeze Hill property. Okay, and then down here you see again in that yellow Shepherdtown Road, which has a cul-de-sac. There is no road from Breeze Hill going into Shepherdtown in the 2007 approved plan. And actually, as I recall, Shepherdtown was discussed as a fire exit as a, into the subdivision, and the fire chief at that time, even though there's a dry hydrant there, was so concerned that it was in the floodplain that he said, let's put that fire exit up in the Blackwell. It says Blackwood. There's a Blackwood road right there. So to this date, we have an emergency entrance into the Breeze Hill subdivision on the Blackwood Road that's in Longwood 3 or 4 off of Shepherdtown, but it serves as an emergency entrance exit if it is so needed. So that was there in 2007. Fast forward to September 20th. And that's a little less than, a week and a half ago.
Ma'am, I wonder if you couldn't try to summarize or close
Yes,
the remarks.
I can. Fast forward to option A. We had a community meeting by the developer, and he said, here is the plan that I am submitting to change everything that was decided in 2007. You have 2 exits. They're different exits. There's the one on Breeze Hill. There's the one now that comes out of Lane's End. And I will not build the road over the dam. I'm omitting that. Therefore, I need an exit onto Shepherdtown Road. Okay, that's his plan. It would dump, there are already 530 traffic cars going up and down the road according to VDOT every day. It would dump an additional, if he just had the 58 homes that he's proposing for that one section, it would put an additional 510 or 20 cars onto the road. And so that's over 1,000 cars in a given day. So the neighbors of Shepherdtown Road, the Friends of Shepherdtown, have come together and worked with the planner, had submitted this to your planner, and said, look, let's look at option B. And let's have another option that would go back to the original plan. It would not require a bridge, a road over the dam, but it would require downstream where that pink is, a road over a creek, and it would solve the problem. So today, all we want to do is bring this to your attention
talk about the number of cars that would come out on Shepherdtown, which is a local road classification, not even a connector road, not even an arterial road, but a local road. And there would be 100% more traffic given the National Highway Department's analysis of how many cars per lot, per subdivision new house. So we'll be back, but that's a brief introduction to the problem that you will be seeing most likely. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And we have others here that represent Shepherdtown. Well, I just want you to know that they're here.
Great, thank you.
We are representing multiple people. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. Okay, the citizen comment period is still open. If anyone else like to come forward? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the citizen comment period then. As I mentioned earlier, we have 6 public hearings this evening. The process will generally be as follows for those that haven't been through this process before. Staff will approach the board and make a presentation. Then if the applicant or the representative is here this evening, they'll be given an opportunity to speak after staff makes the presentation. And then we'll open it up for a public hearing, and citizens will be given an opportunity to come forward and speak. And then we'll close the public hearing. The Board of Supervisors will have some discussion, some additional questions, and then consider the application. So that's the general process for this evening. The first public hearing for this evening, Ms. Hunter, would you like to come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Brodesky, Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. The first public hearing this evening is a request submitted by Bruce Beasley for a conditional use permit for a second dwelling detached unit at 3007 Stonecastle Lane. This property is located in the Mill Forest subdivision in the central, generally the central portion of the county. The property and all the surrounding properties are designated on the comprehensive plan for rural enhancement area, and the property is zoned RR. The minimum lot size in this subdivision is 3 acres. The lots generally range between 3 and 5 acres, and there is 132 lots in Mill Forest subdivision. The applicant has an existing home on the property. They are proposing to build a detached accessory dwelling unit. Due to health reasons, the primary owner of the existing home would be moving into the cottage in the rear, and their son would be moving into the primary residence for health reasons. The house is located here. The detached structure would be located just behind the existing structure. This is an appearance of what it would look like. The new detached dwelling unit would be about 700 square feet. It would include a bedroom, a bathroom, and a complete kitchen. The existing home is about 2,500 square feet, so this would add about 700 square feet detached structure. There was a community meeting that was held in July. Staff, Mr. Myers and Mr. Alvarez, and 1 neighbor attended the meeting. There was no opposition to the request. At the Planning Commission, this request was approved with a 5-0 vote, and no one attended the public hearing or spoke during the public hearing. We have some standard conditions for accessory dwelling units. I'll review them. One is the use, that it's the attached the detached accessory dwelling unit would be subject to these conditions. 2, only persons related to a resident of the principal dwelling shall reside in the second dwelling unit. The property could not be rented in the future. A smoke detector and carbon monoxide monitor would need to be installed and maintained in the second dwelling unit. Emergency access shall be provided and maintained to the second dwelling unit, and our standard transfer of ownership condition letting us know when the property is transferred. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Board, any questions for Ms. Hunter? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hunter. Is the applicant here? Would the applicant like to come forward and elaborate on anything that was said, or? There's no requirement to, but there's no requirement to, but you are the applicant? Okay. Could you just maybe give us your name and address just for the record, just so we have it?
Bruce Beasley,
Great, thank you for that, I appreciate it. Yeah, there's no requirement to speak, we just want to make sure if you had anything to say that you had the opportunity to do so, thank you. Okay. Next step, we'll go ahead and open a public hearing. Anyone that would like to come forward now to speak about this particular public hearing, either for or against, or make some comments, now would be the time to do so. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Board, any questions? Discussion? Planning Commission was unanimous. There was no. Okay. All right, if that's the case, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Since this is in my district and my neighborhood, I would like to make a motion that we approve conditional use permit application 2018-00008 by Bruce Beasley as presented.
Okay, it's been moved for approval as presented. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Badesky, a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Lachelle?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. Okay. It's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you very much. Good luck. Ms. Hunter, the next item?
Yes. Second public hearing tonight is a very similar request. It's by Richard and Aaron Woolard for a conditional use permit, also for a second dwelling unit. This one happens to be attached, and the property is 2818 Timber Trail Drive. This is also in the Mill Forest subdivision. By coincidence, they came through at the same time. As we stated last time, the property is designated on the comprehensive plan for rural enhancement area. If you can look behind you on the screens, this is where the property is located, and then this was Mr. Beasley's property that was just approved. So they are very close together. As stated earlier, the property is zoned RR with 3-acre lots. It's about 132 lots in the subdivision, ranging in size from 3 to 5 acres. Here's where it's located. This one is different from the previous request, as it's going to be an attached dwelling unit, so it is attached to the house. They are proposing to have about 1,000 square feet. The existing house is just over 3,000 square feet. They'd be adding an additional 1,000 square feet. It would be attached by a breezeway, and it would include a bedroom, a bath, and a full kitchen. Here is a picture. The portion on the left-hand side is the existing home, and then the portion on the right would be the new attached dwelling. Again, this is also for elderly parents who would be moving into the property, into the new attached accessory apartment. Community meeting was held on July 20th. Staff, Mr. Alvarez, and 4 neighbors attended the meeting. There was no opposition to the request. Also at the Planning Commission last month, this was also recommended for approval, and no one spoke during the public hearing or had any opposition. And the conditions are the same as I represented with the last case. It talks about the use. The use is related, it can only be used by a resident of the principal dwelling. No rental, they have to have the smoke detector, they have to provide emergency access, and our standard transfer of ownership. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about this one as well.
Okay, any questions from Ms. Hunter? No? Great, thank you for that. Is the applicant here? Would the applicant like to come forward and make some remarks? Okay, if you just maybe give us your name and address just so we have it for the record. Super, thank you so much. All right. Again, no requirement to come forward, just want to give you an opportunity. So, okay, we'll go ahead and open up a public hearing. Anyone that would like to come forward and speak about this particular application, now would be the time. Would you like to come forward? Sure. And as you come forward, I'll just remind you to please give us your name and address for the record and keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Oh, it won't even take that long.
All right.
Kate Dexter, 2808 Timber Trail Drive.
Great.
My only concern is in the letter, which actually, the second letter, the first letter that we got said it was a conditional and so on. The second letter says it's a 2-family dwelling. Now, in my experience, a 2-family dwelling is a home that I could live in part and rent the other part, or I could not even live there and rent the other part. That's my definition. So it was a little different than the previous one, which said conditional. This one in the letter said a two-family dwelling. That's my concern, that it is not, that there are those conditions that are up there, but I wondered why it was stated differently in the letter.
Okay, all right, well, thank you for that comment. Perhaps after we close the citizen comment period, we'll come back and address this comments that we've heard. Would anyone else like to come forward and make a comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the citizen comment period. Ms. Hunter would like to come forward, or Ms. McGee? You want to tag team it?
Both of them are conditional use permit requests. The term is confusing. It is a two-family dwelling. That's one of the things that we've been talking about correcting in the zoning rewrite, changing them to accessory apartments. That's technically what they are. This would have a condition on it that it could not be rented. It can only be used for family.
So,
And for the
I'm
benefit
sorry?
of the citizen who wasn't here at 3 o'clock, Ms. Hunter presented about our zoning ordinance, which is over 50 years old. And it is simply antiquated language.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
So, Ms. Hunter, so basically what you're saying is the conditions are the same for both?
That's correct, yes.
So it needs to be a relative, and you cannot rent it.
That's correct. And,
okay.
you know, if it was rented, we would operate on a complaint basis, and we would go out and inspect the property and see if it's rented, and it would be processed through a zoning violation.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Board, any other questions?
Really don't want to belabor this, but the language is slightly different in the two application summaries in our board packet. One says a second dwelling unit. Well, I guess that's probably,
It is, yeah.
and a two-family. I guess it amounts to the same thing, but they are described differently in the board packet.
I can respond to that. The
'Cause
second
one's
dwelling.
attached.
One's detached, one's attached. So the two-family is attached, which is the Woolard case. The Beasley was detached, so it's two dwelling units. Second dwelling unit. It's a second dwelling unit on the property.
So, Ms. Hunter, so on this case, they have the same conditions that the principal lives in the main dwelling, they can't rent it out, it's only for, it's exactly the same.
Yes, ma'am.
So the one has two one-family units, the other one has
Yeah.
one
two-family.
two-family unit.
Because one's attached, yeah, I get it. It's,
Does that clear it up, or
Yeah.
make it
I'm
confusing?
totally, no,
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, board, discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I move that we approve conditional use permit 2018-00009, application by Richard and Erin Woolard, as presented.
Okay, it's been moved to approve as presented. Do we have a second?
second,
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Badesky, a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Alvarez.
Yes.
Mr. Minnick.
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin. Ms. Lachelette.
yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes. Okay, you have your approval?
Okay. Good evening again, Joanne Hunter. The next two cases are both by Eagle Markel Advisors. It is a proffer amendment and a rezoning case. The two cases are intertwined. We would ask the board if you would agree to holding one public hearing, and then when the public hearing closes, there would need to be two separate votes, because I think it's too complicated to hear them separately. Is that okay with the board?
Board, you okay with that? We have one public hearing for the two items, but we'll need to vote on them separately.
As long as we get all the information out. Good.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Right. So what I'm going to cover first is the proffer amendment. As I had stated, there is a proffer amendment request and then a subsequent rezoning request. So first, we'll review the proffer amendment. We'll stop and ask for questions at that point. Then we'll review the rezoning case and then have questions on that afterwards, and then we'll begin the public hearing process. So the proffer amendment is a request to amend two different proffers. One deals with the conceptual plan, and the second one is to eliminate the requirement to extend Park Village Boulevard to Ashland Road. The road is actually being proposed to be relocated with the subsequent rezoning case, which is why they're so intertwined. This is for the Parkside Village subdivision. And the property is currently zoned RPUD with proffers, and they are asking to make an amendment to those proffers. The property is located in the northeastern quadrant of the county. It's right where the Hanover, Henrico, and Goochland boundaries all intersect, right in the Hylas area. This is the comprehensive plan map. The yellow shows the suburban residential areas. The red show commercial, and the pink and the purple. The pink is flexible, which allows a variety of uses, and then there is industrial area, designated properties in the area as well. The zoning map follows the comprehensive plan very clearly. You can see the orange areas. Those were the properties that were zoned RPUD in 2013. A joining case with that was this property here was to rezone this property on Ashland Road B1. That's about 4 acres. But those cases were processed at the same time in 2013. And then there's also B1 developed property on Pouncey Track Road. We have the Awshucks development that's located here, and then vacant commercial land here. You can see this is when the property was under construction, but you can see with this was the Park Village Boulevard that was intended to run from Pouncey Track Road to Ashland Road. You can see that as it was presented in 2013. This is the this is the conceptual plan that was approved in 2013. It says right there on the conceptual plan, the future road extended to Ashland Road. So this is what was committed to during the 2013 zoning. If this case was denied tonight, then the applicant will need to build this road. So their request is to eliminate building this road and building it in a new location with the subsequent rezoning case. So the area in the pink is what they're trying to eliminate, and what their proposal is to take that area in pink and change it from a road to a greenway area. That greenway would serve residents of all of the Parkside Village subdivisions. So this is what was committed to in 2013. I want to bring your attention to C. This is what was proffered. The connector road, it says the connector road connecting Pouncey Track Road shall be constructed in the location as shown on the conceptual plan, and the right-of-way for the future road extension to Ashland Road shall be reserved for future dedication as a public right-of-way and dedicated upon the request of Goochland County. So this was the commitment at 2013 to build that road, and that's what the decision of approving that case at that time was based on. This is where that road would come out on the Park Village Boulevard. This is where it would come out on Ashland Road. That is about half a mile or 2,370 feet from the intersection of Pouncey Track and Ashland Road. So this is the revised conceptual plan. So this green area that you're seeing here, this is where the Park Village Boulevard was proposed to be located. The applicant is proposing to change the conceptual plan, change the requirement for that connector road to be built, turn that into a park village, park area where you could have walking trails, landscaping, things like that, and they would relocate the road. So this is Ashland Road. You would have a road here. You could come down. This would be the new section, Parkside Section 4, which is part of the subsequent zoning case, and come out to Park Village Boulevard here. There has been several versions of this conceptual plan since this process has begun. When they originally came in, they had no access to Ashland Road. Well, at one point they had access that provided you could make a right or a left into Shenfield, which brought more traffic through the existing development. When it went to the Planning Commission, they had a fire access only. At one point, there was no access at all, then it was changed to a fire access. The Planning Commission, when they reviewed that request that only had the fire access, they deferred it and asked staff and the applicant to work together to find some sort of compromise solution. After that meeting, the applicant worked with staff, and they came up with a alternative that is the new revised plan that provides the full connectivity to Ashland Road, but it would limit the cut-through traffic by providing that circuitous route. So the concern is that there would be, with that road that was shown in 2013, it would be a direct route and it would cause significant cut-through. Now with this proposed change to their layout, it's 4 hard right turns, so you'd have to turn off of Ashland Road. You could not turn into the existing subdivision. You'd have to make another turn here, another turn here, another hard turn here, and then to the Park Village Boulevard. So in our opinion, this would not cause significant amount of cut-through traffic. The roads are narrow. It just would not be a comfortable thoroughfare for people to use. There's lots of questions related to this road and why is staff requiring this connection to Ashland Road. The 2013 approved proffers made the commitment to the county to build Parkside Village Boulevard. It's legally required right now. As I said, if this case was not approved, the applicant would be required to go back and build this road in that location. Based on that information of having that road there, staff did take that into account when they were looking at the 2035 comprehensive plan, and they actually added additional land for more residential based on having this connectivity road there. So this was a basis of one of our decisions for the comp plan, that road was going to be there. The other concern, if there's no connection to Ashland Road, the only access to the site would be from the 2 entrances on Pouncey Track Road. Staff would not have approved the subdivision with only these 2 entrances. They're too close together. This is standing at one of the entrances on Pouncey Track Road, and the second entrance is only about 800 feet. You can see it there. The second entrance was actually designed as a private road. You can see it's got an odd jog that goes around the car wash, and then there's also conflicting traffic point here with people pulling out of Aw Shucks and they can't see around the car wash. So there would be concerns of adding additional traffic to that entrance. The county code requires the connectivity. Connectivity redistributes traffic across the entire street network. Traffic safety can be improved with a combination of street connectivity and traffic calming measures, such as narrow streets and hard turns. VDOT has weighed in and recommended the full access connection to Ashland Road, and the fire chief has also recommended the full access connection to Ashland Road. The applicant's proposal now provides the full connectivity to Ashland Road. It limits cut-through traffic. However, it does maintain the concept of turning the Park Village Boulevard into a greenway, and landscaping is proffered in that area. We do believe that that would be a good amenity for this development and do support that greenway concept. The other benefit is if they have the access to Ashland Road, this would be the primary location for all construction traffic, because if they didn't have this, it would be through the new development. It would really tear up the existing streets. This request is now consistent with the comprehensive plan's transportation strategy and the county's access management strategies. So again, this is the proposed layout. It maintains the greenway concept here, but there is connectivity in a circuitous route from Ashland to Pouncey Track Road. The applicant has had 3 community meetings. They have really made a commitment to try to work with the neighbors. Each meeting, we've had less people at each one, so that's moving in a positive direction. The first meeting was in April. We had about 125 citizens. Primarily, all of the meetings and all of the discussions have really focused on the road issues and connectivity. That has been the main concern or driving point of all the community meetings. They did come back, have another meeting in May of '29. They did a traffic analysis. Again, that had about 125 citizens at that meeting. And then between when the Planning Commission deferred the case and when it was heard by the Planning Commission the following month, the applicant had a third community meeting that was attended by board members Alvarez, Peterson, and Lumpkins. Also, Planning Commission members, Mr. Shellhorst, Duke, and Myers also attended, and about 75 residents attended. The neighborhood still had concerns with cut-through traffic, but there was general appreciation of the developer for working with the community to provide a better layout. At the Planning Commission, we stated that was deferred at the August 2nd meeting with a 4-0 vote. About 14 people spoke at that public meeting. 9 citizens supported the elimination of the full road connection and liked only the limited emergency access. 3 citizens opposed that layout and did not like the no connectivity. And 2 citizens opposed the elimination of the full road connection. When it came back at the September meeting, when it was revised and had this new layout with the circuitous road, it was recommended by the Planning Commission with a 4-1 vote. 5 citizens spoke during the public hearing, 4 expressed opposition, and 1 supported the revised conceptual plan. So again, there's 2 proffers that are being requested to change from the 2013 zoning case. One is the conceptual plan, so they would be updating that conceptual plan from the 2013 to the one that I showed you, which is a June 12th date, and then they'd be removing that language for the connector road because that road would be relocated and addressed as part of the zoning case. I've provided all the 2013 proffers. But since the development is completely built out, this has been a very successful subdivision. It sold out very quickly. I don't feel I need to review all of the conditions. So before I go on to the rezoning case, are there any questions about the proffer amendment?
Questions from Ms. Hunter about the proffer amendment itself?
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Well, there we go. Mr. Chairman, back, Ms. Hunter, on page 40, your slide 40. I didn't quite get to read all that, I don't think.
What, can you tell me what it says? Because I don't see the page numbers on here.
It was numbered at the bottom, I thought. No?
They're not on these.
Oh, there it is, 41, 40, this one.
Okay, so when you're talking about the construction traffic, that's what it was. You're talking about the construction traffic for the new section?
If the rezoning was approved, section 4, which they're asking for a request of 65 new lots, that would be where the construction traffic would be for.
Can we require that they come in off of Ashland Road as opposed to off of Pouncey Track?
We had talked with the applicant about that. They have committed that would be their primary construction entrance. I think it would be difficult to police every time a truck went by. We could have residents calling and saying there's construction traffic coming down my road. I think we would want to just continue to work with the applicant and do it through, a gentleman's agreement, because I think it would be very difficult to enforce.
Okay, I'm just curious. And, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, one more.
Sure.
Approximately, and I know we can't guarantee, but approximately how long would it take to build out that new section?
The applicant could probably speak to that, but they sold
Just a
out
kind of
the 122 lots in about 3 years. So Parkside sections 1, 2, and 3 is 118 lots, and they went from construction to completion in about a 3-year time frame. So I would say, depending on market, within 2 years, 1.5 years to 2 years. That seems reasonable.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of a sense. Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Alvarez.
Ms. Hunter, I have a couple questions. So the turning lanes from Ashland Road would be completed prior to construction?
That
And
would be,
left and right,
they would be required to build
they would
those.
be required. And then is the new road going to be similar to the existing roads in the neighborhood?
In terms of
Width
and
and so on.
character, yes.
Let me ask the applicant later.
Other comments or questions for Ms. Hunter? Okay.
Okay, I'm going
Keep
to
moving.
proceed to the rezoning case. So this is would be the continuation of the public hearing. Again, this would need a separate vote from the Board of Supervisors, but this is a request, a rezoning request. If the proffer amendment was not approved, you would not be able to approve this rezoning case, just to make that clear, because they are so entwined. So this zoning request is for 28 acres to rezone from A2 to RPUD. They're proposing a 65-lot age-restricted development. You can see the area that is being proposed for the residential development is shown as RPUD, shown as suburban residential on the comprehensive plan. There is an odd shape to this layout. The reason for that is this red boundary is the 1,000-foot boundary from the quarry. There's quarries that are located just off of this map. We have a provision in our comprehensive plan that we wouldn't want new residential development within 1,000 feet of any existing quarries, and so they would be building right to that point of that 1,000 feet if approved. Again, I went over this layout pretty extensively with the proffer amendment, but this is their proffered conceptual plan for their rezoning request. As I stated, it is a 65-lot age-restricted development. What that age restriction is based on FHA standards, that nobody under the age of 55 can build there. They have also proffered that no one under the age of 19 can live or get services, which provides us additional security that there would not be any school students from this development. This would be developed as Parkside Village Section 4. They would have the same homeowners association, and they would be seamlessly tied together. As we indicated, Parkside Village has sold out entirely. The property is located in the TCSD. The requested density is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the request is in compliance with the comp plan's transportation strategy and our access management standards. The capital impact review. As you're aware, we've run each residential development based on our capital impact model provided to us by Tischler Weiss. This was run on 65 age-restricted developments. Remember, the age-restricted are run at a lower level because there's no school cost and there's reduced transportation cost. So if you look at, excuse me, the full impact of this development is about $490,000. However, when you look at the capacity triggered, which is required by the state legislation, that number would drop down to about $320,000 of our impacts. If you look at it on a per house basis, that would be $4,937. And you can see how there's no money to schools because of the age restriction, $803 for parks and recreation, about $1,500 towards public safety, and about $2,500 to transportation. And then it also shows you the impacts of the non-proffer eligible or non-capacity triggered information. We don't want to just show the impacts, we also want to show the revenue. So these are very rough numbers that are done by staff. There's two types of revenues with this type of development. They are our recurring revenues that occur through taxes and vehicle tax, Tuckahoe Creek Service District, and real estate. We estimate those recurring revenues to be, and again, the range is because we don't know exactly what the house prices are going to be, but the range would generally be between $200,000 and $350,000 for recurring revenues on a yearly basis to the county. And then there's one-time fees that are associated with the review and development of the project, such as sewer connection fees, PUD, building permit fees, and that would be about $750,000. The applicant has submitted proffers that are very similar to sections 1, 2, and 3. They've proffered the conceptual plan, which I've shown you. The maximum number of lots would be 65. This is the age restriction proffer. The first paragraph deals with the FHA law, and then the second paragraph deals with the no one under the age of 19 can live there or receive any kind of services from Goochland County. They have proffered architecture and exterior dwelling, would be brick, stone, cementitious siding, EIFS, or a combination. This matches what was done with sections 1, 2, and 3. This disclosure one, we are asking, and they had proffered that during any marketing or contracts or deeds, that they disclose the following information, that they are adjacent to a mining and a quarry, that the adjacent property is Zone B1, and that they are located in the TCSD and would be subject to an ad valorem tax. This is so that residents can't say, oh, I never knew after they moved in. We thought it was important for our citizens, our future citizens, to be aware. They are providing a pedestrian trail that would run through the greenway and sidewalks along one side of each street. This is similar to what's done in Parkside 1, 2, and 3. They have a landscape plan for that greenway area. In fact, what they're planting at the time of planting is actually higher than what staff recommended, but they did commit to the neighbors that they wanted to provide a good visual screen from day one. All the roads would be public. That would be the buffer. That's the greenway and the plantings. They're proposed for that area. And the cash proffer, they have certified that they would use the capital impact model, and that's the number that I reviewed with you, but it would be a total of $49.37 per house. So again, this is one public hearing, but two separate votes, so that there would be first a vote on the proffer amendment. If the proffer amendment was not approved, you cannot approve the rezoning. If the proffer amendment is approved, then you can go ahead and vote on the rezoning and make your decision on that one. But I'd be happy to answer any questions on either the proffer amendment or the rezoning case.
Okay, questions from Ms. Hunter on either one?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
All right, thank you for that. Is the applicant here? Would the applicant like to come forward and expand on the remarks we've already heard, or?
Forward and back, and then the highlight there. Yes, please.
And again, just a reminder, if you give us your name and address for the record, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Natalie Croft. Again, thank you. I am the Director of Land Planning for Eagle Construction, the home builder for Parkside Village. I'll go ahead and read this proffer certification now.
Okay.
The proffers in this case are being voluntarily offered to address impacts specifically attributable to the proposed development, and the proffers are reasonable under state law.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Again, we are requesting a rezoning to construct the fourth section of Parkside Village with a maximum of 65 age-restricted homes, resulting in an overall total of 183 homes in Parkside Village. The proffer amendment is requested, as Ms. Hunter explained, to convert the area currently reserved for the Park Village Boulevard extension into a greenway and trail running through the heart of the neighborhood. During the original rezoning in 2013, the applicant, Pouncy Track Partners, proffered the conceptual plan you see here. The plan incorporated a boulevard connecting Ashland Road to Pouncy Track Road, as shown with a black dashed line. The boulevard is already constructed from Pouncy Track Road to the first yellow arrow. The portion of the proposed boulevard extension we are requesting to convert is shown between the yellow arrows and is currently undeveloped. Throughout our planning and rezoning process for Section 4, the majority of comments and concerns revolved around the proffered boulevard extension, both in terms of connectivity and the potential impacts related to cut-through traffic. We heard staff's and VDOT's request for a connection to Ashland Road to comply with the Comprehensive Plan's directive for connectivity in the county's roadway network. We also heard the county's first responders state that an additional access point into the neighborhood from Ashland Road was needed because the existing two entrances are both located on Pouncy Track Road and in close proximity to one another. On the other hand, we also heard the residents' calls for no boulevard and no connection to Ashland Road, reflecting their concerns about cut-through traffic, especially large-scale industrial traffic. In fact, various groups of neighborhood residents requested to meet with us outside of the community meetings to discuss these concerns, which we were happy to do. We listened, we took all viewpoints and concerns into consideration, and we created a plan that we believe provides the best possible layout for Section 4. In addressing staff's and VDOT's concerns, we are proposing a full access to Ashland Road. In response to residents' concerns, we are proposing to eliminate the reserved boulevard extension and to use that space as a greenway and trail. With respect to the Ashland Road connection, our commitment to the residents of Parkside Village is twofold. First, we would deter cut-through traffic as much as possible by designing the Ashland Road entrance and the route through the neighborhood to be circuitous, difficult, and unattractive for motorists looking for a quick and easy route. And two, we would create a roadway network that we believe will prevent cut-through traffic from utilizing any existing streets in the neighborhood other than that section of Park Village Boulevard already constructed. Here's a close-up of the Ashland Road access point. This full access is located as shown on the originally approved proffered conceptual plan. The black dashed line is the edge of the Ashland Road right-of-way. This series of short roadway segments, stop signs, and hard 90-degree turns will make this access feel difficult and uninviting to those motorists looking for a shortcut. It will truly serve as a back entrance to Parkside Village rather than an attractive and easy cut-through route. You'll also notice that this entrance does not connect to Shenfield Avenue. This is a direct response to our commitment to not disperse cut-through traffic onto existing streets. As you can see, should anyone attempt to cut through the neighborhood, the route in red is the route we believe they would take. This route essentially takes the two existing limits of the boulevard and serves as a detour through the new section. Through traffic would not be dispersed onto any of the existing streets, except for the already constructed Park Village Boulevard, which was designed and built with a 35-foot buffer and a wider right-of-way to accommodate a higher volume of traffic than the interior roadways. Our proposed plan removes the approved boulevard, shown here in red, and will replace it with a greenway, while smaller, more residentially scaled roadways will be provided through the interior of Section 4. These roads would be built to the same standards as the interior roads in Sections 1 through 3 and would have the same right-of-way width as, say, Shenfield, Yare, or Washbrook, with homes and driveways along the street. So, Mr. Alvarez, this goes back to your question, and I might have misheard your question, but these roads will not be built to the 60-foot wide boulevard standard. They would be built to the interior residential standard. Our proposed greenway would be flanked with landscape berms and would include a 5-foot wide asphalt trail connecting to the pedestrian access ways already present in Parkside Village. Open lawn areas, benches, and a focal landscaping feature would serve to anchor the space. The portion of the Section 4 roadway that is adjacent to the greenway would be landscaped to match Park Village Boulevard with tall evergreen shrubs and evergreen trees. Try to, go back, use the pointer. So right here is where we would put that really intense landscaping. And that would match what is existing in the photo. I took that picture of Park Village Boulevard entry. So we're proposing 3 foot at the time of planting shrubs and 6 feet at the time of planting evergreens. And this landscaping proffered would serve as the terminus of the greenway and as a buffer from the new Section 4 roadway. In summary, we have worked hard to address both staff's and the residents' concerns. We have provided the access to Ashland Road requested by staff, VDOT, and EMS, while still mitigating any potential cut-through impacts. We are also proposing a greenway amenity through the heart of Parkside Village. Those homes that would have backed up to a roadway now have a greenway behind their homes. We believe that this layout is much more appropriate and compatible with the neighborhood than the currently proffered boulevard, and serves to minimize and mitigate any potential impacts to those residents who call Parkside Village home. We appreciate staff's consideration and respectfully request your approval this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions, board?
What's the entrance, the proposed entrance off of Ashland Road, what is that character, what does it look like?
That roadway is not requesting to be changed from the original rezoning. So that roadway width is a 60-foot right-of-way. And if you imagine driving into it, you'll come to a T where you either go right into the Section 4 road or you go left into the B1 commercial development when that's developed. So it will essentially be a T intersection.
Mr. Alvarez, you? No? That's fine. Well, I have a question. The Section 4?
Yes.
Do you anticipate those homes to be a lower price or a higher price than the 1, 2, 3?
We expect them to start right where 3 left off.
So similar pricing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Other questions?
Just this is a quick one, and Mike, it's, so estimated traffic volume, so is it fair to speculate that there'll be, still be some traffic off of Ashland Road that would enter this part of the development seeking a cut through? Is there anything that tells us what might, it's hard to anticipate what
Sure.
drivers are going to do, but is there anything that anticipates what's going to happen here?
Our traffic engineer who did our traffic study is here tonight, and he'd be happy to answer
Okay.
those questions.
Right, fine, perfect.
Good evening. My name is Eric Strohacker, traffic engineer at Greenlight Solutions. Your question, are you looking for the volume of potential cut-through, or just a question of whether there will be cut-through?
Yes, both, actually.
There will be cut-through.
Yeah.
That's a guarantee. I think the question is the magnitude, the volume.
Correct.
So just as a background here, we did an analysis to try to put our finger on what we would think would happen if the access was provided on Ashland Road. In that, we realized that the amount of Ashland Road traffic coming up to Pouncey Track, turning right, coming back down Pouncey Track, heading towards Enrico, the amount of traffic coming up Pouncey Track, turning left onto Ashland, heading back towards the interstate. You follow those two movements?
Mm-hmm.
So clearly, those are the movements that will be potential cut-through. That's what this potential access would provide. So as that intersection operates during the day, whether it's operating at an efficient level or an inefficient level, that's where the desire to cut through will come from, because it will save time, potentially, right? So that trip from the proposed Ashland access through the Pouncey Track, Ashland Road signal, back down to the existing access on Pouncey Track, that time to make that trip, if it's larger time to make that trip through the signal than it would be to make the cut through the neighborhood, then obviously that's when you're going to see the cut through. If that time through the signal is less than what would be to get through the neighborhood, then it's going to be less of an impact. The route that is now part of this proposed plan that you're looking at today provides as has been described, a circuitous routing. We've measured what we would think the time would be. The time is greater than the travel through the signal. So that would indicate that there would be less cut-through traffic coming through the neighborhood with this existing proposed route. The original route, the one that we're trying to get away from, which was the direct route, that was actually a quicker route.
Yep.
And we were certainly going to see cut-through with that
Right.
one.
Yep.
So the volumes, though, I think is really ultimately what we get back to. So what is the volume during the peak hour? Oh, thanks. Natalie knows it better than I do. So probably you're looking at about, and this is it's not a perfect answer, but you're looking on a basis of about 210 vehicles per day that would cut through. Maybe, and that would be the higher end of the number. Yep. Yeah, that's the per day. Now, the peak hour, that would equate to about 8 vehicles per hour during the AM, 5 vehicles per hour during the off-peak times, and 21 vehicles per hour during the PM. That would be if you're looking for numbers, that would be the numbers that I would give it.
What was the Greenway traffic, the original?
Yeah.
What was the original traffic pattern for when the Greenway was?
So with the existing, the
Boulevard, yeah.
we were a little over about 1,050 vehicles per day. That would be about 89 vehicles per hour during the AM peak hour, 50 vehicles per hour during the off-peak times, and 105 vehicles per hour during the PM peak hour. That would have been essentially the worst case cut through, if you want to classify it that way. That plan would have provided that. So you can begin to see that the more travel time you put into the trip, the more turning, the more intersections you have for the route, obviously you're going to see a decrease in that volume, that cut-through volume. And that assumes no traffic calming measures other than the route itself, because the route itself can be a traffic calming measure.
Okay for now.
Maybe another question.
Well, I'll go quickly. When you did the time measurement, you just spoke about the time measurement comparison. You said the time, assuming you obeyed all the laws and stopped at all the intersections and all. When you did that time comparison going through the neighborhood, you said you did it compared to going through the light. Was there one or two cycles of the light, or did you just measure it as if clear traffic, green light?
So in order to evaluate the actual time for each route, we had a running time. Obviously, it takes time to go from A to B. And then we tried to accommodate at each critical intersection along the route what would be the delay incurred due to conflicting volume. So obviously, the traffic signal, you have a green phase, you have red phases. During the red phase, you're going to incur the delay. So that was figured out. We figured that out for each route, whether it's going from Pouncey Track to Ashland or from Ashland to Pouncey Track, because they're unique depending on the direction.
Right.
And then you come up with a time. We have an analytical model that allows us to understand what is the delay for those movements at Pouncey Track and Ashland, and then they add directly into the route evaluation for the time.
What you just pointed out, the different directions, did you find that if there is going to be cut through, is it more likely going to be coming from Pouncey Track or coming from Ashland?
Coming from Ashland. It's an easier move. So there's more opportunity to be efficient by making a right turn and a right turn, which is essentially what the original routing would have been. Now you're making a right turn, a left turn, and then a through, and then back to a right.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see where
That makes sense. Unrelated, and I don't know who would know this answer, but if anybody would, it would be somebody that does your work. Is there any impact of putting a no through traffic sign at either place or a no trucks sign at either entrance?
I think the route itself will basically, from a trucking standpoint, the routing itself, I mean, these are professional drivers. They're trying to do their job as quickly as they can, efficiently as they can, and safely as they can, okay? And if they look at a route that's going to go make all these turns through a neighborhood versus a route that's on some major facilities with a traffic signal that may not be operating that well, they're going to go the easiest route to drive. Okay, it might be a little bit more delay in some ways, but I don't even think they could get through that neighborhood without incurring significant delay because of the nature of the vehicle itself. It just takes time, and it's just a difficult maneuver to make. If you put up signs so the signs really, to me, are going to be more about vehicular cut-through. You know, I think that's really, if there's going to be cut-through, it's going to be passenger cars. It's not going to be heavy vehicles.
And I kind of embedded two questions. I said no trucks, but then what about just no through traffic?
No through traffic, I mean, it obviously brings a point to say, you know, we don't want that, but anytime you sign anything, it's all about enforcement.
It's almost inviting perhaps some people.
And that's a good point. Oh, wait a minute. There must be something they're trying to keep me from doing that would be benefit to me. Yeah, right, you know, so.
He actually asked my two questions, but I want to get some clarity. Do we know what it takes for VDOT to put a no through trucks sign?
I do not. I have brought up, that was a suggestion at one of our community meetings, and Ms. Hunter and I spoke about that after the community meeting and really discussed if Eagle might have a better chance of getting such a sign, or if maybe the county would have a better chance. And I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I'll let her share what we talked about.
Joanne Hunter, we did have some conversations with VDOT when they provided the recommendation. We've asked them, would that be a possibility? They said that'd be something that they would consider during the site plan review process. They could not commit to it at this time, but if it was something that both the applicant and staff wanted, that they would definitely consider it. They did not commit to it, but they said they would consider it, and it would be done with the POD.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
Not yet.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. At this point, I'll go ahead and open up a public hearing. That's a public hearing for this particular applicant and this application. Anyone who'd like to come forward, now would be the time. And as you approach, if you please give us your name and address, and then try and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Have a little talking pony show here for you.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Get the presentation mode. Yep, okay. Thank you. My name is Ken Shook, and I live at 7282 Ellingham Court. And if you look at the chart behind you, actually, I have a little arrow drawn to the location of my lot. I live right along the Greenway, so I'm very interested in this maintaining the pedestrian walkway, and I thank Eagle and the county in their cooperation in providing that and not having a road cut through. So I'm just going to cut right to the chase here, because I think there's something that you need to understand about the surrounding area. Now, you'll see Parkside Village up at the top, which you're familiar with, and this is Ashland Road, Route 623, I think that is. Okay, around us, we've already mentioned the quarry, which we have a 1,000-foot buffer, and that is located along a road. It's a private road called Johnson Road, and it actually goes from Ashland Road all the way through to Pontefract. In the event there was any accidents or, something were to happen, disastrous happen on Ashland Road, preventing traffic from going through this intersection, it could provide an access for an emergency purpose, maybe, for trucks and vehicles to go from Ashland Road and to avoid the congestion or whatever traffic would be at the light here at Ashland and Pontefract. Now, we talked about the number of vehicles in the traffic study, but what you need to understand is the type of vehicles that we're talking about. We have, as I mentioned, we have the quarry, which is Vulcan Quarry, which, by the way, About once a month or so, there's a siren that goes off. And we can hear the siren from our house. We're about, I guess, a little over 1,000 feet from the quarry. And when that siren goes off, in about, I'll say about 30 seconds to a minute later, there's a huge explosion. And that's what they use to mine the stone and what have you that comes out of the quarry. It actually shakes the house and the windows. As much as I'd like to say that we knew about it before we moved in, unfortunately, we didn't do our investigation, and we were unaware that at least there was going to be that much noise associated with the quarry. There's also, coming down Ashland Road, going towards 64, there's a commerce center right here. So that's primarily, there are some trucks, light trucks, and there is a commerce center like here, right here. Like I said, there's going to be a commercial tractor center. I believe there's a little brewery back in there. But the main thing are all the quarries. So you can see as you come down Ashland Road, there's Luckstone Quarry. Further down, before you get to 64, is Martin Marietta Quarry. And oh, by the way, Republic has a landfill that's located right off of 64. Now, most of the trucks, in my opinion, from the landfill are going down Ashland Road to get to 64 and then east or west, however they have to go to service Goochland County. But the types of trucks that we're talking about coming out of these quarries are tandem dump trucks. They're huge. I actually have a picture of one right here. So this is at the intersection of Ashland and Pontchartrain. And I just sat there one day and, observed the traffic that was coming by. So even though it may be difficult for these types of trucks to cut through, if there's an accident or anything that's going to block this access right here, these trucks are going to come through. It's not the pedestrian or the private cars that we're worried about. It's these trucks. Very dangerous to our community. It's a 55-plus community. We all don't walk as fast as we used to. Some of us have, hearing, sight restrictions. So it's a real danger. It's a real concern to the people in the neighborhood with the type of trucks that are going to be possibly cutting through. My neighbors are going to get up and talk about another point. In the last, meeting, it was decided that the access was going to come from Ashland Road, the circuitous route that goes through. But if you'll notice, the primary route that's noted in red here is actually a new road that's going to be developed, that's going to go right behind my house, which is located right here, and our neighbor's house. And there's going to be some neighbors that are going to get up and talk about this proposed road. Right now, instead of 2 access points, we have 3. We have one coming in from Ashland Road. We had one coming in from the new road that's proposed here. And what you don't see here is actually the extension of Yare Street, which is right here, which is a 3rd access point. So, really, I don't understand what the need is for this additional road that's going to be cutting in behind our house. So that's my concern, the traffic, the road behind our house. And like I said, I'm going to have some neighbors that are going to get up and describe a little bit more about that. So basically, we want this. We want a nice greenway that we can enjoy and ride our bikes and walk our dogs, and not this. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for that.
The one with the roof?
Well, the public hearing, is still open, and we've been at this for about 1 hour and 15 or so. We might take a 5-minute break, and we'll continue to hear, because we've got a number of people that want to speak tonight, and just so we don't run into extra innings. So out of courtesy to everybody that's here. So we'll take a 5-minute short break, and at 20 after, we'll continue. So thank you.
I know, what's up with that? Hi. Yes, Shepherdtown Road, and John Wilkins.
Yeah, grab a cup. He wants to know, because they were just telling his application deadline is tomorrow to get, on that one thing, on the breeze. They have concerns. I wasn't there, but I walked out of the meeting. Well, he probably did that to help himself. He was sick.
wanted something pulled up, and I wanted to make sure this was it. I just wanted to make sure that was
So when I
correct.
get up here, what do I do?
See across the bottom of the screen?
Uh-huh.
There's those tabs?
Yep.
You're the one on the far.
Penny? Is that what it says?
Yeah, this one right there. So if you'll just click that, it'll then come up. I'm just gonna minimize it.
And then I can move, I can get the
And then-
pictures by hitting here.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Can y'all see it, Debbie?
Yeah, I
So
got
can
it.
show you where it is.
I opened it up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, pocket square.
Make sure I get that.
You could always use those. You could always use them. Yeah, I'll treat it.
I figured you're waiting on this.
Kick it off.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Just want to remind that.
Don't get emboldened. Don't get emboldened.
Split vote will create total.
Right, but I'm not one, I can get it,
But not a split vote as in
No,
4 to
I
1.
don't, no, sir. No, sir. I would
Right.
never in a million years tell you you could not do that. So,
Darn, I wanted to do that.
no, but I just meant, you know.
Yeah. Actually,
I did not consider chocolate chips, as you said earlier.
Yeah, no borrow.
That's what a no does.
Your day to watch him?
you see, it's like Bob.
Cowbell, so you know where it is.
No, I'm good. I just looked.
Go inside, you ready?
Ready. I just looked over your email.
You guys ready?
I'm ready.
These guys ready? Okay, we'll pick up where we left off. The public hearing is still open on the Parkside application. And we'll continue on. Anyone who would like to come forward and speak in favor, against, or make comments, please come forward. And as you come forward, I'll just remind you to please give us your name and address and keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Wayne Dasher, 7280 Ellingham Court. As a resident of Parkside Village, I am opposed to the proposal of Eagle to allow connection to Ashland Road from our community, which would ensure cut-through traffic through our community. The county ordinance states such connections shall not be permitted where the effect would be to encourage the use of such streets by substantial through traffic. The prior proposal submitted by Eagle had an emergency road connection to Ashland Road, which allowed quicker emergency access to all sections of Parkside Village. Also, it improved the safety issues for Parkside Village residents by eliminating cut-through traffic and eliminated a very dangerous intersection with Ashland Road. This proposal had the support of an overwhelming percentage of Parkside residents, and the chief of the fire department did not disagree with that proposal. However, because the Planning Commission is insisting on a cut-through road, their proposal was deferred by a 2-2 vote, not a 4-0 vote. At this point, Goochland government has supported Henrico and Hanover residents instead of Goochland residents. Why is that? If the first proposal is passed, I think the interior road connections within Parkside Village need to be revisited. The board and the Planning Commission believe the circuitous route at the entrance from Ashland Road will reduce the amount of cut-through traffic. However, once the turns are made close to that entrance, it is more or less a straight path to Pontchartrain Road. I believe instead of turning left to get to Parkside Village Boulevard, traffic should be forced to turn right and use Yare Street as the entrance to Parkside Village Boulevard. This is a more circuitous route, will indeed help to reduce the cut-through traffic in the community, which will improve the safety issues for Parkside Village residents. Also, the change will encourage some residents in Section 4 to use the Ashland Road connection instead of the Parkside Village Boulevard connection, further reducing traffic through the rest of the community. The overall plan for traffic in Parkside Village is for the traffic to be in front of houses and the rear of the houses to exposed only to foot traffic. And all the houses, the main living area is in the back of the house. This current proposal puts traffic in front of and very close to the rear of several houses on Ellingham Court within 45 feet. This proposal was made with the input of South Yare Street residents, and Ellingham Court residents were told that this was going to be the plan, and we did not have any input except to say we were opposed. If the interior road connections are not revisited, this proposal should be rejected. And if I can point out, how's this work? Okay, what I'm saying is it's coming down here and you're turning left and going this way. You make a more circuitous route if you close this intersection off, you turn right, you turn left, and out this way, out of Yare Street. And that makes it more circuitous, and people will spend more time in the development, and that discourages more traffic. So I'm opposed to that plan right there.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Anyone else like to come forward? And again, I'll just please remind you,
My name is Margaret Levitt. My address is 7036 Ben Hall Circle. While I've sent each of you an email regarding my position as it relates to Parkside Village Section 4 and the applications filed by Markel Eagle that are before you today, I feel that the written word may not convey the strength of my convictions and sincerity in which my comments are and were intended. I would also like to thank each of you for taking the time to consider my comments and for your responses. As I stated when I addressed the Planning Commission on September 6th, I appreciate the transparency and responsiveness of the Director of Community Development. Whenever I requested information or clarification, it was provided thoughtfully and expeditiously. I also feel that Markel Eagle has tried to address concerns by the county as well as the residents of Parkside Village. Finally, I leave room for the fact that good people can disagree. Having said that, I strongly feel that there is more work to be done. While the applications before you today have been a compromise of sorts, I feel that they come up short when it comes to issues of safety. Specifically, I'm against any connection to Ashland Road on the basis of, one, it will invite cut-through traffic. When you talk about mitigators, you're already saying you expect that we will have cut-through traffic. While I'm opposed to quarry trucks, obviously, I'm also opposed to any cut-through traffic. We are a 55 and older community. Two, it creates an opportunity for serious accident and injury, particularly when turning left from Parkside Village onto Ashland Road. With this plan, connectivity is not achieved. It's not even appropriate for our neighborhood based on the ordinance. Connection shall not be permitted where the effect would be to encourage the use of such streets by substantial through traffic. It is also addressed in the comprehensive plan as it relates to local roads. In residential areas, local roads should facilitate circulation within the neighborhood and discourage through traffic. With drivers using technology to navigate travel, understanding that traffic will only increase along Ashland Road with development, and knowing that there are no plans by VDOT to improve the intersection at Pouncey Track and Ashland Road, no matter where the connection enters our neighborhood, there will be cut-through traffic, and we can only expect that to increase. Furthermore, there will be accidents, with the greatest potential for serious accidents and injury for those turning left onto Ashland Road from Parkside Village. Just south of the connection, there is an incline that would inhibit visibility, and based on the present road markings, passing is permitted. I would submit to you today that scenario is a recipe for disaster. I would much rather navigate the jog and Village Trail next to Aw Shucks than I would to turn left onto Ashland Road. With the applications before you today, the response time for EMS is not addressed. During the Planning Commission meeting on August 2nd, this was a sticking point for the Director of Community Development and was appropriately addressed by Markel Eagle's proposal to install an electronic gate for EMS access to Parkside Village. The fire chief who attended that meeting supported this solution. It's troubling that with these applications, EMS response time seems to be a non-issue. How can that be? As you contemplate how you will vote, please consider the unique makeup of our neighborhood. We are a 55 and older community. EMS response times are important to any neighborhood, but are especially relevant to ours. Please do not dismiss the impact of cut-through traffic for the sake of connectivity and ignore safety concerns. Again, I strongly and sincerely believe there is more work to be done. Thank you.
thank you for those comments. Anyone else like to come forward?
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. Jeff Penny at 7281 Ellingham Court. That's it. And then all I gotta do is. Okay. That's the laser? Perfect. Gotcha. Thank you. I would like to also officially tonight make a statement that I am also not in favor of this proposed connector road through Parkside for reasons that you've heard about, safety, and I guess for other things that I'm just not quite sure about as to who benefits with this road, with this cut through. Is it truly Section 4, or is it Henrico residents going down to Pontchartrain to make a right to take their kids to soccer practice? So I turn also my attention to the rezoning or the changes in the road design on the proposed plan. And I do agree with Joanne and Natalie that the majority, if not all of the cut-through traffic, as well as the residents who need to exit from Pontchartrain, will take this gravel road. I look at that compared to the design we saw back in August that we were all excited about, where this is definitely a route where any kind of cut-through traffic is going to have to make several turns to get out to the boulevard. My concern with this recent proposal from Eagle here is that when you get to this last, I'm figuring this would be a stop sign, and you make a left, I can just hear the pedals now. That is a straight shot on a much larger road. And I would be surprised, I could probably get that officer who sits up at the church to come down here and write a few tickets, because that is one straight shot right into Pontchartrain on a much bigger road. Today, sections 1, 2, and 3 of 118 homes can exit through 2 streets that dead end into Pontchartrain. I go to work, I come home, I've never run into a problem. Section 4, obviously there'll be a high number of these residents that will use the connector road to get onto Ashland Road and Interstate 64. So that concerns me. And I can't see where anybody looking at these 2 drawings that I had up here quickly wouldn't agree that the original plan back in the first week of August would be the better road route for Section 4. On a personal note, I've been impacted along with my neighbors. I am lucky lot 13. So I am unlucky with this proposal. We will definitely be impacted by road noise and traffic. We live in a cul-de-sac. I do not have much front yard. My escape is my backyard. Just put in a nice patio and fire pit. And now I feel like I'm going to share that with a lot of cut-through traffic with that route. On a promise from Eagle sales representative, there was not going to be a road when I asked about lot 13. And in addition, there was a $5,000 surcharge for that lot. And we selected lucky lot 13 to build our last home. Now a promise has been broken. And I honestly don't know why I paid a $5,000 surcharge for a road that will dump traffic directly behind my house. In addition, one would only think that the value of my home with this new road versus the original plan will decrease my home value. I understand there's a lot of different beliefs here, but I think if you look very closely at that original plan, everybody was very happy with an emergency access. There were clearly some residents that want to get out to Ashland Road and 64, and I can understand. But let's think about safety. Let's think about the right thing to do. I ask you tonight, before your vote, to ask yourself 3 why questions. Why the connector road? Can the comprehensive plan not be amended? What's wrong with the first option that we were presented by Eagle in August? And within 3 weeks, they really threw us a curveball to come up with this. Why 3 means, as it's already been talked about, why 3 entrances and exits for Section 4? In my cul-de-sac, I leave every morning, I go up to Shinfield, I make a right on Yare, I come out, no problem. Section 4 has 3 ways of getting in and out. And then finally, the road behind my cul-de-sac, Ellingham Court. will definitely be a road well-traveled. Not only for cut-through traffic, which is the preferred route if you're going to cut through, but also for residents leaving Section 4, going to Ponce Track because they work in Innsbrook. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments.
Mr. Penny, could you point out which lot is yours? Would you mind? It's impossible to hold that
Lucky
pointer.
13.
The house, lucky 13,
It's impossible to hold the pointer there, but there's four along the bottom of the cul-de-sac.
right here.
Okay,
Oh, this would be better for you, right? There.
gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Parkside Citizen.
Yeah.
Right. That one, that's it.
Okay. Sorry. It's boring. So just, you know. I'm sorry, that's all I saw. That's all they can tell me.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Penny. My husband just spoke, 7281 Ellingham Court. Board members, I just wanted to say, I'm sure you received my emails and the pictures that I sent addressing my concerns regarding the new layout that Eagle is presenting. This is the original layout. My husband was showing you the new proposed, but as you can see, this new route is a much better route that would be less cut-through traffic. But I hope you had the opportunity to read my emails and view my pictures, and also to actually come out and visually see our neighborhood. Again, with Eagle's original layout, it would be less cut-through traffic, even if we were to connect with, if we were to go ahead with the Ashland Road cut-through. There is a police officer that sits at the church on the corner of Ponce Track and Ashland to defer cut-through traffic through the church to avoid the people that tried to avoid the traffic light. I asked him one day if he would be able to ticket people who cut through residents, and he said absolutely not, because that is legal to do that, but it is not legal to cut through a private property, which is a church, so he could not ticket anyone. And then this evening, I'm jumping around a little bit, Joanne said this evening that the plan, if it's not passed tonight, that they would have to go back to the 2013 plan, would have to be passed. Well, then I would have to say, then Eagle should have just disclosed that information to us, the residents, before we purchased the lot, because again, we were told there would be no cut-through road. And I feel that was misrepresentation on Eagle's part to give us all, not just me, but all of us, told us that information, there would be no cut-through road. So, again, like my husband said, this new route would be much better because the new layout that the Eagle is proposing would give Section 4 3 entrances and exits. The one on Ashland, and then the one coming behind our house, and then the one through Yar Street. When us, Section 1, 2, and 3, we have 2 entrances and exits for 118 homes, and traffic flows just fine. We have no problem getting in and out. And then back to the greenway, they're proposing, yes, there is a greenway. It was full-fledged greenway at one point, if you look at this design. But the new design is taking away the greenway from behind my house and my neighbor's house. So it would not be a full-fledged greenway that I could benefit from. And then I'm looking at this that was sent, it's the Department of Community Development that was sent to the staff and board members. They talk about that this is a circuitous route that would cause less traffic. That is not so, because it'd be coming directly behind our house. And Eagle also says there would be no new traffic in front of doors of houses, but what about the people that behind their houses? Again, like Margaret had said, we have no EMS access to Section 3 at all. There was a resident just on my street last week who had a rescue squad in front of their house at 6:30 in the morning, which was easy to get to our house at that time in the morning, but you try to get there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there is no way possible that they would have been there as soon as they were that morning if they'd come at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And part of this, it says the removal of the connection road to Ashland could cause undue burden to the traffic light. Well, is that Parkside Village problem? So you're going to solve that problem by creating cut-through traffic to cause less traffic at the stoplight at Pontitrac and Ashland Road? That is not Parkside Village's responsibility to have less of a burden on that traffic light. I know it's not in the proposed, but VDOT needs to work on widening that intersection there. I guess that's all I have for this evening, but I hope you will understand that this is not a layout that should be passed tonight. I think Eagle needs to go back and look at it, and so does VDOT, in developing and come up with a better plan that would be less traffic in this design as a cut-through traffic versus the new layout that they have designed, which originally they went to because the residents on Yard Street were upset saying the amount of traffic that would be coming through their particular street. Well, if Ashland Road Connector is passed, they have half the traffic, because half the traffic would go out Ashland and half the traffic would go out Yard without interfering with traffic behind or causing traffic with that new road that they're proposing behind my house. So, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Would anyone else like to come forward? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Board, questions, discussion?
Excuse me,
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chair.
I do believe that the applicant had requested time for rebuttal.
Rebuttal time? Okay, sure thing, I'll allow that. Would the applicant like to come forward, and that'd be fine, thank you.
Again, good evening. My name is Natalie Croft. I'm with Eagle Construction. I hope that the board members can see how long and how hard we've worked with the community and with the staff to arrive at this proposal. You know, the other proposal you saw this evening did not have that connection to Ashland Road. And when we understood that that connection was extremely necessary, it's very strongly recommended. At that point, our commitment to the neighborhood became, again, twofold: deter cut-through traffic, and two, prevent any potential cut-through traffic from using any streets existing in the neighborhood. There's been a question about why there's that extra sort of entrance that hits the end of the Park Village Boulevard as it sits today. And if we were to close that, that would definitely put any cut-through traffic down one side of the neighborhood, which is exactly what we're not doing to anyone in the neighborhood. We're not putting cut-through traffic on Shenfield. We're not putting cut-through traffic on Washbrook. we're not putting cut-through traffic on Yare Street. That was really our big commitment. So there's 3 connections from Section 4. Quite frankly, had nothing to do with Section 4. It had to do with protecting the existing homeowners and making sure that no added traffic from this connection to Ashland would impact them. I'm going to show you one slide at the very end. Of course, it's at the very end of my presentation. Here's a picture of where the boulevard would go today. And here are some dimensions. The 2 thick dashed lines in between here is where the boulevard would go today if it were constructed. I'll put it in between these 2 lines. We have made sure that any road we put in there would not be closer to any existing lot than that boulevard would have been or would be required to be. Again, this is our commitment to minimize any impact on the existing residents. We put in some dimensions there to show the distances between the proposed roadway, and we've also proffered that enhanced landscape buffer, which is consistent with the Park Village Boulevard buffer as it is planted today. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to answer those.
I do have a question, if you don't mind. Sure. Ms. Croft,
Yes, sir.
Will the neighborhood will there be entrance monuments on Ashland Road? Like a sign that says Parkside Village?
I don't believe we have one proffered. I understand the question, and I think that any sort of enhanced monumentation could be an invitation. That's not something that we've contemplated, but I'm not sure if it would be.
To me, I mean, monuments would signal this is a neighborhood.
Okay.
Not a county road or whatever. I've driven the neighborhood several times. I did it again this past Sunday, and the entrance through the car wash, you could almost come out of the car wash and not be sure where you're going and end up in the neighborhood. Again, if there were some entrance monuments on those, it might keep people from wanting to go into the neighborhood.
That is certainly something that we'd be happy to consider.
And I think that's the only question I had.
Okay.
Quick question while this is up
Sure.
on the screen. Is where you have the lines there, the 44 feet,
Yes, sir.
that is pointing to the edge of, is that pointing to the center of what?
That is pointing to, from the edge of the curb, the new curb, to the property line. So this line right here.
Oh, that's 44 feet?
Yes. And it quickly goes to 70 and 140. And I will say that we have designed that road to have the tightest radius allowable by VDOT to turn that road away from the backs of those lots at the tightest radius we possibly can.
And about, I see the numbers, the lot numbers. So Mr. Penny, who spoke, the Pennies who spoke earlier.
Yes.
Where on that lot is their house, approximately?
So here's Mr. and Mrs. Penny's home. This, I believe, is
That's the lot line?
yes. Then there's a 35-foot buffer that is part of the original rezoning case. It's not part of this case. We're not touching it. It's a 35-foot buffer from their lot line back into the open space.
This is going to be open space?
Yes, sir. The road will, again, start where it ends and head into Section 4. Correct. That road is not developed today. That was our construction traffic.
Just, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Mr. Minnick?
just a quick, Joanne, thanks. Just a quick, kind of a comment question. So if this is not, I guess I'm going to go back to I'm going to go back a couple steps. So in my mind, that if this is not, if this is not approved or somehow, modified or whatever, the Parkway Road goes in.
Correct. If the proffer amendment is denied by the Board of Supervisors, then the applicant will be required to build that Park Village Boulevard that provides that connection from Ashland Road
Right.
to Pouncey Track.
Which would not be,
I don't think that would be
I
supported
don't
by
think that would,
anybody in
I don't think there'd be anybody in the county that would probably support that, or at least in my opinion, I don't, yeah. So I think that, and again, this is just a comment from me, that probably in, not recalling this case in great detail in 2013 is, I'm not sure what our, exactly what our rationale might have been. I think maybe at the time we thought that not a cut through, but a boulevard taking traffic off of Ashland Road and exiting it out onto Pouncey Track was a desirable idea in order to provide parallel access, because I think we knew that Pouncey Track and Ashland Road intersection was a problem intersection.
When this came through in 2013, it was sort of presented as its own little mixed-use community. Mixed use doesn't always have to be, different types of residential apartments and things. But what they had indicated is that this would be, a development. You'd have commercial development here that people could walk to. They had commercial development here where you already had the convenience store. And the connectivity. So I think when it came through in 2013, it was designed to sort of function almost as its own little village community.
So, Ms. Hunter, this was the original approved from 2013?
Let me show you, that's the comprehensive plan, but let me go to the next slide. This is the approved conceptual plan that was approved in 2013. So it shows the commercial development here. This was always proposed for a grocery store retail type development, the aw shucks, and then the road connectivity.
So this was approved before the first house was built?
This approval allowed the first house to be built.
So that all of the homes in there were built after this boulevard was approved?
Yeah, so this property was previously zoned industrial. When after water and sewer was extended for the aw shucks development, the developer of this property came to the county and asked the county to consider residential development here. And this was what was the proffered residential application, the rezoning case in 2013. The original rezoning was for 123 age-restricted houses. They actually built 118.
No, ma'am, we've closed the public hearing at this point. So this was, this boulevard looks like there'd be a lot more cut-through traffic than almost any of the proposals that we've seen so far.
I believe Eric had indicated about 1,000 vehicles per day. Is that the correct number? With this layout, this would definitely be provide a direct cut through the neighborhood, and would probably have a negative impact on the neighborhood.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Hunter. Other questions, Mr. Alvarez?
Maybe more of a comment. I do remember when we went through this proposal the first time around, and I think that's why we added the requirement that they notify folks about the quarry, because and it seems to me like all the things that we thought could go wrong are not wrong, because I think you have a really nice neighborhood, but all the concerns that we had have kind of happened. One of my concerns was we were taking an industrial zoning down to a residential, and we probably need all the industrial, especially on an industrial corridor. So when that request came through, we said you must notify all the homeowners. Now we hear that maybe not everybody thought there was going to be dynamiting every week. The other was that connection, because to me, without that connection, this neighborhood is in Henrico. The only thing they get from Goochland then is water and sewer, and it makes it really a Henrico neighborhood. You have to go through Hanover to get to it, but it doesn't give it a Goochland. I appreciate everybody's concerns. I do believe Markel, Eagle, and the citizens there have done a really good job in coming up with alternate solutions. To me, I would almost prefer to cut off the access to Pouncey Track and make it a kind of a dead-end Goochland neighborhood rather than the whole cut through. But I really think you need it. I think, I heard some concerns about fire and rescue, but I think with this entrance, fire and rescue can get in. They're still going to have to follow the same path that anybody else cutting through will have, but I think it gives an opening for that. I believe that entrance monuments would make it more private looking or feeling, so that maybe people will think I'm not going into a neighborhood. I would really request that, if we approve this, that VDOT start working on the approval for no-through trucks already. I mean, I don't see why that would be an issue for VDOT. But anyway, I think this is a pretty good solution. I'm not sure what the difference is. I know we saw the other opportunity where kind of a mix of the proposal from August that had the entrance as a fire entry, but a little bit more deviation. But I realized that puts traffic on existing homes. This way, this road, hopefully everybody that buys on this road knows that this road is a connection between Pouncey Track and Ashland Road. I'm not sure why people weren't told about that road before, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, those are my comments. I'm not sure what else we can do.
Board, the public hearing itself is closed. The question is, should a citizen or two or three want to approach us and provide some additional information? What's your thoughts on that?
Up to you.
Yes, I know that.
Up to you. I'm fine with it.
Okay. This board tends to err on the side of transparency, disclosure, and citizen engagement. So with that as our general default setting, if you will, I'll permit very brief, less than 3 minutes. And this will be citizen comment. This won't be part of the public hearing. We're not reopening the public hearing, so this won't be part of the official public hearing. But if you've got additional comments that you'd like to make, I'll go ahead and allow it. Maybe I should ask our county attorney if I'm on solid ground here first.
Well, you're certainly allowed to take additional comments at the chair's prerogative. I get to go. I'm less comfortable with the idea that there's a reason for them to be comments that aren't considered part of the public hearing. So I feel a little bit more comfortable if you wouldn't mind to
reopen
just
the-
say you'll allow some additional comment into the public hearing on this case.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, that said, we will go ahead and reopen the public hearing. And if you'd like to come forward, again, we'd like to err on the side of citizen engagement. You've taken the time to come out here this evening. So
Basically, I just want to show the pictures, because I think if you visually see them, this was the first layout that Eagle
I'm
presented.
sorry, if I could ask you to go back to the microphone and then give us your name and address again, just for the record. That way folks will know.
I'm sorry.
That's
Lisa
okay.
Penny- Lisa Penny, 7281 Ellingham Court.
Okay?
Can I
And
present these to you now?
is that with the picture you had up here
It is,
earlier?
but I think you can see it better by looking at the diagram here.
Is there a way to put it up here for the citizens to be able to see? Because I'd prefer everybody be on the same page, not just a sidebar.
But I'm not sure if this was the one there. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, I'll clarify that.
So this is the original layout that Eagle had, and you see, I don't know where the pointer is.
Right here, right?
Ah, thank you. Thank you. So, Eagle originally had the road from Ashland right here, and that was where it was going to be emergency exit only. So their new proposal is laid out like this right here, where this black arrow is, black line. So the Ashland Road entrance to Section 4 would come in right here, stop, and come through. And they're redesigned this area right here so that it would go behind the houses. But as you can see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you'd have to stop here, 5, 6, 7 to get out. With the new layout that they presented, which I'm not sure if it's up here, it's only like 3. I'm not sure how to get back to the other one, but this would definitely be a better route, and I know you can't change things tonight, but I'm asking you not to pass this layout for the Eagle to go back. I understand it has to be an Ashland Road connector, is what I'm understanding according to the comprehensive plan. But this route is a much better route that would affect less people, because Yar Street would still have only half this amount of traffic, because half of it would go out Ashland Road. Or more than half of it, you never know, would actually go out Ashland Road. There is no reason to affect the houses and take away part of that greenway, just, and so the original layout is a much better layout. And I ask, if you disagree with that, can I ask why?
I think your 3 minutes are just about up. So.
Okay, so we don't, what does that
Yeah.
mean?
That
Does that
means
mean that
thank you very
nobody's
much for your
gonna-
comments.
Is anybody going to answer my questions? But
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, citizen comment periods and public hearings are for citizens to make comments. They're not citizen discussion or conversation periods. It's for citizens to express whatever's on their minds. One more, you want to come up and, again, I'll ask you again with a name and address and then just 3 minutes and then we can continue on with business here. So,
Hi, my name's Cheryl Shook, 7282 Ellingham. Ken Shook, he showed you, it had the arrow pointed to at the house. The first thing I wanted to point out was the reason why there were fewer people at the last meeting, which was around the end of August, was because people were on vacation. Also, because they had eliminated the Shenfield and some of the other areas, those people are no longer concerned because the road is not going to be going by their house. The other point I want to make is it does affect people's homes in the back of their homes. I don't know if you are aware how the new houses are built today, but in the front of my house, I have a garage and a bedroom. In the back of my house, I have the porch, morning room, my kitchen, everything is in the back of my house. That's where I live. So when you go and put a road through there, you're taking away, that haven for us. And I think that that is really slighting those few, it's only a few of us that are being affected. But if Yare Street is already a street, their houses are built the same as ours. They have 200 feet of pristine woods right behind their house that they will always have. And we will have a road. And I think that that is really unfortunate that this is the decision that was made. Also, I would like to just kind of take you back to 2013, which is when Eagle bought the property. The property then was zoned agricultural, and then it got changed to suburban residential, I think they're saying. When it was agricultural is when it got conveyed over. And it got conveyed over with, that proffer of that road. You know what? If you're coming off of Ashland and you're going to come through the community, not through the community, but you're going to come through, it's not a residential community at the time. That was planned to be some agricultural industrial plan. And now they put a residential land in there, residential homes, and they didn't change it at the time. What we were told was it was never their plan to make that a road. That's what we were told. So now there's a road. There's this road now. My husband and I were not directly affected, but we will get the road noise. We will get the lights coming into our bedroom from the traffic that comes through. I think that it is really unfair that we should have to go through that. And the other point I want to make, and I don't know who it was that said, but when you build that Ashland Road coming into our community, they've already said that the commercial build-out is not going to be done. So you come into our community, if that Ashland Road entrance is there, there's only one way to go, isn't it? You can't turn around and go, oops, I made a mistake. You're going to have to come through the community to go out on the other side. There's only one way in there. So there's not a way to turn around and go back out on Ashland Road when you realize that it's just going through the community. And Eagle used the language that, they anticipated that it would be a higher volume of traffic. Well, why should we, a 55-plus community, have to, be burdened with the additional vehicles coming through the community? The community is fine the way it is. Even if you put the other 65 homes, it's going to equal 185 homes. It's not the 200 homes that they keep talking about in their plan. There's no more land back there because they have that 1,000-foot buffer. So there isn't any more land back there to have. So why they need to have all these entrances to come into the community, it just doesn't seem to make common sense. And so I am not in favor of putting the road through as the way they plan it right now. And to run a road from Ashland to Pouncey Track straight through, that's a disaster. So that's I hope that you will consider my thoughts.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. One more, Mr. Penny.
Thank you. I will make it brief.
Please do.
I'm just trying to understand. Let's go back to August 2nd. Had there been 5 commissioners there, would we be here tonight? There was a 2-2 vote. I thought Eagle listened to our petitions. They listened to our concerns about cut through. VDOT was, I think, also concerned about EMS, fire, and police getting into our community. And their proposal on August 2nd was perfect. Entrance for EMS, fire, ambulance. And I just don't know what happened. In a 2-2 vote, they just said, Eagle, VDOT, get together, come up with another plan. But why? What was wrong with that plan except one commissioner didn't show up? Thank you.
Sure thing. Thank you. Okay. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing again. Thank you for those comments. Board discussion and additional questions. Ms. Lascalette?
I guess for Ms. Hunter. So let me see if I got this right. I could vote yes or I could vote no. If I vote no to this proffer amendment, then the boulevard gets built.
The applicant would be required to build the
build it,
boulevard.
okay?
Yeah.
So I don't think people want that. All right, so if I say yes, we have this cut through, this other route coming through, and the citizens don't want that either. I mean, I don't know how to vote on this. I don't see an answer. I do not like the boulevard all the way through. I can definitely see that. But if we vote no on this proposal, then they're gonna have the boulevard behind every one of those homes, right?
Well, the boulevard, let me go back.
And will not have the
to it
greenway.
different. Let me go to
Is that correct?
let me go to, here we go. So the boulevard, the houses will actually back up. I think Ms. Croft's presentation showed it, that there is a greenway behind all of the proposed houses that now front on where the greenway for the Park Village Boulevard is going to be extended. It was originally supposed to be extended from here to this point. There will be a boulevard with heavy landscaping behind all of those existing homes that now back up to where that road is going to be extended. I think Ms. Croft's representation of that showed you that that greenway would be at the smallest point, 45 feet, and it went up to about 140 feet. So there will, 195 feet. So there will be a greenway behind all of those houses. It would not be a road directly behind those houses.
But if we vote no on the proposal, there will be a road,
Correct.
for sure.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Let me, yeah. Well, I don't want to ask the
Luckett?
question again.
Okay, no. So let me get some clarity, Joanne. The Miss Penny, the picture that Mrs. Penny put up, she kept saying it was the original, but that was the August modification, correct? Was there an original with the boulevard and the 65 houses?
No.
No. So when Markel Eagle came with the proposal for the 65 lots, it already included a reroute of the traffic,
Correct.
the one that we saw, that Ms. Penny showed us.
Ms. Lumpkin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman.
Yep.
To follow up on this is partly, I'm doing a lot of education here, but following up on Ms. Lascolette's comment, would it be accurate to rephrase what she's saying and saying, if this is not approved tonight, that the proffer requires them to build the road?
That's an absolute correct
Okay,
statement, yes.
so they certainly could come back with another amendment of some nature and try to remove that. So it's not like a foregone conclusion that no equals a road. It just means that the proffer stands that calls for a road, and at some point, unless it's amended or changed, then yes, a road should be built there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I hope that maybe follows up a little bit on what she was saying. I'm going to just go ahead and make a few comments. Mrs. Shook, thank you for your comments, and I picked up when Ms. Hunter said fewer people at a meeting, and I'll just tell you, on my, speaking for myself, that made no difference to me. I did pick up on that, but that doesn't mean anything to me. We are hearing from you all tonight. I'm sure this frustrates applicants, because they've been working, and I've been involved long enough, and I've observed, and I think Eagle has done an awful lot working with staff, planning commission, community members. That's been my impression from where I'm sitting, and I've been to community meetings, I've been to the neighborhood, and I've talked to Ms. Croft at meetings. I don't know what else they could do. Ms. Penny, I agree with you. It's what you show there where folks have to then go down and around and through Yar, and you basically cut off that sharp loop, and you cut it off, and I was gonna ask Eagle, well, what would you lose by cutting that off? And that's my question to Eagle, what would you lose by cutting it off? But I think they've addressed that, they've answered that, and they made a commitment to the community, and I remember hearing this early on, they made a commitment to the community to not add any cut-through traffic to existing homes. One of the frustrating things that I'm picking up on in this new job is, and I was at a meeting last night, we hear a constant refrain that homeowners are buying houses and they're finding out, I had no idea this could happen. And we're hearing about lack of, wherever you put the burden, lack of disclosure on builders and sellers, or lack of due diligence by buyers. It puts us, I think, in these tough positions when we're hearing people, I had no idea there was going to be a road here. I had no idea there was going to be a new neighborhood. And in this case, maybe people didn't. I'm sure people probably didn't have ideas, but it seems to me this has been out there for folks to know, and this solution meets what I would think is or I should say, Eagle's approach to this seems to me to be legitimate, that we're making a commitment to not put traffic on existing roads. And that seems to make sense, because if you're a homeowner in there, you don't want it. So, I mean, I think if we were to reroute this, we'd be hearing from people from Yare, and they'd probably be, I think that doesn't help Ellingham Court. I get that. My thought is, I just hope Eagle, they're being what seems to me pretty aggressive in putting some plantings there that are going to do a good job. I hope that the arborists or landscapers or whatever are accurate in what they're telling you, but I hope Eagle comes through on that commitment. Ms. Levitt, thank you for your communications, and I think you and I exchanged emails early on, and the question I've had on this thing, what does substantial mean? Is there going to be substantial through traffic? I don't know what else Eagle could have done. I think they've done the best they can to make it as circuitous as possible without impairing or without putting traffic on existing roads, to make it as who knows what the traffic's going to be. The traffic engineer candidly said there will be cut-throughs. We want to see everything possible to keep it to a minimum, but who knows? But I don't feel this is going to be substantial. But I'm also bothered, as I think I shared with Ms. Levitt, I'm bothered 2 or 3 times I've heard that Hanover has no intention, Hanover and VDOT have no intention of doing anything at that intersection. I think we need to continue to keep an eye on that. And I think we know the board member over there, I think that's Kevin Hazard's dad's district. And, you know, I saw him at a function the other day, and it was not a setting where I wanted to try to corner him about the intersection at Pouncey Tract and Ashland, but Mr. Minnick, you shared the last discussion about this, that there's growth around there, that I think it's inevitable it'll be addressed. And this is a tough call, but I don't want to see, I don't know that there's better alternatives, and I think Eagle has done all they could in this case to meet very competing interests. That's where I am.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lumpkins.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Minnick?
Maybe just another comment. Yeah, and I've heard, and we've been hearing this lately, I think this, on a number of different issues, not just this one, but the representation to buyers from the, from the real estate community or whatever it is, about some issues that's obviously, troubling. This kind of looks like this was one of them from, we're not in the business of, local government doesn't get involved in those kinds of representations that are made to buyers and sellers and so on about what may or may not happen in the future, because ours is bound by what's in proffers and in the ordinances that we pass here. Again, I share Susan's concern that a no decision opens that boulevard up to going all the way through to Ashland, which then becomes a fairly heavily trafficked corridor. And probably if I were like maybe a real jerk about it, that would be a great idea, because that would move traffic away from that intersection and the complications that exist at that intersection, and relieve some of the turning movements and issues that revolve around that intersection at peak hours. So I can understand from a traffic management standpoint why a cut through off of Ashland would be important to route traffic on a little further down Pouncey Tract. Seems like a reasonable, rational approach to traffic management. Here it seems to me, and I guess if the property were to remain as agricultural or industrial or whatever, I think is it currently industrial? Was it?
It was
Be
originally,
business,
I think, industrial.
It was not
So-
agriculture.
Yeah, so the intensity of use for me in regard to what this could potentially become, in regard to having some industrial activity even closer to, in proximity to the existing residences, becomes another concern, because that's basically what conceivably I think could happen, or could be pursued to happen. And then you'd have a major, not only a major cut through onto off of Ashland on the Pouncey Tract, you'd also have perhaps a high intensity use of something industrial that nobody would really appreciate in their backyard. So that creates some concern. I don't know exactly how we I don't know exactly how we split this baby. The A2 or the August proposal had some interesting features to it, I thought, in regard to the additional amount of turning movements that were required to slow traffic. This seems to have, well, probably certainly not as many, has the same kind of turning movements involved, in addition to, if memory serves me, it looks like it does have the same number of accesses out onto Park Village Boulevard. I don't know if we have I guess I'm looking at our options here is to vote this up or down, or to seek, a deferral to review this a little bit more. And I'm not sure if perhaps that might not be another option. I'm just making a comment. I'm not suggesting that at this point, because I think there is a solution set in play here with the Eagle Markel proposal, albeit not, not a, it's not the end-all be-all kind of proposal for this, but I think it's a heck of a lot better than the option of a cut-through, of a boulevard cut-through behind and through that residential neighborhood to Pouncey Tract. So I'm at a little bit of, I'm kind of in Susan's arena here, where I'm not exactly sure what I need to do. And again, I might be rambling here a little bit, but if I rely on the traffic estimates through that neighborhood with the new routing of 8 cars in the morning peak, and it looks like 21 cars in the afternoon peak. I'm not, I don't know of a place, probably in the, I'm trying to think of an area or a residential neighborhood in the eastern end of the county that has that low of a traffic pattern. I know, and again, I'm not saying, I'm not putting my neighborhood in these folks' neighborhood, because I'm not here to compare one to the other. I'm just saying that there's, 2 to 3 times that amount of traffic behind my house on a daily basis, including construction traffic, and has been. And so I just, and kind of in the same sort of age-restricted kind of environment. Not an age-restricted per se, but an age-restricted by, pretty much by choice. So, so I think I've gone on long enough here pontificating. And just, I have obviously some more.
I didn't see the red light come on, so you're okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Really,
Yeah.
we needed a red light.
Okay, is that?
Yeah, I mean, again, I guess just in summary, I mean, I would much prefer to have a lower intensity use like a residential neighborhood here than I would anything else, based on the other alternatives that kind of sit before us. And that's to allow that, potentially allow that cut-through road, not cut-through, that boulevard road, to be, to be developed in this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair.
I just want to clarify a couple of things, because, just to make it clear, this road was approved, the cut-through boulevard was approved when we approved the rezoning. It wasn't approved when it was agricultural or commercial. It was part of the rezoning for this neighborhood that we approved this road. And one other point of clarification, if the PC had been if all the members had been here, we'd still be here. It might have happened last month because it might not have gotten delayed, but their vote is a recommendation to the board. I was here for those PC hearings, and I don't think, I never liked the idea of just a fire emergency, because I always felt that this connection was necessary. So I'm not sure that it would have made any difference if they had all been here. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Additional thoughts? Ms. Laska, additional thoughts?
There was one other comment, Mr. Chairman, in our board packet, if I could put my hands back on it, about fire safety. The fire chief, I believe, had recommended a unrestricted access to Ashland Road. Ms. Hunter, can you help me here? Let's see, here we go.
It should be in the staff report under the chart with the county comments and the fire. The fire chief did say that he prefer a full unrestricted access. If you have an emergency access, there is a delay as they go through and wait for the gate to come up and things like that. So their preference would be a full access as what's being proposed with this application.
Okay, so from a fire safety standpoint and an EMS standpoint, they are recommending a full access.
That's a correct statement, yes.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm good. Call the question.
Well, all right, let me make a few comments here myself. I just want to let everybody know that took the time out of their evening to come here and provide comments to the board, that we, obviously by the length of time we've been here, we move forward in a very deliberate fashion, and we do listen to every comment that's made. We do try to explore alternatives, and we do try to take things into account. And at the end of the day, we need to balance things and weigh things and figure out where we come out. Now, our goal is to make everyone happy all the time. Our goal is to make everyone happy all the time. Sometimes we fall a little short, but in all seriousness, no, we do take these. So what I heard tonight, a couple of comments I heard tonight, and one of them was the EMS response. And Chief, I don't like when people put words in my mouth, and I don't want people to put words in your mouth. Can you just put this to rest and let us know whether this current application as proposed creates you any anxiety, or is it something that you endorse, or what are your words here?
The original proposal that we saw back in August was a elimination of the access off of Ashland Road. And then Eagle came up with or collectively there was some discussion at the Planning Commission about how we can facilitate the access off of Ashland Road with it not being a cut-through or a regular road that people would use. And at that point, the discussion was about having an emergency access feature there that would allow us access into the Section 4 backsides of Section 3. So that's how that part of the discussion came up. What's proposed tonight, obviously facilitates us getting into the back of the neighborhood much quicker. You heard tonight from Ms. Penny, who said had it been at a different time, the delay in getting into her neighborhood would have been dramatically different. I believe the initial traffic studies said without any connectivity to Ashland Road would add an additional 2 to 3 minutes to an EMS or sheriff or fire response into the community. I'm sorry? Right, it doesn't help Section 3, and certainly the future Section 4 would have even a more significant delay than your section if we did not have connectivity to Ashland Road.
So to get to 3 now, coming up Ashland, you have to wait at that light.
You have to navigate through that intersection, yes, sir.
So the idea would be to give you faster access to 1, 2, and 3, and 4, would be some access off of Ashland.
Absolutely.
If it's electronically controlled or some special access, that would delay your response.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you're relying on technology to allow you access into the home, into that area. So we would prefer an unrestricted access into the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. I wanted to hear directly from you rather than have someone else represent your thoughts on that. Because public safety was one of the issues that was brought up that I'd heard. Another one I'd heard was the truck traffic. Maybe Ms. Hunter, I don't know if you're the right person or Eagle. Where are we on the signs again to tell trucks that this isn't really their preferred route?
If this application was approved, we would work, both the applicant and staff has agreed to work with VDOT. VDOT had said they would work with us to pursue signage in the neighborhood.
Okay, so then that would minimize the truck cut-through traffic if you're able to do that. Great. And then the other suggestion I'd heard or thought that I'd heard was the entrance ways to make it look like you're coming into a neighborhood as opposed to coming into a cut-through. What is Eagle's current intentions or thoughts on coming off of Ashland into the neighborhood? Will there be any features there at all, or will it just be a street coming through, or what is your current thought on that?
My current thought was to, when the B1 portion would be developed, to do a small scale Parkside Village feature where left commercial, right, residential. To Mr. Alvarez's point, I'm not sure if an entry monument would invite or deter, but we are absolutely happy to work with staff on that and take any recommendations that you might have.
Okay, fair enough. I just, if there is an opportunity there to, again, minimize the cut-through, that
Yes.
perhaps would be another way to address it, in addition to the signage and whatnot.
We
So,
will take any opportunity.
now, where do we stand on that B1? I had heard somebody say that you were not planning to develop that. Is that something that you continue to?
That is not owned by Markel Eagle nor Eagle. It is a
Okay.
third party that we have no common ownership with.
Okay.
So we have no control over the timing of that.
Okay, okay.
I don't know of any plans currently. I have no idea,
Sure,
unfortunately.
fair enough, fair enough. All right, thank you. So, again, on some of these issues where there's some controversy around them, one of the things we do is we look to the other folks that advise this board. The Planning Commission obviously voted in favor of this. Wasn't unanimous, but they did vote in favor of it. As I understand it, VDOT has approved the current application. Is that a fair statement? That staff is recommending this current application, that the fire chief, again, approves of the free access into the development. That's something we just heard from the chief. We're faced with the existing or the proposed. And the existing, I don't think anybody here would be in favor of the existing, which is the boulevard, straight cut through with no access and no circuitous route. So the proposal, I get, it would, as I understand it, would result in maybe dramatic's too big a word, but a reduction in the likelihood of cut-through traffic over the existing approval. So that would be an improvement if cut-through traffic is a concern, that would be an improvement over what's currently there. Let's see what else. I think that covers most of the comments that I'd heard this evening. Board, any other thoughts or discussion on this?
Mr. Chairman, on
Yes,
to
sir.
your point, what was the vote at the plan, I do look to the Planning Commission and their,
4-1, wasn't it?
in their thoughts. It was 5-0 on one part and 4-1 on another part, is that correct?
The vote was 4-1 at the Planning Commission. I can go back to that
It was, I think
slide.
Mr. Rockefeller, I think, was the one that.
Right, 4-1 vote.
On which,
On the rezoning, I believe it was on both of them. 4-1 on the, 4-1 on,
it was 4-1 on the proffer and it was 5-0 on the rezoning?
that's correct.
That's what I thought, just to clarify,
Yes.
not that it might make a big difference, but
Once you do the amendment, then the second one, maybe it sounds like it flowed from that. Okay, other, all right, well, I guess if there is no additional discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
So the first thing is,
We need two separate motions, because we've got two separate votes we need to take. The first one's on the proffer amendment, and the second one's on the rezoning.
find the language. Pages on. We're getting close.
Mr. Chair, so I would be willing to make a motion, but in discussion on this prior to that, I want to make sure that I'm clear, because I think my motion would be to eliminate that Ashland Park, that Ashland Boulevard connecting from Ashland Road to Pouncey Track. And I'm not sure if that's exactly how this,
Is to relocate.
if this is asking to relocate,
Could we put up the map
That-
that shows the red parts that the amendment first? We'll do the amendment first.
then yes, okay.
Let's see if we
Because
can-
my thought here my thought here looking at this one discreetly is that that road is not the Ashland that boulevard connecting from Ashland to Pouncey Tract is not, in my opinion, is not a desirable outcome under any scenario based on based on the current scenario. It invites, I think, a considerable amount of traffic behind that residential area is my thought here.
So if you could pull up maybe the map with that shows the amendment.
What I was showing is that the
Okay.
request, the proffer amendment request is to revise the conceptual plan. The conceptual plan shows that thoroughfare, and then it's to remove this language about the connector road. So,
That would be, yeah.
so that is,
Then
those are the two
those-
things that are being requested with the proffer amendment, and I think that's consistent
Right, and that
with what you
addresses
just
my,
said.
that addresses my, so that would address my motion.
Right, so the two cases, though legally separate, do have to both work together because they encompass two different pieces of property. So on this proffer amendment, you're being asked to delete the road that was requirement that is stated and to adopt a conceptual plan that shows the road going through the other property. It is in the rezoning case that you are affirmatively like showing the other road on the other property because that's where the road is existing on a different piece of property. So that's
Right.
why there are two cases. If you vote in favor of both of these, you will encompass everything that got presented tonight with respect to deletion of the road
Right.
and the other road on the new property.
But hypothetically, voting yes on this would eliminate the road.
Well-
And on the second case, if there was a no vote, then what?
Yes, sir, that would not result in anything that I think anyone in this room has contemplated or discussed.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. They are, therefore, they sort of should go together in some respects. A yes on both and a no on both would be consistent. Trying to split would lead to some inconsistency.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the amendment, the proffer amendment, is not just to vacate or eliminate or take off of that boulevard. It's basically relocating the boulevard from there through the section 4. That's the first, the applicant's amendment proposal. It's the relocation as opposed to an elimination of that boulevard to a certain extent.
It is. The reason why it isn't legitimately a relocation is because the area where you're putting the road is on a piece of property that's not subject to this case. You can't, that's why you have to have the second case show the road, because that's then a proffer that actually affects the property where the road goes. So it's accurate. Here you are in fact eliminating it, and you're adopting a conceptual plan that shows the other.
That shows it going
Right.
through a different way. That's why I
It's
say
just
it's
that
kind of
conceptual plan also encompasses property that isn't necessarily,
it can't be fully implemented without the rezoning.
that's correct.
So to contemplate the applicant, the application right now is not to just get rid of the boulevard, but to get rid of the boulevard and adopt a conceptual plan that shows it going a different way, which can't be fully implemented unless you do the rezoning. Does that make sense? Am I on solid ground there?
And I'm not sure that's entirely accurate.
Okay, well, help me out here.
So let me get back to what the sketch is. It's two things where this is what we would be eliminating is the pink areas. So we would be taking off, this would be the revised conceptual plan The conceptual plan does not include the 65 lots. This is just for the proffer amendment.
Oh.
So you would be removing the road that's identified in these pink areas if it was approved, and you would be removing that requirement to build that connector road in that pink area. So they are completely separate. So you can
Okay.
take an action on the proffer amendment and vote a different way on the rezoning case. They are not, while they are interrelated, you can make a separate vote on both of them.
So what you're showing us on the screen is the exhibit that's referenced in the
This
screen
would-
you just had prior to this.
If
This is what they submitted
Yes.
attached to the proffer amendment request, correct?
This would become the new conceptual plan for Parkside 1, 2, and 3, the 2013
That's
zoning
what I
case.
understood.
So then the question becomes, this without the other, does this make any sense?
If you approve this and then you disapprove the relocating of the road, then there will be no connection at all. Which, again, it's not legally inappropriate, it's just nothing that has been discussed tonight. Nobody's talked about, oh, we'll remove
Right.
this and then have nothing. Is that accurate? It's just, that hasn't been what we've, been the
Yeah,
subject
I
of
mean, it doesn't make
discussion.
any
Nobody's
sense.
talked about the consequences and repercussions of that.
Sure.
Okay.
That make,
Okay, then, Mr. Chair, I would move that we approve the amendment under rezoning case 001B to amend the conceptual plan and relocate the road connection to Ashland Road in the property that's contiguous to Parkside Village.
So we have,
For the property contiguous to Parkside Village.
so we have a motion to approve the proffer amendment as presented, or are you proposing any modifications? It's as presented. Is it?
No, it's just as presented.
As presented. Is that motion proper, Miss? Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve the proffer amendment as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Last call on discussion. Any additional discussion?
One question. Ms. Hunter, I was trying to look at that upside-down map that was up there. This is presented to us that we are changing the conceptual plan to say that the development shall generally conform with the exhibit submitted with the application entitled, quote, "prepared by Town Site Engineering dated June 12th."
And
The only date I saw on that plat, quickly trying to read it on the bigger screen, I can't read it on my monitor, was an August date. Can you make sure that we're looking at the correct exhibit?
Yeah, it is, and it should, in your packet, it should say Exhibit A.
Yeah, I've got it right here, but I can't read any of the information on it.
It's hard to read, but is,
It's the one that's attached to your resolution.
For the young people.
Yeah. It's for young eyes.
oh, yep, I see the date, and it's 6/12. The exhibit in our packet is the exact one, and it's on page,
Oh, yeah, I see it, revised
you
6/12.
see it?
Revised 6/12/2018.
Yep.
I've got a comment before we go.
Yes, Ms.
When
Lesko,
you're
go ahead.
ready.
Okay.
Um,
I'm sorry, Ms. Lesko.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say to the citizens, I can't tell you how distressed I am that you bought homes and property and did not understand what you were buying. Now, I'm not going to lay blame, I'm not going to accuse anyone, but this is not the first time that this has happened. I've heard numerous cases, there's some in my district, that people bought homes, did not know they were on a private road, had no idea, till years later when they figured out VDOT wasn't going to come fix their road. So I don't know what we do about this. I don't know if it's anything the government can do about it. But it is most distressing to me that full disclosure or whatever is not happening. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But this property appears to have been zoned and proffered with the boulevard. And when you all bought the property, that's before any house was built there. But that's what was existing. So I just want to tell you how distressed I am that you didn't know that. That's my comment.
Since we're still in the discussion phase, there's 3 disclosures in the subsequent one that we're going to hear, the ad valorem and the quarry and the B1 zoning, and presumably they can see from the plan there's some likelihood of whatever cut-through traffic. So the hope is that those things will be disclosed going forward, but I share your frustration because you kind of feel like you got, you know, the rug pulled out from under you when things change that you didn't know about, and I share that frustration and hear you on that. And what we can do is, in this case, there's disclosure requirements, but there's only so much we can do, I guess, as a local government. Anything else?
Nope.
It's already been moved and seconded. Mr. Badesky, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Minnick,
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette,
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez,
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes. All right, the vote is unanimous. I want to thank everybody for hanging in there. We've got 2
So
more.
there's a second one.
We got another one on here, and then 2 more after that.
Not a break.
But for hanging with us on this one, because we do like to give every one of these tough decisions a full read. So thank you for that. The next one, we've done the proffer amendment. The next one is the rezoning. Any additional discussion on the rezoning?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah, I'm just wondering, in light of the August 2nd description, if there is some value in revisiting that traffic flow, or are we the plan that was submitted by, or one of the plans that was proposed, is that a more favorable plan, or does that not, I guess, does this thing need some more work, I guess is what my bottom line question is, versus trying to go through the whole thing.
I think a lot more residents and property owners would be affected.
Yeah, my understanding is with each iteration, it got better, not worse, but I can't swear that. It probably gets better for some and worse for others, but I think the effort or the intent was to try and make it better for more, you know, less objectionable. Other discussion, questions?
So, do you want to make a motion to do something else, or? I'll make a motion.
motion.
If you could just entertain, Joanne, your opinion of the August 2nd iteration before the proposal, before this one became final, or before this one became?
Yeah, I have their planning commission action here. So this was the August 2nd. There was about 75 citizens who attended the meeting. 14 people spoke. 9 citizens supported the elimination of the full road, opting just for limited access. 3 citizens opposed the proposed layout, but not eliminating the full connection. These were specifically people along either Yare Street or Senfield, and 2 citizens opposed the elimination of the full road connection. They felt that there should be a connection to Ashland Road. So there was about 5 people opposed to the request, and a majority of those people were on Shenfield and Yare.
And so the August 2nd has has the automated gate to, for fire safety, is that okay? Is that the version?
That was a fire access only.
Right, fire access only, okay. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion. Move we approve the application by Markel Eagle Advisors, zoning case RZ 2018-0002, as stated in the,
As presented this evening?
as presented this evening.
There's a motion to approve the rezoning as presented this evening. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded. Last call for discussion on the rezoning. Okay, seeing none, Mr. Badesky, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Alvarez.
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette.
Yes.
Mr. Minnick.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes. That's unanimous. That one's approved as well. That completes the park side. In fact, we'll take another break until 10:15, 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene back here. Thank you very much.
Guy just moved in there 2 months ago, right?
You know, first lot that we looked for, one of the nicest lots we looked at when we were moving to Gucci was in Kevin's neighborhood. But it was a gravel road, and first thing I did is I asked the agent, if this is down the road, no it isn't, and we just like, okay, it's like I wasn't sure, I don't really like to, I mean, there's all kinds of arguments all the time about who's gonna pay for the road fixing, I mean, but My agent said, you know, broadband and, you have a cable and DSL.
You can't take that, and there's no cause of action against them when they don't tell you the truth either. So
Yeah.
folks just have to wake up. But the problem is, with these continuing issues, our left-leaning legislature is going to make more and more disclose. It's going to be great for lawyers, because then there's these lawsuits talking about disclose this, disclose that. But having an outdoor is actually a good idea.
Yeah.
People just,
You need to know.
people just need to
You're going to ask
get
questions.
engaged. So, I think that's temporary, because like these people thought that this is when I bought my last.
Oh, I would never say that.
When we, a couple years ago, we were talking about biosolids, and we wanted to put, we said, hey, you know what? You're applying biosolids. It should be listed in your title, you know. And man, we got some pushback on that. Not from the owners of the land themselves, but from the realtors.
Exactly.
Now I'm gonna say, how far from a biosolid dump are you? So,
It's an interesting personal attention, but that's what I like doing. And good that a lot of good agents, I mean, I have a new agent call me today, or you know, they said, John, I hear you go with Thailand. I want to start using you, but I want to talk to you about it. I want to make sure you're doing attorney closings, et cetera. You know, I explain. But I go over with Mike on the computer, look at these title binders. We're not going to lose them. You do a closing, and they're like, hey, you know, in a month you'll get your title policy. You never went, no person ever went through the exceptions on the policy. You need to do that. If you're writing something like that, you can say, look, this is what you're buying. Here are the restrictive covenants. Here are the things that the title covenant is not covering. And they have to do with this. But it's always been that way. You know that from helping you with your rough sections. Oh, yeah, you're still providing the VA. But
when does that expire? Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah, it's going to expire for a few more years, but I don't want to go that route. You might have to file something in circuit court to get the judge to set aside, but I think Deutsche Bank bought it from the VA. Deutsche Bank's like, I've tracked them down there, and we don't have anything to do with it because we weren't the servicer. Bank of America was the servicer. So they're saying you have to deal with Bank of America. Okay, so that's my next thing, is to call the lead release department of Bank of America. I hope somebody can find this darn thing in their records, you know, where they were servicing it. But I mean, you know, it's very frustrating.
I was looking at this thing, because I think they're also playing a little bit with who owns what. So I was looking at,
People in favor of this, but they don't show up to these hearings.
right, oh yeah, I heard from a lot of people. That property, the business.
Oh, you looked up who it is?
I looked it up, and you look at property details.
She told me it was not them, but they
But there's no details.
They haven't been talking to them.
No sales details.
Oh my gosh.
And I know at the planning commission meeting, they said that it was a different company, but it was basically it's Markel Legal owns this, and then Markel, somebody else owns it. I looked them up at the time. They're both at the same address on Brick Road.
Oh, at the time that used to have some
At the time of the
data?
planning commission meeting.
That had data?
No, it didn't have data.
Because now I'm starting to, black helicopters.
Yeah, it didn't have data, but Natalie said, no, it's a different company, and she mentioned the name of the two companies, and when I looked them up, they were both under the same address on Brick Road, which is right there in the Broad Street Village.
She did say no common ownership. So she
I
might.
think it's LLC kind of split. It was presented originally by Markel, but the presenter was Scott Kaiser. And Scott's a little
On that little.
all of it, the whole thing. Scott Kaiser presented it. And it included that, because that's what we said RPUD, and it was kind of supposed to be like a sort of a mixed use. You have some commercial and some residential together. It's already like that on the bouncy track side, because you've got the shocks,
and the car wash.
the car wash and other business a lot there. But anyway.
It's supposed to develop along that side, or at least in that lot, it's supposed to develop in there. Like I said, I think we owe the community, as a community, to watch that traffic light and work with Hanover. Right. And make sure that, and work with Hanover and VDOT. There's not a whole lot they can do there other than maybe, because the cemetery goes right to the corner, the church is right there, which is, was built in 1826 or something, so you know they're not gonna. So then across the way, there's a building there that used to be. What store? Some kind of store or something? Yeah, it used to be a real ugly shack, and they fixed it up. I don't know what's there, and then there's a gas station or something on the other side. Behind that shop on the right, if you're going north, is a house that has lots of chickens. I mean, if you go by there and look in the backyard, it's like 100 chickens in the backyard. So, but see, a few years ago, we met with Wayne Hazard in here. We met Becky and Todd because they wanted to go, they wanted to connect to our water to get to Hunting Hawk because they wanted to develop a subdivision around Hunting Hawk. So they've got plans to develop all the intersection, and they should start looking at the intersection and say, we got to do something better. Financially work for them to connect to our water. It didn't work. They already had an agreement with Henrico for some water coming in, so I think they. Henrico run water pretty much close to that. Yeah, because of Hickory, Twin Hickory, and Windsor back there. It's a little ways down there, but yeah. But they have water coming to the school. You know, there's the Dave Plackley school over there on Pouncey Track. See, I haven't been down there in a while. That's a new school, isn't it? Yeah. So if you turn right on Pouncey Track, how far down do you go to get to the school? Just past this neighborhood and. Oh, not that far, half a mile or so? Yeah. Half a mile or so past the neighborhood. So, and it's, the county line is right there. Anyway. Oh, well. Yeah, you're already up to speed. These things are kind of a little bit of a struggle sometimes because it is, because you don't want to do the wrong thing, but I don't think this neighborhood would have made sense if you didn't have a connection to Ashland Road. It'd be a Henrico neighborhood. You know, I worry about left turn onto Ashland Road. My guess is that it seems to me they'd like to swing by here. They're not going to get anything done for road until there's a dire need. In your district, north of the Richmond area has been.
Oh, okay.
Very hard.
They're the developers and they're not. They're doing 1,200.
288, all those things could happen because you could put out a grant.
Okay.
Say we need funding. And it would happen.
Yeah. Well, I know it's huge. Well, we've got it highlighted. In our,
how many accidents? I mean, it's really horrible.
I think in
We're
our
in a situation where
video.
we will end up like Northern Virginia because you have to have the demand.
Okay, super. Thanks.
And this is something that when I moved to Charlotte,
I think
I
we
remember
have
the day I went
leftovers.
close to my house, I was
I don't know about
already working in
dessert.
Charlotte, racing senior, so I actually called them.
That's probably my sugar.
Trying to get there, can you give me direction to the office of the attorney and the real estate, it was the attorney's office.
You are rolling.
And I get stuck on Route
You just
77.
go right to the end.
traffic jam every day there was one. And I got off, and there were all these roads that were finished. In fact, the office was a road that you could see, as far as you could see, was finished, but it was closed to traffic. And it was just preparing for what was coming. As the buildings were built, they opened a little bit more. And but I think their Department of Transportation works a little differently, or their funding is a little different. I don't really know, but they were more proactive. It's all Mecklenburg County, or the city of Charlotte. By the time we moved, our neighborhood was in Charlotte. Originally, it was kind of, they kept annexing everything. You know, that whole thing goes back to last Charlotte. Yeah. And, you know, we want to make sure we do that regions, you have to you have to make cities. Right. Yeah. We pay we pay Mecklenburg County tax and city tax, and Charlotte tax, but it was very, the only traffic issues were on 77 and on 85. Eventually they put in 485. It cut my drive to work by almost 45 minutes on 485 because it was just a straight shot. 2001. I moved down there in 2002. No. I was there from 2002 to 2004. They have a lot of issues now. Obviously,
Here you go.
Yeah. Well, they might pass it over to
any talking points for the
police get more information. You might pass it over to the FBI.
walking.
5,800 lines singing
Are you,
what's your
why, do you need a ride?
everything, come with the weapons to deliver this, some kind of document, why you're doing something, guns away and all. I said, you know, that on the phone.
I can give you a ride.
But people actually get that stuff.
I know. I get it.
Well, you know, we have to clean the parking lot for now.
My junk mail, and I look
We
at what's coming in.
can't go get a beer because every place is closed.
Because sometimes, I mean, I don't open them up, but I can tell by what's, how it's
There's already a post. There's already a
well,
post.
there was another breach in Facebook recently.
Bridgewater.
Somehow they got that to some point.
So do we have any talking points? Because it's obviously blaming the county.
Messenger, and
Or-
that's like another part of Facebook, and I'm like, it was hijacked.
Oh,
There you go.
we saved it for you.
Not a whole lot, but you're not getting 6,000 from me.
Yeah, we
right.
You know, money.
We got a lot more.
Now, and I've seen
It pops up every day.
I've seen that.
People do, yeah, I'm sure there are people out
Oh,
there.
yeah, a lot of people have been scammed with that.
I know,
A lot of people.
and they let that intimidate them, and I'm like, no, you're not getting it from me.
Next one's gonna be quick, right?
Quick.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene. Next item on the agenda is a countywide amendment to the ordinance. Ms. Hunter, would you like to walk us through?
It's me again, yes.
Good.
So this is an ordinance amendment dealing with adult housing or elderly housing. You pick your term, what you feel comfortable with. It basically started with, we had in two recent developments that were approved in the county under the Homes for the Age category. Homes for the Age is an unclear and antiquated term, so we wanted to come back after those two projects vested and develop some real new terms that are actually modern terms that fit with actually what the use is. So that's what this ordinance amendment is designed to do. It is a comprehensive review of the housing options. It includes nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and CCRCs. One thing it does not include, but we're seeing quite a bit of it, is sort of the granny flat or the accessory apartments. We had 2 tonight. We've had, I think, 4 or 5 this year. So that is another option of housing for the elderly where people live with their family members on site. But these are more of the institutional uses that we're going to talk about tonight. We don't want to recreate the wheel every time, so we did benchmark what our other adjoining localities do to address these type of uses. It's sort of a mixed bag, but most of them are residential uses. In Henrico County, they have an R6 district, which is their most intense multifamily district. They allow what they call life care facilities within this district with a PUP. Their PUP process is the same as our CUP. They call it provisional use. We call it conditional use. Thank you. It's late. And then the nursing homes would be a by right use in that, and nursing homes are also by rights in some of their other intense residential districts. Hanover County has Covenant Woods, which is a life care CCRC facility. They used a mixture of zoning. They used some commercial zoning for the nursing home, and then their highest residential uses for the independent living units. Powhatan, they do have a continuing care retirement community provision in their code. It does require CUP, and they put those in their moderate density districts and in their village is where you can use those. And they have those with development standards, and the development standards are the same as assisted living. Chesterfield nursing home and group care facilities require a CUP and are by right in the commercial use. So what we're seeing is most of these people put these uses in most intense residential districts. They're typically a CUP, but however, if you do a nursing home or assisted living, that's often a by right use in the commercial districts. So we sort of modeled our ordinance after that. So this ordinance does 5 things. It provides new, clear definitions for these adult housing uses. The definitions are now consistent with the state code. It would establish in what districts we would allow these uses. One of the uses that we'd be adding this to is the RPUD, so we needed to make some changes to accommodate these new uses. And then also we needed parking requirements for these uses. So I'm going to cover each one of these in order. So changes and additions to the definitions. So we're going to be adding a new definition for assisted living that would be consistent with the state code. We're going to be adding a new use called the continuing care retirement community. The homes for the age is the use that we're going to delete. Nursing home is a currently permitted in our code. We're going to be updating the definition to be consistent with the state code. And then another new use would be senior congregate care. We did not make up these names. These are pretty common names in the community. We actually use seniorresource.com to come up with these names. So homes for the age is what we're going to be deleting. This was a vague term. It was anybody that caring for 4 or more aged, infirmed, or chronically ill. So it was sort of very vague. So that definition, we would recommend that would be going away. Nursing home, the strike-through language is the existing definition that we had in our code. The underline is what we're proposing, and this is directly from the state code. It would be a facility licensed in accordance with the state code, where the primary function is to provide on a continuing basis nursing services and health-related services for the treatment and patient care of 2 or more unrelated individuals. So that would be consistent with the state code. Assisted living facility, we do have this use in some of our districts, however, it was not defined. So this definition is also consistent with what the state code directs us to, and it's a congregate residential setting that provides personal and health care services, 24-hour supervision, care and maintenance. It goes on to talk about being licensed by the state and different things like that. You do have to be 62 years of age for assisted living. That's from the state code. So this would be a new use, continuing care retirement. We're proposing this to have a definition of a facility that provides 62 years of age or older with board, lodging, and nursing services pursuant to agreements requiring an entrance fee and which are effective for the life of the individual or for a period in excess of 1 year, where a full continuum of housing options and assistance is provided on the property. It ranges from fully independent units with or without kitchen facilities to assistance with personal care and assisted living facilities to nursing homes. So for these continuing care retirement communities, you typically pay an entrance fee to get into them, and once you're in them, you stay in there for the rest of your life, and you can transition from independent living to assisted living to nursing home as you care is needed as you age. We did have one example of the continuing care retirement community. This is the Erickson project. This is located in the Notch. They're proposing 1,415 units. This property came in under the Homes for the Age. We made that work, but now if a new development came in, we would want them to come under this new standard of continuing care retirement community. This project is vested by virtue of it had a conceptual master plan approved by the Planning Commission. So this project would be vested even though the Homes for the Age definition would be removed. This is typically what CCRC looks like. They're typically number of buildings, typically 4 or 5 stories tall. You have independent living units, and then you'd also have nursing homes and assisted livings on site. The next definition that we would be proposing to add to the code would be a senior congregate living facility. This would be for people who are 62 years or older. They include independent living units with or without kitchen, and that they must provide one shared meal a day. That is providing the congregate care. So you have your independent living, you go in your room, you have your own kitchen, everything, but you come down and you have, shared activities, shared meals, things like that. That is very similar to the RLC project, which was approved on Patterson Avenue. This project is also vested as virtue of they had a proffered conceptual plan, so they came in under the Homes for the Age, but would be protected. But any future projects similar to this, we would fall under the senior congregate care if this ordinance is approved. So what districts would we want these uses in? So the chart on the left in red is our existing ordinance. The chart on the right in green is what we're proposing. You can see that right now you could only do Homes for the Age and nursing homes with the CUP in the A1, A2, and RR, and then by right in the B1. In the proposed ordinance, we'd be removing the term Homes for the Age, and we'd be continuing to allow nursing homes and assisted living facilities in the A1, A2, and RR. No changes there. The big change is adding to our RPUD district. We do not have a multifamily district. The RPUD district is our most intense residential district, so this is where we would be recommending adding the continuing care retirement community and the senior congregate living facilities. And then again, no changes to the B1 district. Those would still be by right for nursing homes and assisted living facilities. So in order to allow these 2 new uses to the RPUD district, we did have to make some changes. The size limitations for the RPUD district is that you have to have at least 20 acres to ask for a rezoning for that property. For a continuing care retirement community, you probably need a parcel of at least 20 acres. However, the senior congregate care does not need a parcel that large, so we would say that if you are coming in for a senior congregate uses, you could have a property of only 10 acres. The other thing is the site requirements. The RPUD district has a maximum density of 2.5. These uses are much more intense, so we are recommending that the maximum density for a continuing care retirement or a senior congregate care facility would go up to about 12 units per acre. We also wanted to add additional setbacks for these uses. Again, these uses are typically 3 to 4 stories tall, much larger than single-family residential dwellings in terms of height and scale. So we did add some additional setback requirements, which would be either 25 feet or the height of the building, whichever is greater, and that would be on the front, side, and rear yards. So if the building was 50 feet tall, the setback on front, rear, and side would be 50 feet. We also needed to add parking requirements since these would be new uses. We had terms sanitarium, convalescent, and homes for the age. We would be deleting that and just including the nursing home and assisted living facility. We're not recommending any change to the existing parking requirement for that. That would be 1 per 3 beds, plus 1 employee on the maximum shift. For the continuing care retirement community, we're basing the parking on 1 parking space per independent living unit, plus 1 per 3 patient beds in the assisted living and nursing home, plus 1 employee on the maximum shift, and similar parking requirement for the senior congregate care. We did go back and verify through the RLC project that their parking met this requirement, so it seemed to make sense, and it was comparable with what some of the other localities were doing as well. So at the Planning Commission meeting last month, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this ordinance amendment with a 5-0 vote. We did have one citizen speak, expressing concerns that there was possibility that this could be added to the RO district. That is not what we're proposing. It's only being added to the RPUD district. The commission recommended that staff look at either the RN and the R3 district to see if these uses would be appropriate in that. Staff did look at that. Both the statement of intent for both the RN and the R3 districts reference low-density residential and no commercial activities, so we would not recommend adding these uses to the districts. Did want to show you where the RN and the R3 would be located. If you look at the green areas, which is located, it's some paper streets off of Patterson Avenue. That is zoned RN, and then the area at Hickory Haven and Sam Ray Forest is also zoned RN. We did not feel that either one of those locations would be appropriate for senior congregate care or CCRC. The other district that the commission asked us to look at was the R3 district. That's shown in the yellow areas. So we have some in the courthouse, some scattering along Patterson Avenue, and then also scattered throughout the county, Bellevue Gardens, a couple of other neighborhoods. But again, looking at the size of these parcels, we did not feel like it was appropriate to add those uses to the R3 district. So we are not recommending any changes to what was proposed by the Planning Commission. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from Ms. Hunter? Ms. Muscat?
So the RPUD district, is that's CUP?
So the RPUD district is our most intense residential district, but we are recommending these as a CUP, so they would go through both a rezoning and a CUP. Let me get back to my chart for you.
Plan unit development.
So they would go through a rezoning to the RPUD and a CUP for either the continuing care and the senior congregate living, so that you can evaluate both the rezoning and then the particulars of each project with the CUP.
Okay, it seemed like you might have indicated those would be 2, 3, 4 stories.
Yes.
Boy, in a residential area?
And that's why we were recommending both the rezoning and the CUP. Additional setbacks, it gives the board some authority to look at the health, safety, welfare, the appropriateness, whether it fits
Gotcha.
in with the character.
Makes sense. Okay, thank you.
And also it allows, the neighbors to have the comments at a public hearing.
Thank you.
Mr. Alvarez?
Ms. Hunter, how much RPUD do we have? Do we have any other than we just went through Parkside Village?
All of our existing RPUD has conceptual master plans associated with it, so nobody could develop one of these without coming through
as
a public
rezoning?
hearing process and also getting the CUP. So there would be nothing could be built without no CCRC or senior congregate living could be built without a public hearing and a vote by this board.
Ms. Hunter, other zoning categories, I mean, how would this affect West Creek? You mentioned there's 2 already that are in there.
Right, we are not recommending these uses in our commercial districts. We do feel like they are more of a residential use. We would like to reserve our commercial and industrial districts for those types of uses. So none of these developments could occur, say, in West Creek unless they came back and rezoned to RPUD, similar to what they did with the H.H. Hunt case.
Okay. 'Cause I knew they had the two that were grandfathered in, but there's no additional permission by right to do, you know, more, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So same thing with other business zoning and commercial zoning, that's not where we're putting these are residential and, okay.
Now, they could do a nursing home or an assisted living facility by right in West Creek, but not the, more of the well elderly, the congregate care or the CCRC would not be allowed without a public hearing and a change in zoning.
Okay. Okay. Other questions? No. Okay, thank you for that presentation. All right, I'll go ahead and open up a public hearing. Anyone that would like to come forward, as you come forward, I'll just ask you to give us your name and address and for the record, and then keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Preston Lloyd. I'm an attorney at Williams Mullen, and I represent Erickson Living, which is delighted to be joining the county as a citizen, and the development at West Creek has been mentioned. We would compliment staff on what they've prepared. This is something that would have made the process that much easier had they come through it, and it was an easy process when they came through to get the conceptual master plan approved by the Planning Commission. One nuance that we noted, and I would recommend it to the board for future consideration, is that as a group that has done projects such as the one that's been proposed, continuing care retirement communities for several decades throughout the country, they have a long track record of evaluating how these projects tend to use less public water and sewer than a typical multifamily project. As was described, the continuing care retirement facility has independent living units, which in many ways may look like an apartment. However, the residents ultimately take advantage of common eating spaces, kitchens, and catering services, which are much more efficient in the use of water. The board approves the rate structure for tap fees according to classifications of use in the county. And there is no classification for continuing care retirement facilities, which means that they will pay the rate of a multifamily apartment complex, even though it's really apples to oranges in terms of the data that Erickson Living has compiled throughout their footprint throughout the country. Of course, they will be moving forward with a plan of development, which will go through the typical review and work with staff to have that approved. However, should the board see fit, that might be worth future consideration when it next evaluates its rate structure for tap fees as to whether that might deserve further scrutiny. But otherwise, we appreciate the proposal this evening and encourage the board to see fit to approve it. Thank you.
Great, Preston. Thank you for those comments. Anyone else like to come forward? From who? He'll be disciplined later. All right. Seeing no other, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Board, any additional discussion or questions? I'll take that as a no and go ahead and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the countywide amendment to the ordinance to revise the provisions regarding housing facilities for seniors in the zoning ordinance as presented by Ms. Hunter.
Okay, it's been moved to approve as presented. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Badesky, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. It's unanimous. That ordinance amendment carries. Next item up, I believe, Matt, are you going to present this one? Give Ms. Hunter a break?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Well deserved, by the way. She really is.
Waited all day for this.
I know.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Budesky, Matt Longshore, Director of Public Utilities. So with this ordinance amendment, just to give you a quick background of what a leak adjustment actually is, it's when a customer has a leak on the customer side of the meter, and that leak would impact their bill significantly by adding a lot of usage to the bill. We currently receive approximately 20 leak adjustment requests per year. To qualify for a leak adjustment from our department, you have to meet several criteria. That criteria being you have to prove that you have had a leak, you have to provide adequate proof that you have repaired that leak, and the bill that you receive from the leak has to be for over double your average typical usage. And so that's what gets to the main point of this ordinance amendment. The current leak ordinance calculates the average usage using the bill containing the leak usage in conjunction with previous billing cycles. And so we feel that this actually skews the actual average usage upward, maybe unfairly. So what we're proposing is to amend the ordinance where we would only calculate the average usage using only the previous billing cycles, and we feel that's a more fair way to calculate this usage to the customer. So we actually have two parts to this amendment. The first part would be to change the references from county engineer to director. That's more of a house cleaning item, as to not confuse the county engineer with the environmental engineering department. The second gets to the main point of the ordinance amendment, and that is to revise the leak adjustment ordinance to redefine the average use calculation. So what you see in front of you is what we propose, how we propose to amend the leak ordinance, and what you see struck through is what we propose to delete. The underline is what we propose to add. You can see where we have replaced county engineer with director, and where we have adjusted the average usage calculation in the bottom to only use true historical billing data. We've also added a sentence that says if there's insufficient historical billing data, the director may determine average bi-monthly bill with the billing data available. This would, in effect, help customers that maybe don't have 3 years of usage, but we have a clear indication of what their average usage would be. So I provided two quick arbitrary examples to show how a leak adjustment would be calculated. The first example is the current calculation, which would take into account the bill with the leak in it. So in this calculation, you would get a bill for 80,000 gallons. That's well above what you typically use. We would have to use that bill to calculate what your average usage would be. You would get your average usage of just over 48,000 gallons, have to double that usage, and that would be 96,000 gallons, which is greater than the bill with your leak on it. You would be denied a leak adjustment. What we're proposing is to use only historical data to calculate a true average bill. So you would see in the second example where when you double that average, you get 61,000 gallons, and you would get an adjustment of 18,800 gallons. So just some more quick information. We actually conducted a benchmark review of other local municipalities in the region. We looked at Henrico County, Hanover, Chesterfield, Prince George, and the city of Richmond were the main ones we looked at. And what we're proposing is the general method of how leak adjustments are calculated in the central Virginia area. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Any questions for Matt?
Quick one.
Yes, sir.
And followed everything, appreciate it. And I have a question, and maybe you're not the right one to answer it, but at the end of the resolution, I think this is a section that's not changed. Do you have the ordinance in front of you? Can you get in front of you?
Pull it back up.
That last sentence, Can you help me understand what it means?
So the last sentence that says, provided however that in no event shall an adjustment be made that would result in an amount less than necessary to cover the volume, administrative, and other costs for the water that was actually provided. So what that does is that more or less limits our exposure of the amount of an adjustment we could give. So say a resident of business had a catastrophic leak, 4, 5, 6 times the amount they would typically use. That may get to where, by your general calculation, they would get an adjustment of more than what it cost us to purchase the water from our providers. Anytime we give an adjustment, we actually calculate what it costs us to purchase the water to make sure we're not violating that clause, and that's what limits our exposure.
Okay. It's, yeah, provided, however, that in no event shall an adjustment made result in amount less than this. Okay, it's kind of poorly worded, but, so how do you measure, obviously we buy our water by volume.
Yes, sir.
How do you, is there a method to attach administrative costs to that volume?
So the administrative cost is referring to our administrative service fee. We have different service fees for different size meter, and that's also in the county code. Those administrative fees are charged regardless whether a customer will be given a leak adjustment or not. They're charged per meter. Every customer receives that administrative fee.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just thinking that through myself. Mr. Alvarez?
Mr. Longshore, you mentioned that there were about 20 a year that we get requests. How many of those, do any of those exceed our, like, the one in this last sentence covers?
Do any of them meet the current requirements? Is that what you're saying?
Do any of them actually fall under this last line where we have to calculate an additional cost?
Right. I've never run into that situation since I've been with the county.
But would those 20 all qualify for refunds based on this change?
Most of them, yes. Yes. I mean, it's on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
But a lot of them would qualify. But I've never run into, like you said, the situation where we had to enact the last clause.
Can I just clarify? Because you just used the term refund. We're making a change for the ordinance's application henceforth.
Yeah.
So as it's calculated in the future, it'll be calculated under this method. That we're not going back to folks and changing the method that was calculated under doing refunds.
And I don't mean,
sorry.
I'm sorry, yeah, no, I don't mean refund, I mean, they're gonna get a bill for $2,000 of water, and they should only have paid 1,000.
Correct.
Discount or whatever.
Adjustment.
Correct.
Thank you.
Matt, you say there's 20 or so that we got recently. Most of them on the old method, not even close. On the new method, looks like there'd be some. Could you put a dollar amount or magnitude around that? I mean, what is that total adjustment for those 20? What is that?
Again, it's on a case-by-case basis. We have more or less quantified it to average around $80 in adjustments, some more, some less, but it's around $2,000 to $4,000 a year.
The total amount, if we took those 20 and ran them through the new system versus the old, we're talking about $2,000 adjustments.
Correct.
Okay. That helps give an order of magnitude to this.
Sure.
So, thank you. Other questions for Matt?
Nope.
Okay, thank you, Matt. And now it's time to hear from the citizens. We'll go ahead and open up a public hearing.
There's several people who are.
We're all citizens here. We're all citizens here. Please state your name and.
Jonathan Lyle.
There you
This
go.
is for you, Miss McGee. I was bribed earlier not to come up. I like this. Very good. It keep me awake. Nice gloves. The discretion, but every 3 years, why every 3 years? You know, you only get, you can only have an accident every 3 years. I don't know why it said. And then, what is an extreme hardship? I mean, if I can't make payroll if I pay my water bill, is that an extreme hardship? But it's only a hardship if I can pay me but not my staff. I don't know, just extreme hardship. I don't know what extreme hardship is. Is that a legal term? I'm serious now. Is that a legal term?
Mr. Lyle, the law recognizes the common and dictionary use of most words. And so if you were arguing about this in court, I'd bring in 2 or 3 different definitions of it from dictionaries.
Okay, I just don't know what extreme is in my world. But I like the idea of, now, when I was doing banking, with your credit card, you got 60 days. I know I do a lot. My electric bill is automatically sucked out of my checking account every month. I'm on budget bill, so I pay the same amount every month, and they even up at the end of the year. So is there any wisdom in saying, you know, prompt, you know, again, when I call the kids for dinner, they say promptly, which is 40 minutes later. But in the banking world, and I think there is some wisdom, and there is responsibility to the user, that within 60 days, that this is every other month. I'm not sure if there isn't something to quantify, so we're no longer just saying prompt, but there should be some, I believe, responsibility to the customer to look at your water bill. And if you got a leak, and I'm on a well, I'm on a septic, so I don't have these issues per se, and that I'm not getting metered, but I do think that there may be something about within, and whether it's 3 months or 6 months, but I really do get an even up at the end of the year from Dominion, and I really don't look at what my kilowatt usage is every month. In the banking world, if you don't look at your bank card agreement and you don't see fraud, notify them within 60 days, then you're on the hook. So I'm just a product of my past, which is banking, and putting some responsibility on the business or the homeowner that, you know, pay attention. You know, if you're going to buy water from the county, make sure that you're using what you pay for, and if you aren't, though $2,000, I'm not trying to make things too difficult. I don't want to make this an extreme situation, but I would suggest that putting some responsibility on the homeowner.
Mr. Chair, I may, if I just take a stab at that, Jonathan. So the bills come every 2 months.
Yes, sir.
And I think generally the most typical people that are on, not typical, but the general population that's on public water and sewer may not capture a leak because it's not, often those leaks are hidden or, you know, not easily visible, or they're not in, you know, they're not in town for several months at a time. And so generally it's caught either by accident, or it's caught either when the bill comes in and somebody's bill is astronomically high. And so it's usually, the time period is would probably be something along the line of about, you know, every 2 months for bi-monthly billing.
If I may add, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Minnick, they also not only have to catch it, but they have to have completed all necessary repairs in the time frame. So it's not just catching your bill, but then calling the plumber out, getting the repair made, making sure that.
And showing proof.
And showing proof, you know, and maybe the plumber didn't repair it the first time. You know what I mean? There's just a little bit more involved that I think the use of promptly allows us to take into account what those circumstances are, and the use of a fixed time frame would no longer allow taking into account those circumstances.
Well, seems to be very consumer friendly, which I applaud, and again, being a well and septic guy, this is all sort of way beyond my pay grade, but I do think that we all have a responsibility to look at what we're using, prompted or extreme. I learned something. The light went off.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lau, appreciate that. Anyone else like to come forward? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Any additional discussion or questions, board? All right. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
move approval of an amendment to the ordinance to redefine the average monthly billing calculation, and also replacing the reference to county engineer with director.
Okay, it's been moved to approve as presented. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Badesky, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelet?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. All right, is there, that concludes our 6 public hearings. Is there any other business to come before this board? Seeing none, I will adjourn this meeting. The Board of Supervisors will adjourn to Wednesday, November 7th, 2018, at 3 p.m. for its regular meeting and 7 p.m. for public hearings, and these meetings are open to the public. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Travel home safely. Thank you for coming. All right. Hey, Lisa, did you have 11?